My channel today is a best of the best video, mega video, so let's get going. So the first sign that I'm creating, I'm just using this scrap piece of wood that my husband got from his work. It came in like something was packaged and it had these pieces of wood that they would have thrown out. So I told him anytime there's scrap wood to bring it home because I'll make something beautiful out of it. So I'm just going to be making a nice sign on my fireplace, for my fireplace, and what I'm using is this decorative glaze from Rust-Oleum in the Java, and I will be just staining this piece of wood with this decorative glaze to give it a darker appearance. And the way I apply this is I do a darker coat, like a lighter coat, and then I add another coat to give it a little bit of a darker appearance. You can also let it dry in between if you wanted to, but I found because I did that lighter coat as I went back over it, it was already somewhat dry, and I'm just using a rag for this where I just kind of wipe on, wipe off, and that's it. So once it dries, then I use my Cricut to cut out this Let's Snuggle sign. Now you'll notice that I've kept the words together. So you want to make sure whenever you're doing like stencil signs like this using your vinyl, you want to weld the letters together. Otherwise, Cricut will try to make them all fit on like the smallest amount of space possible. And then you'll have to kind of worry about placing the letters on the same height and everything like that. So although you use a little bit more material, it's better to do it this way, I find. So I'm just going to put it here, Let's Snuggle, and then I'm going to cut out, I'm probably not going to use all those snowflakes, but I'll cut them out and place them wherever I need to. And when I do any kind of vinyl sign things, I use shelf liner or transfer paper. So right now I'm using shelf liner to transfer it, and then I've cut it using, sometimes I do shelf liner. I just couldn't find any that was clear, and I find the other ones aren't elastic enough. They're more, I don't know, I don't like working with the other ones, so I find the clear ones to be the best. So I couldn't find them, so I bought this stuff on Amazon, and it seems to be working really well, and I've had it for a long time, so it's lasting a long time. I think it did wind up being more expensive than the Dollar Tree ones, but it's not a whole lot more expensive just because you get so much more. So I'm gonna put them on the sign. It's using the vinyl to guide me where I'm placing these letters, and I'm trying to make them be kind of the same level, like same height. So I mean, some people are more specific, they measure. I'm just eyeballing this because I wanted it to be, I didn't think it was necessary for it to be measured, but you can, just to see if you know the placement is right. And it's good that you can still remove that vinyl and put it back on. It's not permanent vinyl, so it's not going to rip the stain off. So then I remove my transfer paper so that way I can put these little snowflakes on. And I'm going to dab some Rust-Oleum chocolate and white paint over top of it, and then this sign is done. And I'm just dabbing it on because I found that if I try to paint it on, it sometimes bleeds. So I'm just using this little dabber from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just dabbing the paint on, being careful not to put too much on the dabber. So as you can see, I'm using the lid of the paint can to apply this, so that way I don't, because if you put too much, it'll bleed underneath and then the sign will look messy. And you'll see I fixed the sign up a little bit because even with being careful, it does bleed. And sometimes with the vinyl, if it lifts, when you're putting it on your sign, and I didn't show this step, you want to press really hard. Use an old credit card, or if you have like the Cricut, I forget what it's called, like the little scraper. It's like those Pampered Chef scrapers. Use that to push the vinyl on and get all the bubbles out so it's nice and even. You're much better off to dab on and then let it dry a little bit, and then if you kind of just lift the corner of the stencil up to see if it's the right shade of white that you're looking for, the contrast, then you can leave it at that. But if you feel like you need more, you're better off putting less and then doing several coats than trying to do too much at once, because if you do too much at once, it'll bleed for sure. So I'm just telling you from experience, and try dab on, dab, 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 dab. If you don't have these dabbers from the Dollar Tree makeup The little makeup sponges work as well. So if you have those on hand, you can use those. And I make this mistake all the time. Try to leave a little bit of vinyl above your writing so you don't have to use anything else for the bleeding, so you don't get paint all over your stuff. But here it is, all finished. I think it's really cute, like a cute little sign it'll go great with my white fireplace once I get that done. That tour will probably be, like, not tour, but just my fireplace mantles will be up on my home channel next week. Wanted to check them out. It'll probably be, I'll have a video of my craft room next week, a video for the fireplaces, and for my tier trays. All will be coming up in like the next 10 days. This is very much a snow themed kind of DIY video. So the next project is just to paint out these snow letters. Again, these are from the Dollar Tree. If you've seen my Valentine's video, I did the same type of thing with love, but these ones are just painted white. I only did one coat. That's all it took. Again, I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalk linen white. This, again, I have two fireplaces, one in the basement, one upstairs. This will go great on my upstairs fireplace because I have a darker mantle, so it'll be a beautiful contrast. I have a darker mantle and white brick, so it'll go really nicely. And really simple, just paint them out. Make sure you paint the top and the bottom. You can paint the back as well. I painted the back as well, just in case I wind up wanting to use this a little bit differently down the road. This way it's all done from both sides, but you don't have to if you, just really depends. And I didn't do the best job of painting the back. I just did kind of a light coat on the back just so it would be there. But like I said, it's not necessary, only if you're going to see it from the back. For my mantle, you won't be able to see it in the back, but I thought just in case I should paint both sides. So once you get it covered, here's what it looks like all finished. Like I said, really simple, but I love the way these letters look, and they're just so versatile. You could put them on, glue them on a board. You could do really like anything with these letters and they'll turn out fantastic. So again, really happy with them. And then on to the next project. So the next signs are more for my tiered tray, and they're just mini signs, and they're all kind of the same blue color. So I'm going to have kind of like a bluish, winterish wonderland type of snowy tray theme in one of my trays. So I'm going to be using these little, I made these coasters at Christmas time, but I'm going to use the back of them because I don't need them for the season, but I always like to use everything double-sided, so I'm not bothering on changing the other side. I'm going to keep it as is, and I'm just going to paint out the back. And again, I'm using that Rust-Oleum chalk linen white paint, and I'm doing 2 coats of it, letting it dry in between coats. Then I use my Cricut to apply this burr stencil and a mitten stencil. Unfortunately, I did not record myself applying the paint, but I used this blue paint from the Dollar Tree. I think it's the Pacific Blue. And I dabbed on, again, the paint using this little dabber from the Dollar Tree. And it's just a smaller kind of stenciling. It's just not a dabber, a stenciling brush. And I like this one because it's nice and small, so for those little intricate projects it's really good. So again, I used the little mitten that I created and the burr sign, and then I am just removing the vinyl pieces that I didn't remove, and then seeing if I need to fix anything up anywhere and doing that all together. I've also gone ahead and just dry brushed a little bit of that blue on the edges as well, and that's about it. There's not a whole lot to this one. Again, really simple but very cute. So again, these little coasters are coasters from the Dollar Tree. They're just like little square coasters that I painted over on the other side, and like I said, I'm using this side. And then I'm also mixing a little bit of the Pacific Blue and the just a darker blue, a navy blue, just to kind of go over top of these again with a little bit more blue. Because as I said, I'm doing like a winter themed kind of blue. And then originally I was going to just put a snowflake on the mitten and then paint over it. And then I remembered I had little snowflake stickers, so I went ahead and did that because I didn't like the way this one looked. But even with the sticker, I wasn't 100% happy, so I just went over top of it with just a little bit of that mixture of the blue, just to not have it be completely the color it was. And that's all there is to it. After I dry brushed this picture too with that mixture of the blue, these two are ready to go. Here they are. They'll look so nice in my tray. I'm very excited to show you guys that as well, so I hope you do come back and check it out over on my home channel. Said there was going to be 3 kind of winter bluish wonderland themed colored signs. So this one is just a leftover sign from the Dollar Tree, actually from Easter, and you can pick up these wood signs at the Dollar Tree at any time, whatever sign you want. This was a little piece that was left, so I'm just going to be cutting it to size. I got these little miter shears just recently, and I'm liking them. I'm still getting used to using them, but they were good for this project. So I'm just going to cut it out so that it is exactly the size I want it to be, and obviously more even. And then I'm going to paint it out blue using that Rust-Oleum chocolate and white paint. Now originally I was going to use the back for the sign, but when I was taking a part of the sign off, a bit of the back came off, so it wasn't straight anymore, so I had to sand down the believe because it was glittery. So I sanded it using just whatever sandpaper I had on hand, and I also scraped it a little bit with an X-Acto knife just to get that off. But because it had the believe kind of raised a little bit in there, I had to put several coats of the white on. I think it was about 3 altogether. And then my little sign was ready to be stenciled. Now I'm only showing you me painting it once because you don't need to see several coats on it, but I'm drying it on the same part as I did the other 2 coasters. It's just that I did them all at once, so you kind of see what they looked like before they were stenciled. And then I cut off the stencil again using my Cricut, and I'm using the same blue paint to dab on the sign, and the sign says, wait for it, it's very cheesy, there's no place like home. I thought this was going to be a really adorable addition to my tray. So again, I'm doing the same method as I did on the ones before. I stencil it in with the blue, and then I dry brush it with that blue, darker blue, lighter blue mixture. And the paints are acrylic paints from the Dollar Tree. I think the darker blue is actually a temper paint, and the lighter blue is an acrylic paint, only because that's what I had on hand. And once that dries, again, I dry brush, I correct anything that needed to be corrected, and I dry brush, and that's all there is to this. And I add a little snowflake. And maybe I'm the only one who has these issues, but no matter how careful I am, I almost always have to correct, even if it's just like a little smidget where maybe I haven't let it dry long enough, because if you try to take the vinyl off and it's still wet, you can smear it, or you risk getting some of the paint that's on the vinyl onto your piece. So maybe I'm just impatient, but I always wind up having to fix just a touch, and maybe not a lot, but just a little bit. That's why that dry brushing is good, because if you've made kind of a mistake, but you want to dry brush it with something, it'll cover it up great, and then it'll look like it was meant to be that way. And the sticker that I add is the same snowflake sticker. It's just a pack of snowflake stickers that I got at the Dollar Tree, but you could draw on a snowflake too. I just liked because this one was a little bit raised, so it gave a little bit more depth to the sign. And one snowflake is white and the other one is blue, and I just wind up dry brushing a little bit of the blue over top of the white and a little bit of the white over top of the blue, just to give it a little bit of just a muted color for the blue and a little bit of a livelier color for the white. And there it is finished. I'm using one of these little mini crates from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be painting it kind of like a charcoal black. The color that I'm using is actually just a combination of the black acrylic paint with a little bit of the white. If you happen to have the Rust-Oleum chalked charcoal paint on hand, this is the color that I'm basically trying to recreate. It's just a little bit of a muted black color, and I'll show you what that looks like right here. So I'm just going to be painting the whole crate this color, and you don't have to make this exact color. It's up to you. I just wanted the books to kind of look like a matte black color, and you guessed it, I'm making a stack of books. So what we have to do first is just paint this whole box this matte black color. Now I'm painting the sides, the front, the back, and the top of the boxes, like the bottom of the box, because I will be flipping it over. You'll see what I mean in a second. So I'm just going to speed it up a little bit for the sake of time. So once you have that painted and it's nice and dry and you've got the coverage that you want, you're going to go ahead and just make it look like books. So what I'm doing here is I'm using my white liquid chalk marker. What I really like about this is that you can use this for any season that you want. It's a really quick, easy DIY that looks amazing in your tray, and you can have it Let It Snow, be merry and bright, or joy, merry, whatever, something for Christmas. You could do something for Valentine's Day, which I will do, so I'll show you. You can do Easter, really any season, or you could just have a neutral one. These are some of my favorite kinds of DIYs that have so many different, that you can kind of make a theme out of them. What I mean is you have a stack of books in your tray for every season and they're just different for that season, but you could also make one that you can use all year long. So, I think I've seen like Just Be Happy, for example. That could be something you use all the seasons. You just make it like a decor to match your decor. So if you're a rustic farmhouse, you make it rustic farmhouse. Really easy. So what I'm doing here is to make the books kind of look aged, I'm just going over top of the sides in this antique warm white that I got at the Dollar Tree. If you don't have that color, it's more like a creamy beigey color. It's just beige, but it's called warm or antique white, something like that. Basically, it's beige. And then I'm going to just add a black line to have the illusion of three books stacked one on top of the other. Now you'll see once you see the type of ribbon I chose, but I've left the other side blank in case I wanted to use it for Christmas decor, because the ribbon, it's a winter snowflake ribbon, but it could be used for Christmas as well. I like to have, like I said, a little bit of both. So I could do both sides and have it be double-sided. So in case I do display it in a tray where you can see both sides, this way it'll have like a Christmas and a winter side, and it'll blend all of the decor together. So I've left it blank on the other side so I can decide what color I'll use next season for Christmas. So once that's dried off, and I've drawn on my lines, I am going to put the ribbon around. So as you can see, this ribbon is the burlap ribbon with some snowflakes on it. I did get this at the Dollar Tree. And what I've done is I've cut a long enough piece to just overlap slightly. And I'm going to go all the way around, and I'm going to make sure that it's nice and tight, as tight as it can be, because you've got that hole at the bottom. So it kind of, you have to kind of pull it a little bit more. And you're going to just, like I said, tightly wrap that around, and then you're going to make your bow at the top by hot gluing it down. Now the way I've done this is I just take my little pieces of the ribbon and I twirl them around, kind of make like a loop I take two pieces and I make a loop, and then I glue them down in a bow shape. I make sure that I leave a little bit longer so that there's like a little bit of the hanging part of the ribbon, but that's it, of the bow, I mean. And then you just want to make sure that you hot glue this down well enough so that way it does not come off. And that is it. This is another really, well, this is the one of the first really simple and really nice looking DIYs for the tray. It is all from the Dollar Tree. It is winter themed. It's kind of like a rustic because of the matte color, and that's why I went with that. I wanted more of like a rustic kind of farmhousey winter wonderland type of look. And here's the finished piece from the bottom to the top, and then I'll show you the side as well. I think it looks really, really cute. So I'm very excited about this DIY because I got this little sleigh ornament from the Dollar Tree at 50% off, which is amazing. So I'm in Canada, so that was 63 cents, but it was great, and I thought it would make the perfect winter tier tray decor. And all I'm doing is not a whole lot to it. Again, another super easy DIY. I'm just going to be kind of making it look more galvanized. Right now it is that silver galvanized look, but it's very, very shiny, so I'm just muting it down a little bit. And I'm taking the decorations off of it and then making it more winter themed. I will speed it up for the sake of time. Now the paint that I'm using, some matte black paint that I made myself. So I made it using white acrylic paint and black acrylic paint. Basically, I made kind of like a matte black instead of a true black, just a lighter black because I didn't want it to be so shiny. And I was using that black for those books that you saw me make before. So I'm just dabbing on this black onto the sleigh to, again, give it that more galvanized look rather than a shiny silver look. I've taken the decorations off, but I will be saving them because I always save all of these little things because I can use them as embellishments on other projects. Saves you money. And while that dries, I prepare my white paint. Now the white paint I'm using is actually the Rust-Oleum Chalked Linen White, and I'm only using this paint because I have a lot of it. I bought a big container of it, and I don't have a lot of white acrylic paint. So to save on going to the store, I'm just going to use my Rust-Oleum Chalked Linen White. You could use any kind of white paint that you have. You don't have to use the chalked linen white, but like I said, this is what I used because I didn't have a lot of the white acrylic paint, and I just did a Dollar Tree haul. I don't want to go back because I'm going to spend more money than I need to. So again, I'm dabbing the white on, and I'm doing it on the inside as well, just to get a bit of a muted galvanized color. And when you apply your white and your black, you're actually kind of dry brushing it on, so you're not doing a full wet coat. So now that makes it dry really fast. I'm just adding a little bit of the blue acrylic paint that I showed you there, and it's just to give it that kind of illusion of that galvanized look and a more rustic look. And that's all there is to it. This was another quick Dollar Tree DIY, perfect for winter decor, very rustic looking. I've added some cotton balls as snowballs, and it's going to look perfect in that tiered tray. I love this one so much. I hope you like it too. And you can add anything in here. You could even use it for other seasons and not add snowballs, but add something else. But I decided to have a sleigh with snowballs. For this DIY, I will be creating another sled. This time it's a wood look sled, and it's another ornament that I picked up at the Dollar Tree for 63 cents. And although it was Christmas decor, I'm using it as winter decor. And in order to make it work, I'm just taking off all of these Christmas decorations. It's a little bit tricky because they are glued on there really, really well, not with just hot glue, but some sort of extra glue on there that they have. So you have to rip them off. I'm not able to save the burlap, but I am able to save that little decoration, so which is great. I can save bits of the burlap, but it's a little bit rough looking, but I won't throw it out. I might be able to use it next Christmas. So I'm just going to take it off here, and then I have to use an X-Acto knife to take off some of the glue. So I'm going to speed it all up, but I'll show you what I did just so you can see it. So it was quite difficult to get all of the glue off. So what I did was I used the X-Acto knife to get the big pieces off, and then to prevent scratching, because the sled it's like a rubbery plastic kind of material. So I didn't want to damage the sled too much, and as I pressed it, it kind of went down. So it's not the most stable sled. So what I did was after that, I just used a little bit of sanding block, and I sanded down some of the glue, and it still left it a little bit rough. But remember, my theme is rustic winter decor, so it's okay if it's rough. If you wanted it really smooth, you might have to do maybe soak it in like a glue remover, but that seems like a lot of work for a little decoration. So just make it rustic looking. So I applied lots of paint here to cover everything up. The paint that I'm using is that matte black that I used on my other sleigh and my stack of books. It's just a mixture of black acrylic paint and a little bit of white paint to get a more muted black color. And I'm painting the sleigh all over. I'm not too terribly worried about full 100% coverage because I will be painting it one more time in a white color. I just want the black to be showing underneath so that I can kind of get a rustic feel. So once this dries, I'm going to apply a coat of chalked white, linen white from Rust-Oleum. This is my go-to right now because I'm low on acrylic paint. White acrylic paint, I actually didn't even see the pure white at the Dollar Tree this time, but to be honest, I wasn't looking very hard, but it usually catches my eye when they have it because they did not have it pretty much all summer and all fall. They didn't have it. Then they had it once. I should have gotten more than one bottle, but they had it once during Christmas time, and then I haven't seen it since, and I'm running a little bit low, and I have tons of chalked linen white, so I'm going to use that. And I'm just covering the sled. Again, I'm not too concerned about full coverage because I want it to look kind of like dinged up, like an old dinged up white sled. So once you've covered it top to bottom and it's dried, you're going to make it look even more rustic. And you're just going to take either an X-Acto knife or any kind of tool that you have to scrape some of this paint off so that you have that black and brown showing from underneath. And this is totally up to you. You could even sand some of the paint down if you didn't want quite such rough lines. I really wanted the rough lines. I wanted it to look nice and rustic. And so I just used that little tool is actually a paint can opener, so that's what I used. And I'm already reusing some of those florals from I think this one was from the metal sleigh. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the berries off and I'm just keeping the greenery, and I'm going to be hot gluing it to the sleigh. And then on top of that, I have these little mini pine cones that have been flocked, so like frosted, so they look kind of white. And I'm going to be gluing a few of those on. So it'll look really cute and very rustic winter, like perfect for the tier tray. And again, these pine cones are also from the Dollar Tree. I also just added a little scrap piece of burlap and kind of made a little X so it looks like it's a bow and the little bow parts are the pine cones. So it really does have that really rustic farmhousey feel. And then I added longer pieces, scrap pieces of burlap to have like a hanging ribbon. And again, that's all there is to this one. Another few more steps than the other ones, but really simple and inexpensive to make. Again, all from the Dollar Tree. And here it is finished. Love the way it turned out. Now this little guy that I'm making is kind of like a transition one that you could even use in the spring and even probably in the summer if you change out the burlap, because I find that to me burlap is more winter and Christmas and fall, but not really spring and summer. But what I'm doing is I have these eucalyptus leaves from the Dollar Tree or stems, and I'm just cutting off the leafy parts, and I'm going to be making a mini wreath. Now, making this one and just kind of looking back and reflecting on making this, I next time I will make some sort of form, whether I'll use a lid from a mason jar, just the rim part of it or whatnot, but something where I can kind of glue down these leaves, maybe take them off and just glue them down rather than using the stem part. Even if you use like floral wire and wrapped it around it several times, probably would have been just slightly easier. I just had a little bit of a difficult time making the leaves work and making the shape of it, but it worked out fine. It just took me longer than I think it really needed to for such a small project. But what I did was I took some of the leaves off of this stem and I added it to the next one. First, I tried to move them up. And then I thought, well, I'll just I won't use all three stems. I'll just use two of them and then I'll adjust the leaves accordingly. And that's what I did. And I wrapped them around and then I used just the hot glue for the top part. I did not use the hot glue to actually form the wreath itself. Sometimes I find with certain materials it doesn't stick the best, and this is the kind of material that it wouldn't have just because the stems were so stiff. So once I fluffed it and had it to the shape that I wanted it, I went and cut a little strip of burlap and I hot glued it together. And this is kind of to make the illusion of, okay, this is what you hang the wreath on. And then I snipped it back a little bit to be the right length after I hot glued everything. And that's all there is to this one. I thought about adding some white to make it look like it had snow on it, but then I changed my mind. I wanted a little bit of a pop of green in there. I also then hot glued the tips of the eucalyptus flowers, that like the little tips that it had at the end. I hot glued those to where the burlap was to kind of give a little bit of a bow at the top. And here is the completed piece. Again, I think it turned out really cute. So this next DIY is, so what I'm doing here is I have 3 pieces of wood from my backyard. Now, although I didn't buy this at the Dollar Tree, you can buy pieces of wood at the Dollar Tree. So if you happen to find them, I couldn't find them this time around, but I thought I still wanted to do this and show you guys. And so I just got some from my garden. You can also use the little pieces of birch that they have and just glue them together, 3, 4 of them for each log, and that'll give you the same illusion. But I just use these and I cut the branches down very carefully using my miter saw. This is very, very hard to do, so make sure you're very careful if you do it this way. And once I got the right lengths, then I went ahead and I painted them. So you may have watched a previous video of mine where I paint my logs to look like birchwood. So I'm doing the same thing here. I'm just using like dry brushing on some chalked linen white paint, and I am brushing it kind of with the grain, the way the wood goes. And like I said, I'm not painting it, I'm just kind of swooshing it. I'll link the video to the bigger logs that I did, and I'm trying to get the look of birchwood is what I'm trying to do. So this was a free DIY. So not only is it a rustic winter tier tray DIY, it is kind of Dollar Tree. You could use acrylic paint and or you could just use the birch logs from the Dollar Tree and just glue them together. but this is even cheaper. So if you have some wood outside that you want to use, you can do this, and you don't even have to have it look like birch wood. You could use like a little stack of wood, whatever you wanted, but I wanted a stack of birch logs. So I'm going to paint them out. Once they're dry, I'm going to put them together and just tie them up so they look like a stack of logs. I'm using the burlap roll from the Dollar Tree, and I'm cutting it in half, and then I'm cutting a long enough piece that will wrap around my birch logs. And as you can see, once they dry, they look exactly like pieces of birch, nice aged pieces of birch. And all I'm doing is I'm tying them together, and I'm just tying a bow kind of like you would, well, I'm not even tying a bow, sorry. I was going to tie them like a shoelace, but then I didn't leave enough of the burlap, so then I'm just tying a knot. And I'm going to cut the burlap down so it just looks like a small little knot, and my little pile of logs is nicely tied up. And again, really rustic, very wintry, and beautiful for the tier tray. And really easy to do. This next decor piece is another really easy DIY to do. Again, I bought this on the clearance section at Dollar Tree for 63 cents. It was a little jar with a snowflake in it and some faux snow in it. So I thought, well, for 63 cents, I can't go wrong. I do have some jars that I could have used, but I don't have any of that kind of faux snow that was in the bottom of the jar. And I thought, well, if I have to buy that, then I might as well just buy this jar and not use up my other jars. And what I'm doing is applying some Mod Podge to the rim, and I do have the little tiny snowflakes, so no smaller than these ones that I did buy at the beginning of the season from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be dipping this rim into those to give the illusion of this being snow covered. I wound up deciding that it wasn't enough to just have the rim, and so I wanted the snow coming down a little bit. And as you can see, I'm not covering it evenly on purpose. I'm having some of it go lower, some of it go higher, so that it looks like the snow was kind of dripping down. And I just cover it this way. Make sure you put something underneath your jar so you can collect those sparkles again and either reuse them or pop them in the jar, whichever, but just don't waste them. There's no point in wasting them. After you dump them over, then you want to go back and see if you missed anything, and if you did, then you go back and pour it over again. And once it dries, if you wanted, you could spray it with a sealer, like a sealing glue. I didn't do that this time because I didn't you will wind up getting it around the jar, and I didn't want to bother with covering it up, so I'm okay with the way it is. I'm not going to be moving it around. It's just going to sit in the tray, and the tray is high enough that the kids won't touch it. And then once that kind of dries off, then you add your glitter back into the jar and you do your decorations at the top. For the decorations at the top, all I'm doing is using a scrap piece of jute rope from the Dollar Tree. Well, the jute rope is from the Dollar Tree, but the scrap piece is from a different project. It would just happen to be long enough to go around the rim. So I'm going to wrap it around, and then I'm going to add some jute rope to hang off of those little pieces there. And then I'll add those little pine cones that I also got at the Dollar Tree that are snow covered, and a little bit of greenery left over from a different project. And I'm going to hot glue all of that to that little spot there, so it looks like, again, like a little bow at the top. And that's all there's to it. You could put a faux candle in there if you wanted to. I'm just using it like this, just as, like I said, as a little decor piece. Again, really simple, really inexpensive, and very winter-like. And adding that jute rope makes it really rustic as well. Same with the frosted pine cones. Then I wound up taking off the greenery that I added, and this is what it looks like. Like I said, really, really rustic and very, so this DIY is a little bit more involved. So what I'm doing is I actually need some scrap white paper and a piece of cardstock and a plastic cup or jar or something, or container. So what I'm doing with the scrap piece of paper, I'm just ripping it up into a whole bunch of pieces. You won't need all of these pieces, but I thought I'd rip it up and have extra because you do need to leave them overnight. So what we're doing first, after we've ripped these pieces up, is we're going to go ahead and spray them with water. So you just want to spray it down so that they're nice and wet. And what I'm doing is I'm just making sure that they're not one on top of the other and just really soaking them. And then I'm going to leave them to dry overnight. This seems kind of silly, but you'll see later on what I'm going to do with them. And then for the cardstock, you're just going to need a strip of either a light gray or white cardstock. You don't want to use a different color. Um, those two colors would be best to use. I suppose if you had like a charcoal cardstock, you could use that too, so you can skip the next step. Soaked both sides really well. I just went ahead and well, not both sides, I flipped them. I made sure that they were separated, and I apologize that you can't see better because of the wax paper being so stained. I didn't actually realize it was that bad to see until now. So, but anyway, scrap piece of paper, water down, let to dry overnight. And while that's drying, then you want to get another, this is just cardstock that I cut to the length of my container, and I'm going to be painting it black, but like more of a matte black. So I'm adding a little bit of white into black acrylic paint. And so what I do is I add a little bit and then I mix it, and if I still need it to be lighter, then I add a little bit more. And basically until you get kind of a lighter black, basically, or a really dark gray. If you have like a charcoal black, maybe acrylic paint, or maybe you have Rust-Oleum charcoal black, then you can use that. Or if you have a really dark gray, you could use that as well. But I didn't, so I mixed it up to get that color. And then you're just going to paint your little strip in that color and let it dry off. When you're painting, because I'm making a birch candle holder or birch look candle holder, you want to make sure you're going one direction and kind of the way the wood would go. So you're not going up and down, but you're going side to side. So you're going horizontally, and you're just taking your brush and you're kind of doing light strokes. So that way it looks kind of like wood, if you know what I mean. So after this has dried, you're going to dry brush white on it. But before, don't make the mistake I did. Before you do that, you're going to glue on your pieces of paper that have been drying overnight. And you're going to just use Mod Podge to glue those on. And then you're going to dry brush everything together in a white. It could be an acrylic white paint. I'm using chalk linen white because that's what I have on hand, but you could use any any white paint that you have. It doesn't have to be a chalked white or acrylic paint, whichever. So I made the mistake of accidentally putting the paint on a little bit, and then I remembered that I had these. So you're going to want to wrinkle them a little bit, and then you're going to want to glue them on using your Mod Podge. So I was apparently trying to glue them with paint. I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, sometimes you're thinking about what you're doing, but your mind is elsewhere. So anyway, using your Mod Podge, you glue on these pieces of paper that have dried. You're going to wrinkle them a little bit before you glue them on, and you're going to make sure you put lots of Mod Podge. And if they're sticking up a little bit, like if there's like little bubbles or anything like that, that's okay. You want to leave that as is, and you'll see why a little bit later on. You're just adding depending on your container, like I think I've added about 4. So it depends on your container how many you're going to add, but you just want to add them. You don't want to add them in any kind of like up and down, like one beside the other or anything like that. Just a few of them to have them um, all around your container. So for my specific container, which is a vitamin container, I'm using 4. And then after you've put the Mod Podge on, you can wait for it to dry, or you can just do what I did and just go and apply the paint. And you're kind of dry brushing it on, and again, you're following the grain of the wood, and you're adding more and less depending on where you're putting it on. So on some sides I added more, then I left a little bit off on the other sides, and then I went back, I dried my brush off, and I went back and I just kind of made little lines so that the black would be coming through. And then you have to let this dry again. This DIY is a little bit more involved, and I actually contemplated whether I should include it in this video or not, but I thought, well, it's a great Dollar Tree trash to treasure DIY, and it's winter themed, and it's great for a tray, so why not? So I'm using this gummies container, and I had used that. So this is the white cardstock that I used, and I measured how tall I was going to have the candle holder and how much paper I needed. And I will be cutting this container in half, basically. I think I left 70 millimeters is how tall it is. Um, so just so you get a kind of an idea, it's not very big, but it's also not tiny. These are the big bottles of, this is the big bottle of, there's that, I can't get rid of it. Big bottle of fish oil gummies from Costco. If you didn't have a container that you could use and wanted to buy one, you can always buy one of the candle holders at the Dollar Tree and just make it birch yourself. Um, it doesn't really matter what container you use. I had this one on hand. I had saved it specifically for something. I thought I would make a vase out of it, but this is even better. Now, when you're cutting any kind of plastic bottle like this, you want to be very careful. So what I did was I kind of punctured a hole into it, and I used my scissors to cut around it. I thought I was going to use my miter saw, but it was too hard to use it, so scissors worked best. I used the X-Acto knife to just follow a line, a rough line around it. Then I put some tape around the bottle, like after I cut it off with the scissors, just to get a more even cut around. And I will be finishing it off with some burlap so you won't see the rough edges. If you wanted to make it perfect, it would be pretty hard just because the plastic is a little bit soft. That's why I could cut it with the scissors. So the reason I'm putting the little band of tape around the top is so that I can actually wind up cutting it fairly evenly. So that gave me that straight edge to follow with the scissors, so I can get it as close to even as possible. Again, it's an extra step that I took, but you don't have to do that because you'll be covering it up anyway with the burlap, so nobody will see it. And so once you've cut it as perfectly as you are happy with, then you're just going to paint the top of it and the bottom. It pretty much winds up being almost the whole thing, but the top and bottom you're going to paint out white. So in case the little piece of paper shows through or whatever so that you can't see it, um, you could paint the whole thing white. It doesn't really matter. I did it just more of a precaution. You don't even necessarily have to do that. But again, I'm using that Rust-Oleum white, chalked white linen white paint. That paint goes a long way for me, and as I said before, I constantly run out of white acrylic paint. So for bigger things, I also like to use the linen white because it goes really nicely on everything. It's not too expensive to buy, and I always buy the big container at Home Depot, so that way it lasts me quite a bit. And I'm sorry I don't have the footage, but once this is dry, you're going to take your your bark that you had colored gray, and you're going to hot glue it around the container. And then you're going to take just like a little pick, and anywhere where you have glued down those little white pieces of paper, you're going to try and scrape them off. Sometimes you just lift them up a little bit, sometimes you'll take them off completely. If you've taken too much off and the white is now showing, or it's not, it's a little bit awkward, then you're just going to dry brush some of that black paint back on. And as you can see parts there's lifted, parts are missing, and it's just giving the illusion of bark, which is what you wanted to do. Then you're going to take care of that top part, and you're going to take a piece of burlap and just wrap it around the top and see how much you need. I'm just taking that roll of burlap that I've been using for other projects, and I'm cutting it in half again, and then I'm going to glue the uneven part on the inside of the cup and the even part on the outside. You should use hot glue to glue this down. And then to add more decoration, I have a little bit of the Christmas tree left from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to add the little green part branches so it looks like it has some greenery on it. And that's it for this one. Again, another really easy DIY, but a lot of steps to it. So this one was probably the most involved one out of all of them, but I think it turned out really great. I will be putting a candle from the Dollar Tree into it, and I won't light this candle up, but it's just more for like a decorative purpose, but it turned out really nice and it'll look great in the tiered tray decor, and it's great, perfect for winter. So this next DIY is another easy DIY. It's just a couple popsicle sticks, some decorative glaze, and some glue to make some rustic looking skis. So unfortunately the footage is missing. I don't know where it went. I don't know why my phone doesn't record when I press record. But anyway, what I did was I took two popsicle sticks and I took three popsicle sticks. One of them I cut in half and then I took the tops of it and I hot glued them to the end of each popsicle. And then I took a little bit off of the pieces that were left just to make little feet for the skis. And then I took a small piece of rope and I just hot glued it around the foot part, kind of where your boot would go into the ski. And then I am applying my decorative glaze just to stain the skis a little bit so they have that rustic winter feel. And that's it. So if you can pick up some popsicle sticks at the Dollar Tree, even if you pick up the bigger ones, might even look better to have bigger skis. But you'll need three. Two skis and then one to get the tops of the skis to kind of have that loop. And then like if you cut the tips of each end of that one, and then the just little strips for the boots. Then a tiny piece of rope for the boot strap parts where your kind of boots will go in, so it gives the illusion of a strap. But that's it. Really easy, really inexpensive to make. It basically free if you have popsicle sticks, and I think they look really cute. And again, if you didn't have the dark stain, you could do it with paint, or you could do black paint with white over top, kind of the way we did the sled. Endless options to make it a rustic winter theme thing for your tray. So last but not least, I'm making a little snowball crate. Again, using this mini crate from the Dollar Tree. This one is slightly smaller than the one that I used for the books. And I am using this one to make, like I said, a miniature snowball crate. And I'm just using some black and white acrylic paint to paint it out. When you're painting the sides, you want to make sure that you use a ruler or something like that to get a really straight line. I had to go back and fix mine because I did not use a ruler or tape or anything like that, but I'm painting the top lines black and the bottom and the middle line white. So even though the crate is light, I do have to go over the white a few times. So I do two coats of the white, Then I wind up fixing what I need to fix, and I use Mod Podge to glue on a little handmade snowballs sign. And this is just something I typed up quickly on Google Docs and adjusted the fonts. And the fonts that I used were Easy November for the handwritten, Animatic for the top part, and then just Times New Roman for the 10 cents. And I cut it out. I made it to the size of to match the crate, so about 3 inches wide and about 2 inches tall. And I put some of these faux snowballs into the little container, and it'll make a great winter tiered tray decor piece. Again, all from the Dollar Tree. These faux snowballs are from the Dollar Tree. The crate is from there, and the paint is as well. And the sign I printed off. So I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you so much for stopping by. If you have any questions or comments, leave them in the comment section below. Also, let me know what you think, which one was your favorite. So this first one is actually going to be a round, either sign or wreath. I'm going to be using it as a wreath. So what I'm doing is I'm going to paint out this thin piece of plywood that my husband cut into a circle. So this is kind of like a trash to treasure item. And you can buy these wood rounds. I've seen them on Facebook Marketplace for really cheap, like $5 a wood round or $10, something like that. Or if you have scrap wood that's big enough, you can make it out of that. I believe Home Depot might have it too, so many options. You can also use a pizza pan from the Dollar Tree if that's what you want to go with, because you can't cut your own or you can't find these. So I'm kind of putting this painter's tape in the middle. Well, not in the middle, in the top. A little bit, I'm leaving a bigger part black. I'm going to be painting the bigger part black and the smaller part white. So I kind of estimated where I wanted to put that. And the white I'm going to be painting with the Rust-Oleum chalked linen white. And the black I'm going to be painting with the Rust-Oleum chalked charcoal. And I'll just give them a nice good coat of it. And then when I take that painter's tape off, I'll put a ribbon there so that way you won't see the brown. I suppose I didn't have to put this piece in there because I was putting the ribbon in, but I was worried that I would go too far over and it would be crooked, so this made it kind of be a little bit straighter. But if you're really good at freehanding, you don't have to do that. Once that is all nice and dry, you'll remove your painter's tape and then you can apply your design, whatever you want it to be. So for me, I thought I was going to do a bow and use this white burlap, but I decided not to after. I am using this jute rope, and the design that I made, it just says welcome. I used the Easy November font, and I believe I made it about 4.5 inches tall and 11 inches wide. So I tried to kind of make it as big as my mat would take it for the width. And then all I did was, like I said, apply the ribbon and apply the design. So I do apologize for the angle. I didn't realize that it was so low, but I do wind up fixing it. Now I just put the ribbon on with some hot glue. I glued it to the back, and I just put like a good amount of hot glue. Hopefully it'll stay, and if it doesn't, it's an easy fix. I didn't want to do staples or anything like that because we just got a new door and I'm afraid of it getting scratched, so I didn't want any kind of metal on the back of here. And I do wind up, I don't have this on camera, but I do wind up putting just I have a Dollar Tree dishcloth, so I do wind up putting that in the back, just cutting a circle and putting that in the back just to protect the door, but you don't have to do that. I just kind of get paranoid. So I'll attach the little hanger here, and it's just jute rope. I just hot glue it on, and then I do my design. Don't put your hanger on first, because then I wind up removing it. Don't put it on first, because then you can't push the design on if you're doing a design. So I do wind up removing it and doing it over. The vinyl that I used was the Dollar Tree vinyl, and I'm happy with it for some things, but for lettering, I'm not super happy with it. So it is a little bit tricky. Sometimes it doesn't cut properly. So maybe it's just me, but I did wind up having to redo the M and E because it just didn't cut it properly. So you'll see me fidgeting around with that. So after I apply my design, I reattach the little jute rope for the hook, and then I also attach these green picks that I picked up at the Dollar Tree over Christmas time, and they're just very neutral, a little bit glittery, but to me they look kind of frosted, so perfect for winter, and I attach them, hot glue them to the bottom, just to give a little bit of green to this sign. And that's all there is to it. I think it's really cute. It looks awesome on my front porch. If you guys haven't had a chance, I did a front porch tour on over on my home channel. I posted that yesterday, so if you haven't had a chance, pop on over there and check it out. I'll post it in the description below. But I think this turned out really cute. Let me know what you think. So this next DIY is also super easy and inexpensive to do. I'm just using one of these Monstera leaves that I found at the Dollar Tree last year, so I have it left over. And I'm going to be applying a little bit of this gold metallic paint on it. I'm covering it, but I'm not doing like a full-on, 3 coats coverage. I just want a little bit of the green popping through. So this is what I get when I do that. And then I'm using the Rust-Oleum Chalk Linen White to paint just a piece of cardboard, and I'm not applying it fully where I'm doing like a full coat of the paint. I want it to kind of look like aged wood or birch bark or something like that, so you'll see me doing that right now. So once I achieve the coverage that I want and the look that I'm going for, I set it out to dry a little bit and then I help it with my hair dryer. I actually don't know about you guys, but I get very impatient with this stuff, and if sometimes I'm pretty organized and I kind of, okay, I need to paint this, so I'll paint it and then I'll work on a different DIY. But other times I'm not as organized, so then I get all frustrated and I wind up using my blow dryer. Once I do that, I apply these painter sticks and garden picks, which I have to remember this year when the spring stuff comes out to get more of. And I just apply it to the back to keep the cardboard straight. And again, I'm just using a hot glue gun for all of these, nothing too spectacular. It works pretty well. I bought some Gorilla hot glue and it seems to be holding up pretty well. And then I attached to the leaf with just a little bit of hot glue at the front, and that's all there is to this. It makes a great little winter picture. I thought I would add some more stuff, but then I decided this was perfect as it is. Let me know what you think. Using some flat white paint and a paper plate and I'm going to spray paint that in white. If you already have a white plate, you don't need to use it, or if the color of your cloche is different, then you don't have to paint it at all, but mine was white, so I wanted it white. And then I've got all these leftover bits and pieces. So I've got some pine cones, then I've got this pine cone that I painted. It was actually just from the garden. Then I have these little pine cone picks, little pine cone pieces from the Dollar Tree. I've got a little snowflake, some acorns, just little bits of flowers and some cotton. And I'm just going to be arranging all of this on a plate so that I can see what it looks like, and then I'll be adding it, I'll be hot gluing it down. The only advice I have for this, and I kind of, as I was doing it, I thought, oh, I should go upstairs and kind of see if this will fit if I have it on the edges here and whatnot, but I didn't. So you'll see what I'm talking about after. So I had to kind of cut around and remove one of the pine cones. And so once I get kind of the arrangement that I'm liking, I hot glue it down. It's always good to kind of arrange it first before you hot glue, just so you don't damage your stuff and you can use it after. And I'm just kind of trying to add, bits of green there, bits of white, a little bit pop of color, just to make it look like a nice winter arrangement. So once I've glued everything down, then this is what I get, and this is what I meant that you have to just make sure that you are able to fit it in whatever you're putting it in. So my idea was that I have this cloche that I want to put an arrangement in that I can just put in and take out. You could just arrange all of this without hot gluing it for sure, but this way I can keep it for years to come, and then next year if I'm thinking, what did I put in there for winter? If I'm not feeling inspired, I have this to kind of go back to. And it's nice to have, to not always have to create, you guys, although I love doing it. But sometimes you just want to have something that's there until you create your new DIY. So those are all of the angles. And then I do put a glass lid, and that's what was kind of preventing it from kind of being able to close because I had some things kind of sticking out. But there it is. It's a cute little winter arrangement. Let me know what you think. I believe I got this from a Facebook Marketplace. I got a whole set of them for about 50 cents each. And I'm just spray painting it in just this brown spray paint that I had on hand. And it's just because I didn't like the really light color. Just using a little bit of lamb's ear that I got from Amazon. I have not been able to find this at stores other than Michael's, where it's quite expensive. So I'm very careful with how I use this lamb's ear that I got from Amazon, as I said. I'm just using the two right here, and I'll be hot gluing them down. But before I go ahead and do that, I want to add a welcome sign to the wreath itself. So what I have here is just a scrap piece of wood that's actually left over from my advent calendar. It was just a cutout that I had left over. I wound up staining it with the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze over top of the Annie Sloan black wax. You don't have to do this. You could just use the decorative glaze. It just happened to have that Annie Sloan black wax on it, so I wanted a little bit of a more brown tone, so I added that decorative glaze. And what I'm doing is I'm using my Cricut to cut out the welcome, and I wound up cutting a hole, drilling a hole to the piece of wood so that I can attach it with floral wire. Use my Cricut to cut out welcome using the Easy November font, which I got from Defont. And I'm just going to be dabbing on white acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree onto the stencil. Actually, sorry, painting it on, not dabbing it on. And the key with when you're doing any kind of stencil is you don't want to put too much paint on it. You want to put kind of less is more. So you're better off doing several coats than trying to cake on a lot at once. I did 2 coats of that, and once it dried, I just removed it, and I realized that I didn't have enough of my stencil for the E, so I freehand drew the E. Be careful when you cut out. If you're using little pieces like I do, just make sure that they fit. And I thought they would, and I didn't look well enough on the mat the way it looked on the printout and on the screen and on my mat, but that's okay. I made it work, and I just weed it, and then I'm going to attach it to the wreath. And as I said, I'm just using the floral wire. It's a green floral wire. If you have silver, it would work too. It's going to be covered by the lamb's ear, so I'm not too concerned, and the bow, so I'm not too concerned about it showing because I know it won't show. And I cut it to size, and then I just go ahead, like I said, and I hot glue the lamb's ear, and I also add some cotton stems that I got from the Dollar Tree. And then I'll show you what I do with the bow. So originally I thought maybe I could wrap the lamb's ear around, but I wound up just hot gluing it. And then, as I said, I'm very careful with it, so I didn't want to use too much if I didn't have to. I was happy to add little leaves to it if I needed to. Then I also added the eucalyptus from the Dollar Tree just in here, just to add a little bit more dimension to this. And I cut off little branches of the lamb's ear to save on the stems, and then I'll be adding my bow. For the bow, I really like the buffalo check, the black and white, but I did not have the ribbon for that. So what I actually wound up doing is, at Christmas time, I had purchased the fabric, the buffalo check fabric. Now, if you didn't purchase it at Christmas time, you can always buy the ribbon at Michael's or the fabric at a fabric store. You might even still be able to, I know in the States the Dollar Tree has a little bit more variety than ours do, so you might be even able to pick it up at a Dollar Tree or something like that. But like I said, I didn't have it on hand, didn't want to go out and buy it, so I used what I had. So after I got all of the florals and the cotton in here, then I go ahead to work on my ribbon. So I took a piece of the fabric and I just cut strips off for my ribbon to make, for my bow to make little loops. And once I cut those off, I tied the loops because it's not like ribbon, this is fabric, so it didn't stay up or anything like that, but it gave me the color that I wanted. And I was very careful to follow the pattern of the check, like the checkered pattern, when I was cutting to get as straight as possible. And then I just hot glued it to the wreath just to give me that checkered pattern at the bottom. And then over top, I went ahead and I used some burlap ribbon, and I cut it in half because it was quite wide. I cut it in half so that I would get a thinner ribbon form. Originally, I was going to use something else that I had purchased, but it just wasn't working, so I wound up using the bigger ribbon. And I used the same technique where I just tied, well, I made it like a bow, and then I hot glued it so it looked more like a nice bow rather than like a shoelace tied bow. And that's all there was to this. Again, another adorable wreath. For the second mini version of this wreath, I'm using another mason jar ring, and I've spray painted a part of it, kind of just a little bit over top of it and off on a few of the sides in the same brown as I did the bigger wreath. And this was just so that it wouldn't be so shiny. And again, to save my lamb's ear, I'm just using a few leaves of it for this wreath. And I will be hot gluing them to the wreath and to make it look exactly like the bigger version. I also add some of the other green to it, and I realized that I had extra lamb's ear over there, so I wind up just putting that away. And then I add, which I didn't add to the bigger one, I added the cotton to the bigger one, but the cotton was too big and there was no way for me to make it smaller. So I have these mini little not acorns, pine cones from the Dollar Tree. They're frosted, so they look like there's snow on them. So I add those. And then I just have a piece of a painter's stick, like a stir stick for painting. And I stain that in the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze, and in white paint marker I write the word welcome and I hot glue it to the mini wreath. Then I add a little bit of burlap ribbon, and again, that's all there is to this wreath. So the ribbon that I'm using is actually like a burlap border that you can peel and stick on. So I'm having to use a little bit, like I stick it together, but then I also wind up having to use a little bit of hot glue just because I'm trying to twist it in a way that it doesn't really want to be twisted. But a little bit of hot glue can solve anything. So here it is all finished. Again, it'll be a great addition to my tray decor. And here it is with the bigger piece, bigger wreath. Again, both are so nice and perfect for winter. So if you enjoyed this video, give me a big thumbs up. Here are all the wreaths together, and let me know which one was your favorite. Starting off with a scrap piece of wood, you could do a little plank or a cutting board from the Dollar Tree. The cutting boards are quite hard to nail down, so like to nail in, so just be aware of that. So I'm just using a scrap piece of wood, and I drew an outline of a vase. So this is a super easy and fun DIY. So what I'm doing is I'm just nailing in a few nails into my outline, and I'm going to make basically an outline with nails of a vase. And like I said, you could use any kind of wood, even a cutting board would do, but I tried using one of those bamboo cutting boards and I just had a really hard time getting the nails in, and I wound up cracking the board. So but I am just using whatever nails I have on hand. Some of them are a little bit thicker. So if you go out and buy thinner nails, it might be a little bit easier. I just didn't want to go out and buy things because I'm trying really hard not to buy any supplies and just go through everything that I have because it's gotten out of hand. So anyway, I'm just nailing them down, and there isn't, at least for me, there isn't a set rule of how much I'm putting down. I'm just making sure that I'm even on both sides, and you do want to make sure that the nails are sticking up quite a bit. I mean, they're in there firmly, but you want to have like quite a bit at the top because I am going to be using a rope to finish off my design. You'll see what I mean. So you want to make sure you have room to wrap the rope around. So I go ahead and I do that, and the rope is actually just some twine that I'm using, and it's just the thinner twine. And you can use colorful or any kind that you want. And the nice thing with this is you could do, like, I freehand drew everything, and you could do any kind of shape that you wanted for this. I just did like a basic vase shape because it's spring, and I wanted this to be a fun little spring DIY. And like I said, you could do any kind of shape. You could even do a flower if you wanted to. So I go ahead and I finish that, and then I get my rope or my twine out, and I attach one piece to one of the nails, and I just tie it, and then I cut off the excess, and then I just randomly wrap them around each nail, and there is no set pattern. I just kind of do a random pattern, just fill it in as until I like the way it looks. So this will really depend on what look you're going for and what you want it to look like. For me, I just kept on doing it until I got the look that I was going for. I didn't really have a plan of what look I wanted. Okay, this is what I want. And usually when I do any of my DIYs, I kind of do that on the fly. I start doing it. I have an idea, and then I continue doing it until I get the look that I like. Once I finished off my design, I tied it up at the end so that it wouldn't come off, and then I added some fake flowers, some faux flowers, just these lavender sprigs in here. Now, once we've got a dumping of snow, once the snow is gone, and I do have some fresh flowers, I'll put some flowers in that dry nicely, and I could have some fresh flowers in there for the year that dry nicely, and I could have it for the season actually. So, but for now, my faux flowers will do. So that's all there is to this DIY, and I think it turned out really cute. And you can hang it up, you could put it on a tray, you can make it bigger or smaller, whatever you'd like. But here's a cute little idea and very inexpensive to make, and I think it turned out really cute. Let me know what you guys think of this one. So for this next one, another super easy DIY, I still have some of these calendars left over, so I thought I'd use the spring pages from them that I haven't used yet and make my vases. So I'm just using March, April, I think in May from these, and I'm going to be making little cone vases out of these. Obviously you can't use them for water, but they are just for your faux flowers. And like I said, because we have a dumping of snow, I can't really go into my garden and get some spring flowers, and they're still a little bit pricey at the store to get them, and I haven't even seen too many spring bulbs yet. So my faux flowers will have to do, and I do love to bring them out kind of middle of February just because it's so gloomy, and then like right after Valentine's Day I like to spring up my house because it makes me happy and it makes my house feel like, warmer weather is coming, because February and January are really harsh months here. And then even March is nice, but March we tend to get a lot of the freezing rain and all that stuff. So anyway, I'm cutting these off into kind of like triangle shapes, but the first one I thought I would make like a actual triangle, and then I realized that if I just cut off the edges and the part where there's a little hole, that's enough. So that's what I wind up doing. And one of them I actually just played around with not cutting it at all. So you'll see me doing that. And basically all I do is, like I said, I cut off the edges that don't look as nice and cut off the corners to make it kind of like a triangle. And then I add hot glue to the edges to make it into a cone. And I attach some jute rope at the very top so that you can hang these if you wanted to. I will speed it up a little bit and I'll put on some music and you enjoy it. And if you have any questions, you make sure you leave those questions in the comments below. So once I get my shapes, I mean my cones made and my jute rope attached, I even used, as you can see, the little piece that was left over so that I wouldn't waste any of the paper. I go ahead and I just place some of my spring sprigs that I have in the cones, and that's all there is to it. Really easy, and again, this is something that you could use dried flowers for as well if you have some, or if you're able to get some from your garden. But from now, this is all I have here, so this is what I'll be using, but this is what it looks like. I think it turned out really, really cute. I love them, and a great use of these papers. Let me know what you think. And if it's something that you would like to recreate, it's basically free. And if you don't have the calendar pages, you can always print off a page from the internet to your liking. Okay, so the next DIY is another super easy one. I have these plastic containers from the Dollar Tree that I got a few years ago, and I wanted to use this one, but I wanted to kind of make it a little bit more kind of shabby chic, I guess. So what I'm doing is I'm using some of my linen white from Rust-Oleum. It's the chalk paint, and I am just dabbing on a little bit on to a paper towel, and then I'm just basically wiping it onto the plastic container to give it kind of like a wash finish. Now you can do this with a terracotta pot too. I just didn't have any on hand, or I know I have some actually, I just couldn't find them. I did recently redid some things in my craft room, and I moved some of my pots, and I don't remember where I put them. I moved them out of my craft room, but I don't know where I put them. So I think they're in a little cupboard in my storage where all of my Christmas stuff is, because I thought, oh, I'm not going to need them until the spring, and now it's the spring and I couldn't get at them. So anyway, but I didn't know if I wanted to use those anyway, so I wanted to use this one. But this is the look anyway, even if you did a terracotta one. I wanted to use the plastic one because if I decide to put a real bulb in there, not a fake one, this holds a little bit better than a terracotta, then it won't leak the water out. And so anyway, like I said, I'm just washing it off there. I mean, dabbing it on there so to give it like a washed look. And once that dries, then I have a tulip, like a tulip, faux tulip that I have. And I have it's a pumpkin. It's a faux pumpkin from a fall DIY that I had. Not DIY, from a fall craft, like from a fall haul that I got from the Dollar Tree. My goodness, I can't talk. So anyway, so I am creating kind of like a bulb, a tulip on a bulb type of thing. So as you can see here, so what I'm going to do is just cut off the bottoms of the tulips to separate them. And then I'm going to just stick them into this pumpkin so that it looks like it's the bulb of the tulip and the tulips are coming out. And they're going to go into this terracotta pot. And I will be just putting some tissue paper into the pot with some of this deer moss, or some of this moss on top, not deer moss, some of this moss on top. And I'll just spray a little bit of the tacky glue just to keep the moss from spilling everywhere. You could put a few rocks into this pot too, just because it's very light. I didn't, but you can do that so that it doesn't fall down on you. But anyway, this is another super easy, inexpensive one for you to do, and it's just a cute little spring DIY for your tray. If you do a tier tray, or even if you do like a little coffee station or anything like that, just like a little pop of spring. So let me know what you think of this one. I'll show you what it looks like all completed. I think it turned out super cute, really fun and easy DIY. So for the next DIY, it's my very last one. It's probably one of my favorite ones. It's very easy again. I'm just upcycling this glass vase. I have a whole bunch of these left over. I, th I don't know where they're from. They're from something. I had bought them, a whole bunch of them. They're from the dollar store, but I've had them for years. So anyway, I'm going to make it look kind of like it's a stone vase. So what I'm doing first is I'm wiping it down, making it nice and clean, and then I'm going to paint it with my linen white from Rust-Oleum. It's a chalk paint, and I'm just doing that to give it a base layer. And once that's nice and dry, I'm going to add this cashmere acrylic paint to a little bowl with some baking soda to make it a nice thick paint. And I'm going to paint half of this bottle with this mixture. And I'm not going to paint it fully like where I'm doing a full coverage. I'm more kind of dabbing it on and lightly painting it. You don't want to do like a full, like trying to do a full coverage because the paint will come off of the glass just because of how it adheres to the glass. And you can see I didn't do full coverage with the vase either. I just did a very light coverage with the white. I just wanted it to have some sort of base at the bottom. And I do this with the whole vase. I wind up having to add a little bit more of the baking soda. Usually I do um, about a teaspoon of baking soda to about, I don't know, I want to say like 3 teaspoons of paint. Basically, I just need it to be kind of the consistency of like a thicker paste is what you want it to be. And I do this for the whole vase at the bottom. And then for the top, I do that as well with a different paint. And I'm not too worried about having a straight line where the two colors meet. I kind of want them to blend together. So as you can see, I'm not too worried. I didn't do a painter's tape or anything like that to make a nice clean line. And I am using, as you saw, a warm white. And again, I didn't use a different bowl, so I kind of used the other bowl so the paints would mix. I wanted it to have a little touch of the cashmere left behind. If you wanted more of a clean white look, obviously use a different bowl. I wanted it to have that blending effect. And I just love the way it turned out. So let me know what you think. I think it's a perfect little addition to my spring decor. I put some ferns in there. So here is the completed look. I just love the texture on the vase. I think it turned out really, really nice. And as you can see, the coverage is very like vintagey and it looks almost like handmade, old, and very rustic looking. So let me know what you think. I love the way it turned out. For the next one, I'm using a candle from the Dollar Tree and a napkin from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just separating the napkin into just the thinnest piece possible and just using the piece that has the design on it. And I'm just going to wrap the candle with this napkin. I'm going to measure it out, wrap it with the napkin, and then I'm going to use some parchment paper. Now you can use parchment or wax paper, but parchment paper is better. And I'm going to heat it up. Now, when you're wrapping it, you want to make sure you don't overlap. You'll see that I overlapped in some pieces, but if you overlap, it's not going to work. So you just want to make sure that you're not overlapping anything and that you're just sticking to the a single layer of your napkin. Now you need the parchment paper because you're going to be heating up the napkin onto the candle. So basically you're gluing it onto the candle. I'm using a heat gun. You could use a blow dryer or even an iron if you wanted to, but I feel like with an iron you run the risk of burning yourself. So I'm just using a heat gun. Be careful because heat guns are hot too, so you could burn yourself as well. And I'm just heating it up until I see that the napkin is kind of sticking to the candle. So you might have to double check, just depends on how hot your heat gun is, and just keep on doing that until you get it to stick. And that's all there is to this cute little DIY. Super easy, but really, really cute. And now you have an Easter candle for under, well, under $2 basically, because I think these candles are either two for $1.50, well, $1.75 now because our Dollar Tree went up, but or even if it's just one, but you know, a set of napkins, you get a whole bunch of napkins. So, and you're not even using one. So here is what it looks like all finished. Really, really cute. I love the way it turned out. And like I said, inexpensive, easy, and very, very cute. Let me know what you think. Now for this next one, I'm using the leftover pieces of that napkin, and I did have one of these eggs. You can get a whole set of them at either Dollar Tree or Dollarama. Now I had this leftover from before, and I'm using some Mod Podge, and I'm just going to Mod Podge the leftover napkin onto this egg so that way it is a matching egg to the candle. And that can be a nice little addition to a tray on your coffee table, or if you do any kind of tier tray decor or anything like that, just a nice little addition to your decor. When you're applying the Mod Podge, because the napkin is so thin, you want to be very careful how you're applying it because you could rip your napkin. So I am using my fingers because I have a better feel for it, but you could use a sponge as well. And just apply it over top of the napkin until you get the desired coverage that you're looking for. This you can overlap. So here it is, all finished. Really fast, really inexpensive, super easy, and matches the candle. Here they are both together, so you can see what they look like. Let me know what you think of this, and if you plan to recreate anything, this is great because you can really choose any kind of napkin you want. Now for this next one, this one is a little bit more involved. So what I'm doing is I'm using some felt as my backing. I was going to make two, but it just took me a little bit longer than I had time to do. So for the purposes of this video, I'm only making one, but I will make a few extra so I can have them as coasters. And I just freehand drew a bunny face. Now you could, if you have the cutouts from Dollar Tree, or if you wanted, you could use the little wood part from the Dollar Tree as well. You didn't have to use a felt, but this way, this is what I had on hand. I don't know if you watched my videos before, but I'm trying not to buy new things from the Dollar Tree, so I'm just using everything that I have left over. So anyway, I'm just cutting out the bunny head that I freehand drew on my felt, and I'm going to use that as my guide to make my coaster. So I'm using some jute rope, and I'm just going to start in the middle by hot gluing a little circle, and then I'm just going to go around and around and around and do like a little spiral. At first I thought I might go around the bunny, like do a little frame around the bunny's head, but then I decided that I wanted to do the spiral effect. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. I'll play some music for you because this did take me a little while, and I'll speed it up just a touch so you can watch while I just glue everything on. And I'm using hot glue. Just be careful because the hot glue gets hot, so use something to protect your fingers so you don't burn yourself. And then just when you're nearing the ears, all I did was I just cut little pieces and I just did straight lines on the ears. I didn't do a spiral, obviously, because it would be too difficult to try and do a spiral on the ears. And then that was all there was to the gluing part. And then after I completed my jute rope, I went ahead and I just covered everything with Mod Podge, and I did this so that way it would harden and it would protect it from any wetness or anything like that, because I am planning on using these as coasters. So that way they're nice and protected and they're nice and hard. So let me know what you think of this one. Here it is all completed. The Mod Podge does dry clear, so you don't have to worry about the white showing or anything like that. And if you had any of the hot glue or anything like that kind of showing, you can clean it up now. And yeah, really easy, just a little bit more time consuming than the other ones, but again, inexpensive. And for the very last DIY, it's another easy one, but a little bit more time consuming and a little bit more involved. So I'm starting with this little plate from the Dollar Tree. It's actually a little plate for planters, so it's a garden dish. And what I'm doing is I'm going to be covering it with jute rope. Now, what I wanted to do was I wanted to use um, grapevine for this. We do have some in my mom's garden, but the snow is so high that we couldn't get at it. I mean, we could, but I didn't really want to be knee deep in snow. So I didn't use it this time. So I'm kind of doing that effect, but with jute rope. So I'm wrapping it around in jute rope, but I'm not doing a straight line all around where like it's all nice and neat. I'm doing a very messy wraparound with jute rope, and then I'm going to be adding some thinner rope over top, so it kind of gives the effect of a grapevine. And I saw this on Pottery Barn. They had a little kind of container like this that they were selling that looked like it was made out of grapevines. So if you do have some, you could do that really easily. It's very easy to work with them, and obviously you would need a garden dish. You just kind of wrap it around and keep on wrapping it around until you get the desired look and the size that you want. But I'm using jute rope and some thinner rope to get that same effect with this garden dish. And again, be careful because the hot glue can burn your fingers. I'll speed it up a little bit, so I'm speeding it up a little bit so that way it's not super boring watching me wrap it around, but I do want to show you me wrapping it around so that you can see that I did do a messy wraparound. And the reason, like I said, I added the thinner rope was so that it would give that look of grapevines, because some of them are thinner, some of them are thicker. Now, after I put the thin rope, I went ahead and I put a little bit more of the thicker rope just to get enough coverage so that it gives me the look that I was going for. And then I went ahead and I spray painted the entire dish, including the jute rope, in a hammered brown spray paint, so that way it looks more like grapevine, a little bit darker, and like I said, more like the grapevine. If you don't have the hammered spray paint, if you just have brown, you could do like a darker brown spray paint, and then you could even do a wash of a little bit of black, but like very, very thin. You could mix a little bit of black acrylic paint into a spray bottle with a little bit of water and just spray it on a little bit and then just dab it on. But up to you. You could make your own little mixture, but this is what it turned out like. And I really like the color a lot. And then to add to this piece, I added some of my, just some egg carton. You could do floral foam, or you could do anything to put at the bottom here to stick your flowers in, but I used egg carton because that's what I had. And I'm just hot gluing it to the bottom and cutting it to size. And then I'm adding these hyacinths from the Dollar Tree, and I am separating them so that I have more, because I'm using 3 bundles, but I'm going to separate them so I have 6 altogether. And then I'm going to be just putting them in there, pushing them through the little holes from the egg carton, and then I'll be spraying some tacky glue on to the egg carton, and then I'm adding some deer moss to it, and that's all there is to this DIY. And here it is all finished. I think it turned out really cute and makes a great addition again to my spring slash Easter DIYs, decor, whichever. I'm putting it on my coffee table and it'll look really, really great. I'm really hoping that I do have a spring slash Easter home decor video over on my home channel, but I've been slacking off with that channel, so hopefully I do get it, but we'll see. Let me know what you think of these. Now I do have a little bonus here at the end that I've added. This is a 3D printed bunny, this light that I got from my husband as a gift, and I'm just turning it into kind of a little bit of more of a romantic, in my opinion, light. So it's iridescent right now, and I wanted it to look like kind of a beast rose, but more of like a dark rose type of thing. So all I'm doing is I am covering up the bottom part with some painter's tape, and I'm going to use this Rust-Oleum high heat paint, and it's more of a matte paint, and I'm going to spray paint the rose, and I moved the lights part of it down as much as I could so that I wouldn't paint over them, and I'm going to spray paint the iridescent part black so that the rose comes out looking black. It looks quite shiny while it dries, but once it dries, it does not look shiny at all. And then the bottom part, I'm also going to paint out black, like the little petals at the bottom. And here's what it looks like all finished. I think it turned out really nice, and it just looks a little bit more high-end in my opinion. Love the way it turned out, and it gives me a little bit of that moody romantic feel. Let me know what you think. If this was a super easy DIY, I think he picked it up off of Amazon. I have seen them on Temu as well, but let me know what you think. You could probably recreate this from the Dollar Tree. I've seen those cloches at the Dollar Tree a little bit smaller, but you could get some fairy lights, put in a rose in there, wrap it around in fairy lights, and recreate your own as well. So this next Valentine's Day DIY is another super easy one. I saw these marble coasters. I believe it was on the Pottery Barn website, and I thought I could recreate them using these wood cutouts from the Dollar Tree. I have decided that I needed to purge some of my Dollar Tree stash that I have during the lockdown and maybe like a year after. Every time I went to the Dollar Tree, if they had stuff, I would kind of stockpile because it was so hard to get things. So now I have all this stuff that needs to be used. But I went to make sure that they still had these, and they definitely have these at the Dollar Tree right now. So they're just wood cutouts that I'm filling the holes in. And I'm going to be making them look kind of like, to have that marble look. Now, you can do this several ways. This is the way that I did it. I do love the way it turned out. I did not love the process, and as I was doing them, I was thinking, my gosh, I hate the way this looks. This is not going to be a DIY that I want to show you guys, but I wound up loving it. So hopefully you guys do too. I'm just using some wood filler to fill these in, and then I just really rub it in there and make sure that it fills in. You may have to do this several times, and you may have to sand it down depending on how well you fill it in the first time. And then I'm just going to be giving it a coat of chalk paint. I'm using the linen white from Rust-Oleum. You may want to do 2 coats and sand in between depending on how smooth you get it the first time. That's really up to you. I just did 1 coat because I found that it gave me the look that I wanted, but depends on how shiny you want it. The look that I wanted, I got with 1 coat. So once you get the coverage that you want, then you want to go ahead and get your grays ready. You want to have 3 or 4 different colored grays and some black. So what I did was I made kind of a dark gray, almost black color using just a plain gray, using a black and white, and using a metallic gray. So those are the 3 gray colors that I used. And they're all just from acrylic paints from the Dollar Tree. I just had leftover ones, so I just kind of mushed everything together. And then I had a little bowl of water and I watered things down. Now I experimented with which brushes I wanted to use. I saw a tutorial where somebody used a feather to do it. I did not have a feather, so I used a really thin brush, and then I used a paper towel to kind of wipe off the water because I put a little bit too much, and then I just did squiggly lines kind of everywhere so you can see, and then I wiped off, and then I added a little bit of the water, and then I made a mess as you can see there, and then I added more paint. Basically, you kind of add as much or as little paint and water to get the look that you're going for, to get it like that natural stone look. And if you look at marble, it's imperfect. Some spots are a little bit darker, some spots are more veiny, other spots are more spotty. It really isn't perfect by any means, and that's what really makes it beautiful, I think. And then once I got the veining to the way I wanted it to be, I then used a little bit of the different shades of gray, and I dipped them in a little bit of water, and then I used my finger to kind of splatter. As you can see, that's what I'm doing there. Splatter a little bit of the paint all over the heart, and then again I dabbed a little bit of the paper towel, and again just basically to get the look that I was going for. I'll zoom in a little bit now and I'll play some music so you can watch the process. I'm not going to speed it up, just so you can kind of see what I was doing there. So here they are all finished. I'm just going to show you what they look like all finished, and then I'll show you with a cup on them and just how I've staged them. So hopefully you like them as much as I do. I didn't seal them yet, but if you do want to seal them, you can use a spray sealer or Mod Podge, whatever you'd like to seal them with. And I don't need to show you how to do that, but there with a cup on them just fit perfectly. A nice little Valentine's cup and nicely staged in my little tray that I have on my coffee table. I just absolutely love how they turned out. I think they're very cute and they do give that marble vibe. Let me know what you think. And off to the next DIY. So the next DIY, I did not use air dry clay, but you can. So I just wanted to show you what it looks like at the Dollar Tree. And then I wanted to show you that you could use either this kind of tray or this little tray that I showed you at the beginning. But for this one, I used this tray because I had it on hand. So I wanted to use something this small, but I just wanted to give you options. Because I wasn't shopping or getting new things, as I mentioned before, I wound up using this one that I had on hand. But like I said, you could use the little one that I showed you at the beginning, and you can use the air dry clay. I just wanted to show you what they looked like. But I had this oven baked clay from a previous project, so I'm using this, but you can totally use the air dry clay. So I'm making a little tic-tac-toe board, and if you decide to go the tray route, you could also use, like I said, this tray. This will be a bit bigger then. Or you could, if you didn't want to use any of the trays, if you have a canvas like this one, like a burlap one, or even a regular canvas, you could use these and then just add little, like you could add little picks in between and make your own little tic-tac-toe board. So lots of options if you didn't find something like this like I had. So I just wanted to show you all the options. And like I said, I'm making a little tic-tac-toe board, but I'm using little hearts and X's instead. So my kids had wanted to make their teachers some gifts last year, I believe. So I picked up this clay from Michael's. So I have it left over. So I am, just like I said, making little X's and hearts using this clay. And you measure out how big you need it for what you need it for. Like it all depends on how big you make your board. And I am doing 5 hearts and 4 X's because I have 9 openings. And it's more for decorative pieces, although my kids have already played with it. So again, depending on how you want to make it, it's totally up to you. And I just eyeball it. If you have cookie cutters, you could roll it out. If you have small ones, you could roll it out and use cookie cutters, and then you have perfect shapes. But I love hand making things and having them be kind of imperfect. So if you watch any of my videos, you kind of see that I love the imperfect kind of handmade things and love to make them look old and rustic. So anyway, so I'll just speed this up. You don't have to watch me make shapes, but this is what I did. So after I made the shapes, I wound up baking them. The instructions said 15 minutes for every 1/4 of an inch. So I think I did about 20 minutes just to get it to be nice and hard. And then I let it cool off. And once it was nice and cool, or cool enough for me to work with it, I painted the hearts and the X's. I just painted them different colors. But before I went ahead and I painted the hearts and the X's, I also painted the board. The board I spray painted, and I spray painted the board with an heirloom white spray paint. And because I wanted the board to be white and I wanted the hearts to be, but not totally white. I just wanted to look like it was whitewashed. And then I wanted the hearts to be red and pink. So I just used this Tutti Frutti pink paint and just a holiday red paint on the X's. And I did 2 coats on both sides. Okay, and that's all there is to it. Here's what it turned out like. So, like I said, they're imperfect, but I love the way they turned out. I think it's a cute little addition. Again, to my tray, I'll add it to probably my tray on my island. And like I said, the kids already played with it, but I think it's super cute. I'm using this arch window type thing from the Dollar Tree. It had live, laugh, love, or live, love, laugh, which is okay, but I didn't want it for this. So I'm just scratching it off using one of these little scrapers that I have from the Dollar Tree. So I just scrape it off. I was thinking about putting some rubbing alcohol to make it a little bit more distressed, but then after I rubbed it off, I was okay with the way it looked. And so here it is all rubbed off. It looks a little bit scratched on the angle here, but you can't tell when you don't have, a big flash on it, as you'll see from the picture. And then I'm just adding this little kind of garland that I picked up from Dollarama. And it just looks kind of like some greenery, and I love to use it for spring. So I'm making a little wreath to hang off of this, and that's all there is to this DIY. So I just wrap it around a few times to make a wreath, and then it has a little wire, so I just attach the wire at the back and then I hot glue it. And super easy, inexpensive, cost me all of, well, $1.50 for the arch window thing and $1.25 or $1.50 for the garland. So very inexpensive, and it's nice as a part of a vignette in a tray or kind of in a corner, wherever you'd want to put it, or even if you wanted to hang it up somewhere, it would be a really cute little addition. Now, today's episode is a part of a challenge that I'm doing together with Ellie from House to Home, my sister Sonia from Domestic Diva DIY, and Marika from Marika Creations. So be sure to check out all of these ladies. I'll link the playlist in the description below. And so once I've hot glued the wreath to the back there, that's all there is to it, and here's what it looks like all finished. So for the next quick and easy DIY, I am doing a sea glass effect on this jar. So the jar is from peaches from Costco that we buy. So I have tons of these jars, and I love that they're a little bit square shaped. So they're just not, they don't look like your typical jar. So I really like them, and the sticker comes off really easily. So I'm making my own kind of sea foam effect paint. Sorry, sea glass, not sea foam. So what I've done is I've put some white glue in there, added a little bit of food coloring and a little bit of water. You just want to get it a little bit runny, not too runny, because if you get it too runny, then you'll have to apply several coats. So just kind of, you'll see I'll lift up my brush, how thick it is. And really, I put a little bit more glue than I needed because I would rather have more than less. So I can't tell you how much I put. I probably put kind of like a finger amount to the bottom of the cup, but you kind of estimate how much you think you'll need. And then the water, I would say, maybe like a teaspoon of water for that amount. But again, play around with it, see what works best for you. And then I just mixed it all together. I have seen people do this with Mod Podge, but I didn't have a flat one. Sorry, I didn't have a glossy one. I had a flat, like a matte Mod Podge. So I didn't want to use that on here just because it wouldn't give me the effect that I wanted. So you can see I'm just adding water little bits here and there, and then just so I can get the right consistency. Now my glue was a little bit thick, so I should have kind of shook it a bit before I poured it in there, but that's okay. So I just wanted to show you kind of the consistency. So see, it still kind of like leaks, drips at the bottom, so it just gives you an idea of what it's supposed to look like. Again, play around with it. If you put it on too thick, it's not like if you have it too thick, when it dries, it's going to be a little bit cakey. So it's like a fine balance. I did wind up adding a little bit more water, and then I added too much, so I just kind of left it, but you can see it kind of drips down there. And then you just apply it, just a really nice thin coat. This was my first time doing it, so I was playing around with it a bit. But you just apply a nice thin coat, and what I'm doing there is I'm just brushing off. I found some of my hair in the in the paint, so I was brushing it off because it was kind of moving around on the paint. And then you just apply this, and I got this idea from another YouTube channel. She bought a mason jar from the Dollar Tree that was already tinted. And I'm trying to avoid the Dollar Tree right now because I have so many craft supplies. I had moved my craft room to a smaller space because I wanted to set up an exercise room. And so my old craft room, which was nice and big, is now an exercise room, but I kept the closet, and that closet is still full of craft supplies. I have craft supplies everywhere, and I have so many of them, and I'm just not going through them. I've reduced how many videos I'm doing. It's too busy with two small kids, a full-time job, and kids and activities. It's really hard to get time in to make DIYs, although it's great self-care. I'm working on it, but so I've kind of reduced it to one video a month to try and make better quality videos and not feel rushed when I'm doing them, and then really enjoy making these crafts and not just try pumping them out. I I would like to start selling them at some point, but I don't, so I keep a lot of the stuff or I give it away if I can. I almost get a little bit shy to give away some things. I'm afraid, oh, well, what if they break or whatever, but this is just kind of in my head the way I am. But anyway, so I'm trying to work through getting rid of some stuff, and since I keep these jars anyway, my idea is to replace all of my spices and stuff and put them in these jars and like in my kitchen, just because we apparently we go through a lot of these peaches from Costco, so um they would be it would look nicer if it was all in these containers, but I haven't gotten to it yet. So I use them for crafting because it's free. They look great, and I can kind of get creative. And if I mess one up from painting or whatever, you don't feel as bad because you haven't paid for it. So anyway, a lot of blabbering for me. You paint this on, and then I am adding some jute rope around the neck of the jar. And I think this is the part where I burn myself quite badly because I don't know if it was this part or the next part, but at one point I burned my finger really badly, and then I have to stop crafting for a little bit and try to take care of that finger. But I wrapped the jute rope around 3 times just to cover that lip where the lid would go, so it's those ridges. So just to cover that, and then I kind of make a little handle out of the jute rope as well. And then I'm going to put one of these solar lights, and again, I do have these solar lights brand new somewhere, but I can't find them because, as I told you, I moved my craft room around and I'm still not able to find things. Even though I tried to keep the organization the same, I moved things and I can't find them. So I used an older one that I had already, and because the opening of the jar is so big, I had to add something to hold the lantern in place, the solar lamp. So I'm adding these beads, which are also from the Dollar Tree, and I will glue them into a circle so that way I can put them in the jar and glue them on top of the jar and put that lantern in, and it'll be a cute little lantern that you can put out on your balcony or on your front porch or whatever if you have on your deck, and a nice little decor piece and a nice spring color which can transition into summer as well. The next DIY that I'm doing is with some lavender from my garden that I had kind of pressed to flatten out a bit. It didn't dry completely, and it's funny enough, it lasted all winter, which my other lavender didn't, but this one did. And so I had pressed it a couple days ago, and it's not fully dry, but that's okay. It smells wonderful still. So I am putting it into one of these Dollar Tree frames, and I have this, I think it's adhesive, I don't know, like tile or whatever, some sort of adhesive paper that I picked up also at Dollarama. And I am putting it on the back of the frame, and then I'll be putting this in. Now, because the plants are a little bit higher, you'll have to kind of fudge around with the backing depending on how long your little clips are to hold it in. Mine were pretty short, and I'm assuming if you get the same frame, they're all the same length. So what I'm going to wind up doing is taking well, these are garden picks, but you could do it with any kind of scrap piece of wood. And I wind up hot gluing it to the back just to hold the frame in place a little bit. I did try to hot glue the little metal clasps, but I wound up breaking them off. So just keep that in mind when you're doing this. Now, I did see a version of this on another YouTuber's channel where they used two of these frames and they just used the glass as the back. So they took apart the frames and then they took the glass from the second frame and pressed the flower in between the glass to hold the flower there, and then that was the back, and then they just glued a little bit at the back to make it into a frame. I didn't have another frame like this. I just had this one. I'm sure I have another one somewhere that I've used in a different DIY, which I could have reused, but I thought having that backing would look really nice. And it gives that, to me, it gives that neutral spring kind of color. So as you can see here, I'm fudging around with trying to stick it on somehow with the hot glue, but it wasn't working. So that's where I added a garden pick for that. Again, all of these are super easy, so you can do them really quickly, really inexpensively, and they're just nice little touches of spring. And even if you just wanted to use them for one season and then donate them or whatever, it's not like you've spent, you know, 30, 40, 50, $60 on any of these, or even 10 bucks, whatever. You haven't spent lots, or it's something that you've had around, and you can donate it and then you don't feel like it was a waste because you've used them and now someone else can love them again. So anyway, after I've done that, that's all there is to it, and here is the finished product. And it's really cute because you could use it with any kind of spring flowers or any kind of flowers that you want, or you can buy them, press them by yourself, whatever you want, but it's a great little versatile project. And for the final project, I'm using a page from one of the calendars from the Dollar Tree and a frame from the Dollar Tree. And this is the easiest DIY. It's kind of even funny to call it a DIY because all I'm doing is I've taken the page out and I'm putting it in this frame, and it makes, again, a nice little, especially if you're doing like a little tray for your table or something like that, or like a hallway table, you can make a nice little vignette. So I'm just adding that in there. Once I actually put the picture into the frame and close it up, I realized I don't like the color. On the video, it doesn't look as bluish gray as it is. So it looks a little bit better on the video, but in real life I didn't like the way it looked. So I do wind up taking the frame, everything out, and spray painting the frame off camera because you don't need to watch me spray paint. There's plenty of videos where I spray paint. If you want to watch them, go back and have a peek, especially some of my first videos. But anyway, so that's what happens sometimes when you're doing these projects. So you kind of have an idea, and then when you put it together, you don't like it, so you kind of adjust. And this is a great little idea if you wanted to reuse your calendar that you're not using from last year and you really like the pictures. This is a great way to reuse them. I cut these from my mom's garden. She has a long grapevine all along her fence, so I cut a few branches off. As you can see, they're nice and dry, and they're perfect for this project, but they're not too brittle, which is great. That's what you kind of want to look for. It's that kind of sweet spot. And I am starting off with using the longest branches, so you do want to try and find branches that are as long as possible, I guess, as much as you want, depending on the size of your wreath. So you start off with your longer branches, and then you can either use a floral wire or in my case, I started using like a fishing line, but I didn't like the way that held for the first one, so I used floral wire. I just didn't have the silver one. I had the one with the green. So you'll see at the end when I'm done my wreath, I wind up cutting that out because I don't want that showing through. But just to help hold the wreath, that's what I do. So I make my form as big as I want it, and then I put the wires on the ends so that it holds a round shape. And once you attach those branches together to make your circle, your wreath shape, then you really don't need that floral wire or the nylon from like the fishing line at all, because you'll just be using the wreath itself to put this together. You'll see like I kind of braid the other branches around, to make it all kind of fit together. And I do leave all of the little curlies and some of the little branches sticking out because I think it'll add to the rustic look of this wreath and it'll give it some depth and some character. So as I mentioned, I grab another long branch and I wrap it around again this wreath and I just kind of braid it in and out until I get it all the way around and then I just kind of hook it in so it stays into place. And I do this with the other ones too until I get the thickness that I'm looking for. So really how much material you use depends on what size of wreath you want to make and how thick you want to make it. So this is kind of like trial and error for you depending. I mean, you could leave it like this and it would be like a cool little thin wreath, or you can make it thicker or really thick. It's totally up to you. So before I show you the rest of my piece, this was my inspiration. It is from Wayfair and it was $136 original cost. So you'll see I made mine for much, much less. So I continue to wrap around most of the branches that you saw in that pile. I only wind up having about 2 or 3 left over. And again, just taking off any pieces that are sticking out and making the wreath not flat. And just continue wrapping it in and out and in and out. So near the end, then I wind up kind of tucking in any pieces that are sticking out, cutting out any pieces that are kind of sticking out too much. And I also wound up cutting one branch in half and just tucking it in because it was making the wreath kind of a wonky shape. And then I also just wrapped some of the branches that just would not tuck in that fishing wire because it's clear so you can't see it. And I wound up cutting the floral wire out with just wire cutters. And then it's time to make it pretty and decorative. Now, what I really like about this wreath is that I can change it out for the seasons, which is great. So if I want to use it for spring, summer, fall, winter, Easter, whatever, I can. Probably even for Christmas I could dress it up if I wanted to. So this is just the base, and the base will stay the same always. And then instead of hot gluing anything in, I'm just kind of pushing decorative pieces in there. Now, it being spring, I'm using spring florals. Now, our Dollar Tree has been kind of slim pickings with florals, and same with Dollarama. I'm not sure if any of the other Canadians that are around here have found the same thing, but I'm kind of going with what I have. Now, mind you, I have not been religiously going to the Dollar Tree because I spent a lot of money at the Dollar Tree last year, and I'm trying not to spend as much this year. So I am reusing some of these things. Now, I don't know if I bought this year or if I bought it last year, but I always buy these greens because I really like them and I like to use them in a lot of my DIYs. So I always like to have them on hand. And all I'm doing is just pushing them in and then adding, kind of just getting it to look the way I want it to. And all you do is you just want to balance off the sides. So if you have a green and a green on each side, and then a lavender and a lavender, and then something in the middle. Now the inspiration had burlap. I didn't want to do burlap. I had a nice silver ribbon, and I really like the way that looks with the lavender, so that's what I'll be using here. But again, you just tuck them in wherever you need to, and if you really need to place them in there, you could use that fishing wire, or you could use a floral wire if you had it. And that's all there is to it. I do wind up adding some grass as well, which I forgot to mention. And like I said, the great part of this is the choice is yours what you want to put in there. Anything at the bottom, or if you wanted to do it on the side, or even to go the whole way on the side, it's totally up to you, totally customizable, as are most things that I make on my DIY channel. I like to make them so they're versatile and you can make them kind of to your taste. And so here is the finished piece. Before you finish this video, or make sure you have liked and subscribed to my channel, and please do leave me a comment. Let me know if you think I nailed it. Here's the original, or I should say inspiration, which was 136 Canadian. And here is mine, which cost probably a total of $4 with the florals. And it's here on my fireplace. It makes an awesome decoration, and I think it turned out really great. Let me know what you think. Make sure you check out everybody in this collab. I will have their channels linked in my description below. And make sure you check out Kiki's DIYs and Deco Easy. Amazing ladies. Actually, all of these ladies are super talented in this collab. So make sure you check everybody out. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a great day. Like, subscribe, leave me a comment, do all the fun things, and see you next week. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. I am creating 3 spring themed DIYs using these items. I do also wind up using 2 garden picks, which are kind of like, they look like paint sticks, but they're the garden picks that I got at Dollarama, and some flowers to embellish the pieces, and a piece of burlap. Now, I am using the sign from the Dollar Tree. It's a fall sign. I'm using one of the calendars. It's the farmhouse calendar. And I am using an easel with a little canvas, a little terracotta pot, some jute rope, some white linen paint from Rust-Oleum, hot glue paintbrushes, black acrylic paint, cashmere acrylic paint, and a baby wipe. So kind of all stuff that you may have on hand if you're crafting. If not, you may have to pick up some of these things, but all very inexpensive. The reason I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalk paint is because I have it on hand and I like to use it when I use it for bigger pieces rather than the acrylic paint, but you could totally use acrylic paint if you wanted to. So for the first DIY, I'm going to be removing the paper off of this sign, and it is kind of like a little bit tougher to remove it. So you could wet it and it might come off more, but I worry about wetting it too much just because it is that chipboard and it might kind of damage it a bit. So just kind of keep that in mind. But I wanted this piece to be really rustic, so I remove the paper, but I don't remove all of it. And then you'll see after I paint, I kind of go back and I sand it down and I remove some more. But I am saving this pumpkin for the fall, for next season. I like to do that. I like to take off all the embellishments if I can. And the reason I started removing it originally was because it was coming off as it is. So I'm just removing it, just ripping it off, and then I sand it down a little bit to get as much as I can off. The main part was to get that glitter off. So because I didn't want any shininess or glitter coming through. Once you remove as much of the paper as you want to and do your sanding, then you can start painting. Like I said, the more you kind of sand down, the more bits and pieces come off. So it might just take you a few minutes, but you can totally use the other side too. You don't have to use this side. I just wanted it to be really rustic, so this kind of worked perfectly. And the sandpaper that I used was just a scrap of sandpaper that I had from other projects, probably from the Dollar Tree. So I just did one coat of the French linen paint, and you'll notice that it's looking a little bit gray, and so is my brush. It's because I used the country gray on that brush before, and I had just kind of put it in the fridge. I was using it for a different project, and I kind of forgot about it. So we just have like an extra fridge down in the basement where I wrap up my paint brushes and I put them in there when I know that I'm going to use the paint a little bit later, so I'm not constantly washing. And so it has a little bit of that paint, but I just kind of keep on going. So it's more of like an off-white paint than a pure white, which I was okay with because I told you I wanted it to be rustic. So I only did one coat, but I went, like after I painted it, I went while it was still wet and added more of the paint, so more of the white was showing through, as you can see in here. And then after that, I went ahead, once it dried, I went ahead and I removed more of that paper off because you'll notice that it started to kind of bubble up a little bit in spots, which it was okay because remember I wanted this to be rustic. So keep that in mind. If you don't take off all the paper, some of it might bubble and you might have to go back and repaint. But I added the paint back on to the spots, then I sanded it, and then I resanded it, removed it, resanded it, but I wanted this piece to look like it was three pieces of wood kind of dinged up and had been sitting around for a really long time. So like I said, this was okay. If you don't want this, then do the other side or remove the paper completely. So after I was happy with removing all of the paper, then I went and I have a long little piece of metal that my husband gave me for longer projects to do straight lines, and I just scored two lines in the project to make it look like it was three pieces of wood, and I just used an X-Acto knife. And again, it's okay if they're not perfectly straight, so even if you wanted to use freehand, you could. My freehand is just not very good, so it's up to you how good you are at it. So I went and then I went over top with some white paint, some black paint, some cashmere paint, and I just kind of dry brushed on and off depending on how much or how little of the black or brown or whichever I wanted showing. Like I said, I wanted it to look aged and rustic, and I kept on having to go over top of the scored lines just because when the paint got in there, then it made it look like it wasn't there anymore. So I just went over top of them as I went. Then I used a baby wipe to kind of blend everything in, and then I sanded down some more. So this is kind of trial and error. I didn't really have like this is the method I use. Usually when I do these things, I kind of do what feels really nice, like what feels good to what feels like it's getting me to the point where I want my project to look. And sometimes it changes from where I start to where I finish. And I guess that's a part of the creative process. So this part would be up to you how aged and rustic you wanted it to be. You might just want to have like a little bit of the black showing through. So you might paint it in black and then white over top and then sand it down a little bit. Totally up to you. So once I achieved the look that I was going for, then I took this little wreath that I got from the Dollarama, and I just made it a little bit smaller. It's already wrapped up, but it's actually like a wreath garland. So I just wrapped it to make it a little bit smaller. And then I'm going to be attaching it on to the sign. You could do this several ways. You can either do a mini wreath hanger if you can find one at a Dollar Tree, or you can do one of those little command strip hooks, or you could do what I did, which is just using a little piece of brown burlap, and then I'm going to tie it on to the wreath and hot glue it just so that it closes that little loop. And then I'm going to hot glue it at the back, and it'll look like the wreath is hanging off of the burlap. And that's kind of the way I wanted to do this. Now, I did wind up gluing this on, and then I remembered I wanted to add those garden picks, which I forgot to put in the video originally at the beginning of the episode because I forgot about them. And then I remembered that I wanted to add those because I was looking at the sign and thought, something is missing. That's what was missing. So then I used my little garden picks. So these garden picks come in like a pack of 12, and they have like a spiky bottom, but I'm just going to be cutting that off, and I'm going to be adding a piece to the top and a piece to the bottom. I thought maybe I could split it in half and get rid of the pointy piece and just use one, but I wasn't able to. I didn't see them this year yet at Dollarama. Hopefully they'll get them so that I can stock up on them. I use them quite a bit in all of my projects. So I just measured how far down I wanted them to be and how from the top and bottom of the piece. And then I went ahead and I added back that white cashmere and black paint and just kind of smudged it and blended it in with that paper towel, with the baby wipe, just to get the look that I wanted. And so once I finished adding the colors to these, I was quite happy with the way this turned out, and I think it'll make a great spring mantle decor. You can even hang it up on a wall if you'd like to. And you can change it out for the seasons too. So if you wanted to have a different wreath, you just change out the wreath and you could have it be for all the seasons. So let me know what you think of this one. I really like it, and it's super easy to replicate. So the second DIY is even easier. I think they get easier as I go through the episode. So I'm just using this small terracotta pot from the Dollar Tree. I think they come in a pack of 2. And I have this from last year. And I'm just painting it out in the chalked linen white. And then I accidentally lost my footage. I don't know how it happened, whether I didn't hit record or what I did, but for the next 2 little bits, you'll see that I kind of struggled with the footage. But anyway, I painted it out and then I let it dry, and then so after it dried, I wound up adding my picture, which was from one of those Dollar Tree calendars. It was the farmhouse one, and I used the little pictures at the back, and it was March. And I wet it just under the sink. I just kind of like let the water run, and then I swooshed it through. And then I ripped off the little pieces so that instead of cutting it out, I had like a little teared up piece so it would blend better. Then I Mod Podged it, and then I used my hot glue to put the jute twine all around. And then I used cashmere acrylic paint and black acrylic paint. I mixed them together, and then I dry brushed that color all around the piece, as well as around the edges of the picture, just so it would all kind of look a little bit aged and rustic. And here's what it looks like. I really like the way it turned out. I wish you would have seen me doing it, but I think you get the idea. Let me know what you think of this one. I added some lavender into the pot as a decor piece. So for DIY number 3, again, another super easy one. I'm using this little canvas with the stand from the Dollar Tree, and I will be adding a picture to it as well. But before I do that, I'm going to be painting out the little stand, the little easel, in the black acrylic paint. So again, I lost this footage too, unfortunately. So it's because I did it in one batch, the Mod Podging and stuff. So that's why. So anyway, I used the calendar, and for this one, I used May. Cut it out again, and I Mod Podged it, and then I added, but this one I cut out straight. Then I added some black acrylic paint, and I dry brushed it around the canvas, and then I added white, and I went over top just to kind of dim down the black, just so it would look a little bit rustic. Then I added just a piece from that lavender. I just cut out one little flower and leaf, and I added it to the corner there, and there it is, all finished. Really, really easy. And here are all three. I really like the way they turned out. They'll add nice spring decor to my house. I'm ready to decorate. My kids aren't, but I am. So let me know what you think, what your favorite one was. I'm sorry about the lost footage, but hopefully you get the idea. If you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. Also, let me know which one was your favorites. I'd love to hear from you guys. For the first DIY, I'm going to be using 3 mason jars. Now these jars were from a friend who was throwing them out, and she had asked me if I wanted them, so I said for sure. Now she gave me a whole bunch, so some of them I've used for canning and a few I've used for decor pieces. So you need 3 jars. They don't have to be mason jars. You can even have, if you have 3 of the same ones that you've saved from, salsa or something like that, you could use those. And I'm going to be painting them out in a few different colors. I will be mixing the colors. So for the first jar, I will be using the Country Gray from Rust-Oleum. For the second, I'll be mixing this Warm White and Cotton Candy Pink. And then for the next jar, I'll be mixing these 3 colors together, the Forest Green, Warm White, and the Pacific Blue. Now, I'll also be adding a little bit of that Country Gray to each one of those colors just to get a good mix. And basically what I did was I mixed them all together, and then if I thought it was a little bit dark or not light enough or too not rustic or farmhousey enough, I kind of added a little bit more of the gray, if that makes any sense. But I didn't want it to be like that. I wanted it to be a really muted kind of dull color. Now I did want the jars to look distressed, so I'm only putting like 1 coat of the paint, and I'm using kind of a coarser brush so that you can kind of see the brush strokes in it, so it looks like these mason jars are really aged. And so as you can see, I'm just doing like a light stroke like that, and then I kind of go over top and add a little bit more, but I only do the 1 coat. I don't go back over it once they dry. I do on one of them just because I'm patching up a spot that I missed. The next one added a dab of pink and a dab of the warm white, and then I went and I put a little bit more of the pink, and I was using the same brush that I used for the gray with the Country Gray, so it kind of gives it that muted gray look as well, grayish pink look. And then for the third jar, I did a combination of the warm white, the forest green, and then I added a little blob of the gray. I did not wind up using the blue. The blue I will be using for the next project. I thought I might add it in here, but then after I saw the way that it came out, I did not add it. So if you guys haven't been to my channel before, my name is Vesna, and I do all things DIY, home decor on a budget. So all the little DIYs that I make, they are for my home. I do seasonal decor and just any kind of DIYs that I need for my house, I create on this channel, and I try to really do it on a budget. So if that's the kind of stuff you like and you haven't subscribed, please do consider subscribing. And hitting that notification bell so you can see when I make new videos. Once the jars dry, I then need to attach them together. So what I'm actually doing is using a combination of hot glue and weld bond, and I'm attaching them one to another, and then I'll be attaching a piece of jute rope around, and I'll go a few times around at the bottom and kind of in between, just to kind of give it an illusion of it being a caddy. I'm not going to be carrying this around, but if you wanted to make it a little bit more sturdy, if you're worried that it might fall apart with the glue, it won't, but if you're worried that it will, you can always put a piece of craft, like a craft stick at the bottom, or a piece of wood, or a paint stick, like a stir stick, and attach it to the bottom with some hot glue and some either E6000 or Wald Bond, whichever you have, and that will keep, it'll just give you an additional support system for these jars. But I did not use that, but I'm just letting you know if that's kind of your worry, then you can attach that at the bottom and it'll just stick them all together. Once they were attached, I decided that I wanted to distress them further. So I used some of the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in Java. So I applied it with a little brush, a bigger brush, and then I blended everything in with a rag. Don't push too hard because if you haven't protected these, so sealed them, which I haven't because I wanted to put the decorative glaze on, you might take some of the paint off. So do a really gentle scrub when you blend it all together. And you don't have to do this process. I just wanted them to look a little bit more messy, if that makes sense, or dirty, kind of old, like really, really old. I added the glaze all around, even in the back of the jars, and then I picked up some floral picks at the Dollar Tree. You can put anything you want in this. If you have fresh flowers, I can't wait to use some fresh peonies or forsythia, anything that kind of blooms in the spring, even tulips or hyacinths if you have them. You can use them because these are glass jars, so you can put that in there and you can use them like vases. But because we still have, 15 feet of snow, not literally, but we still have lots of snow and it's very cold outside, I picked up some floral picks at the Dollar Tree, just green ones which remind me of spring, and I popped them into the jars. I absolutely love spring, so I can't wait for the flowers to start coming up. The winter's so long and so dark, and spring just reminds me of of happiness and brightness and sunshine and warmth. So I'm really excited to be doing these spring DIYs and adding these nice florals and putting them all around my house to brighten it up and make it look warmer. So here is what they look like all finished. I'm using this wall vase from the Dollar Tree. This is another simple DIY. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and taken off the sticker. The glue was really on there. I even bought this little thing from the Dollar Tree that's supposed to help remove the gunk, kind of like Goo Gone type of thing or whatever. I really do need Goo Gone, but I keep on forgetting to buy it when I'm out at the store. So what I'm doing is just sanding it down as much as I can, and I'm also going to sand the entire piece just to get it really scuffed up because I'm going to be antiquing this little piece so it's not so shiny. I saw this idea from several people on YouTube and on Pinterest, and I thought it was amazing. There was all sorts of different ideas, but I kind of did my own. So what I'm doing is just soaking some paper towel in vinegar after I sanded. The sanding piece is very important, so you have to sand it and scuff it up really well. And then I'm going to be adding these paper towels to the piece and letting it sit there for a half an hour. Now I wound up doing that, and then I wound up actually putting the back of the piece into a aluminum bin that I filled with vinegar to give it even more. So I probably let it soak a total of about an hour and a half in vinegar with a combination of paper towels and it sitting in a bath of vinegar. Now, if you're doing the paper towel method, you're not submerging everything in the vinegar. You have to come back every few minutes and re-soak the paper towels. Otherwise, they'll dry out and it won't work. So I probably went every 10 minutes to go and soak them. And then for the first half an hour, and then for the next, I think it was like 45 minutes around there, I wound up just submerging it and then pouring more vinegar over top. And I did not go back. I just left it to sit there. So here is what it looks like after I removed the paper towels. It's nice and aged and I love it. It looks so antiqued and it was so easy to do. It took a little bit of time, but really, really easy to do. And then I'm going to add these floral picks from the Dollar Tree. I think I used 4 different branches. and I put some floral foam into the wall vase so that I could stick the picks in there. And I just do it so these long ones with the white so that they kind of hang at the bottom, and then the other ones I just put in. Really, this is to your taste. You can put lavender in there if you have it. I just did another project with lavender, so I didn't want to add lavender in there, but you can put anything you want in there. And I really like this because I'll be able to use it in the summer, in the fall, and for Christmas too, because the vase itself is versatile, and then you just change out the floral picks. I do take apart the floral picks too, so I don't wind up using quite all four of them, but take them apart, make them fit however you want. They don't need to be in the bunch that came in from the store. Don't be afraid to do that. And you don't need to throw them out. If you cut it too short, you can use it for a different project. And that's all there is to this DIY. Really, really simple, very inexpensive, cost me under $5, and it looks beautiful. I'm going to be painting out this galvanized steel planter again from the Dollar Tree. Although I think it's cute and I thought about aging this one as well, I thought I'd show you something a little bit different. It's still going to be distressed, it's still going to be antiqued, but a little bit differently. So I'm going to be using my Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint to paint over this, and I do 2 coats of it. Not too heavy of coats, but enough to cover it so that it's not showing the steel too much. So after that dries, what I do is I take a baby wipe and I remove some of the paint from the letters, and I'm doing this to make it look even more rustic. I will be going over it with black, but I want it to look even more rustic, so I'm doing this just by removing some of the paint from the letters, and it'll bring out the darker color from beneath. And then I make sure that all of my colors are unified, so I took off a glob of paint with a baby wipe, and then I add black acrylic paint to the top and the bottom using that baby wipe to wipe off excess paint. And then I dry brush all around the container to make it look even more distressed. And that's it for the paint part. As you can see, I painted a little bit on the inside, but not all the way. And it's just that if I put something else in there so that the silver or the steel doesn't show through, but I didn't need to waste paint all the way down because I will never have it empty. And then I'm going to stuff it. Now, here's where I kind of made a bit of a mistake. I did not have enough fluorofoam to put fluorofoam down, so I thought I could just do a little bit of just brown paper and this egg carton. I always use egg cartons kind of as stuffing. And then I thought I could just poke the tulips in there, but unfortunately they weren't staying up straight, so I had to use a little bit of fluorofoam that I had. I just didn't have enough to do the whole thing, so I just kind of played around with it. And then what I wound up doing is I put a skewer into the bottom of the tulips, and then I wound up hot gluing it inside and poking through little pieces of floral foam, and that helped it stay. But before I did that, I decided I wanted to put legs on this, and I just took a cork and I cut it in half, two corks, and I cut them in half, painted them white, and hot glued them to the bottom, just to give little feet to this container. And I'm stuffing the container also with some floral moss. I really wanted the bulbs to show. That's why I didn't hot glue them down, because I could have just hot glued them down and it would have been fine, but I wanted the bulbs to show, so that's why I went the skewer route. But if you do go the skewer route, I suggest you put a full piece of floral foam in the bottom, like have it in there nice and snug so it doesn't move. If you have to put extra, you put extra. And then put the piece of cork, I mean not cork, a piece of skewer into the bottom of the bulb and have it be long enough that the bulb can stay at the top and the part is skewered in, like stuffed into the floral foam, and then put your moss over top. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, leave me a comment and I'll explain better. So that's all there is to it. It was a really easy DIY, again, inexpensive. I actually got these tulips last year at the end of the season, so they were 50% off. So great DIY, and I love, it's very spring-like to me. So here's what it looks like all finished. And again, this container you can use all year round, which is great. For the first flip, I am using this metal sunflower vase from one of our local thrift stores, and I'm going to be sanding down the farmhouse sunflowers or farm fresh sunflowers, that little sign. Although I didn't mind the color and I didn't mind the sunflowers, it just didn't really fit in with my decor, so I'm going to be making it a little bit different. I'm going to save that little leaf that's up there, and like I said, I'll just sand it down so that way you can't see it, and that's all that in terms of prep work, that's all I'm doing. Once I sand it down and rough it up, I'm going to be painting it, and I'm using the Serenity Blue from Rust-Oleum chalked paint. It's similar to the Duck Egg Blue from Annie Sloan, if you've tried Annie Sloan paint. I really like it. It's kind of like a grayish light blue. I really love this color. I painted my island in this color in the Duck Egg Blue, but I painted my island in that color. I painted another entertainment unit in that color mixed with a little bit of white. It's kind of like a mix of it. I love this color a lot, so I'm just gonna do one full coat of coverage, and then I just go back and I touch it up just slightly if there's any of the green showing through. The touch-ups were minimal. I just did a little bit where, if I smudged with my finger or something like that, because I didn't mind a little bit of the green coming through because I will be distressing it, so you'll see that in the next clip. To distress this, I used several colors. I was going to use my liquid gilding copper, but it finally became too old and dried out on me, so I didn't get much out from there. So then I wound up using a little bit of the gold metallic, silver metallic, black, and cashmere paints. I kind of mixed them together and did a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then that helped me achieve. I wanted it to look like there was like a blackish tarnished metal peeling off. That's what I wanted to look on this little vase, and I really think I achieved it. Some spots were a little bit too dark, so I did go over with the blue again, but I did that purposely because the sign that I did put on it, I wanted to go over it with blue, so it was okay. It just kind of dulled down the distressed parts. So I remember when I first started distressing things, and I was always worried, well, what if I do it too much, or what if I don't like it? The beauty of paint, and I say this in every video, is that you can just go over it with your other paint. It's not permanent. Sharpie is a little bit harder to go over with, but it's still possible. So it's not the end of the world unless you don't have the paint anymore. But the way you get it to look the way you want is just by playing around with it. At least for me, there's no set rule. Well, I do 3 strokes this way and 4 strokes this way. I don't. I kind of put it on, push it away from me a little bit, look at it from further away, and then if I think it needs more, I add more. If it needs less, then I always dull it down with the paint that I started with. Again, it's trial and error. The more you do it, the better at it you get. And I've found this technique of using baby wipes to kind of blend some of the paints together. So that's what I'm doing here. And as you can see, it's turning out really nice. And again, dulling down that black so it's not so black. And then I did put that cashmere into a separate container just so that I could get a little bit more, or sorry, not the cashmere, the metallic gold, just so I could get that out a little bit more. And like I said, it's trial and error. And if you don't want to do it on the project that you're doing, you could always do it on just a piece of wood or something like that, just to see, okay, is that the color that I want to do, if you don't want to have the extra work of going back over it. So I went ahead and I created this flowers and garden sign lettering actually from with my Cricut. If you can find these letters at the Dollar Tree, you don't need a Cricut, but you do need something to have like a little bit of a bump on it. You don't want to, I didn't want to use this as a stencil. I wanted it to be actually the vinyl on the vase. So if you can find vinyl letters, or if you're brave enough to cut them out yourself, you could do that or use your Cricut. I thought I was going to do this shape around as well, and you'll see that I'm painting over it so you wouldn't see the black, but then when I put the flowers in garden, I didn't like the way it looked, so I wound up taking it off. So then I just used transfer tape to apply it to my vase. This video is a part of a challenge hosted by Jamie over at Border Bananas, and it's her Flippin' Friday challenge, which she has every month, where she challenges us to find something from the thrift store and make it over and make it look beautiful again, or make it completely different. Whatever you decide, that's your choice. And like I said, she hosts this every month. Please check her out. I'll have her information linked below. I'll have the playlist linked below as well. The playlists have been a little bit wonky, so you may have to use a computer to see the playlist. I think there has been some issues with them. I'm not sure, but everything will be linked below, so check everybody out. And there's going to be lots of creators, so check them out as well. Back to the video. So as you can see, I've applied the flowers and garden here, and now I'm just kind of taking a look. I'm seeing that the F goes too far, so I was going to cut it down, and then when I cut it down, I decided that I really didn't like the way it looked, so then I just wound up removing it eventually. And like I said, all of this is trial and error. If paint had come off when I was removing it, I would have touched it up. I'm not ever afraid to touch anything up or to fix something because paint is amazing to work with, and any kind of chalk paint is very forgiving and really easy to work with. If you haven't tried it, I really do recommend that you try. I love the Rust-Oleum chalk linen paint. It's easier to get. I love Annie Sloan too, but it's a little bit more difficult to get depending, I guess, where you are. At least where we are here, it's a little bit more difficult. So then when I remove that, I decide that I need to go over it, and I knew I would be going over it with the blue. So again, I do my method of applying the blue paint and then removing it off with a wipe. Now this time this wipe was a little bit dry. It wasn't completely wet, so it didn't take everything off, but it just gave me the look that I was going for. So once I got the coverage I was looking for, I then went ahead and just put some flower picks. These I believe I bought off of AliExpress a few years ago. They're just roses and I think they're very cute, so I've popped them in here, and here's what it looks like all finished. So what I'm doing is I have this galvanized pot that I bought at the thrift store for $2, and I am going to be making it a little bit more galvanized rustic looking, and I do this just by combining some colors. Now this pot is from Dollarama, so I think it was $4, so you can get it brand new if you don't find it at the thrift store. You can also find them without the little ropes, and I think those ones are even cheaper, but I came across this, it was $2. It wasn't too bad, and it already had the jute rope, so I loved it. So I'm combining a few colors. I'm combining dark blue, black, gray, and white. And I'm just dabbing colors as I go. And this is how I've made plenty of galvanized look type of pots. So I can link one of the most recent ones. I believe it's a Christmas one that I did up at the top, and you can check that out. There's also a Valentine's Day one where I made wood look like galvanized steel, so check that out. I'll link the two videos up here. And once I do that and get the look that I'm going for, I just assemble the flowers in it, and that's my dupe. Now, for the flowers, I did get these on Amazon, and these lamb's ears. So they were the most expensive part of my project. I believe I got 4 stems for about $13, so it's a little bit more than I would spend. But the stems were, so this is from one stem. These two little stems are from one stem. So the stems went quite a long way. And then I'm just adding these lavender bits um, from Dollar Tree. Now, as you can see, some of them I've already used for other projects. So I would say there's about $3 worth of floral in here, plus maybe another $2 for the lamb's ears. So you're looking at about $5 for the floral and $2 for the basket. So it's about $7. A little bit, like I said, it's not cheap, as inexpensive as the other one, but still fairly inexpensive, especially compared to the dupe, which was quite a bit more. So here is the dupe. And like I said, I think mine is pretty close. So it costs $24.99. Again, that's American, and I'm talking about Canadian dollars. And that's what the dupe looks like. And here's my completed arrangement. I think I am pretty close to what Kirkland's made. So this DIY, like an improvement on something that was pretty nice to start with. So I had these clovers from a St. Patrick's Day sign that I repurposed for my noodle board, which I can link up here. And I'm just going to be antiquing them. So what I did was I let them sit for 24 hours in a vinegar bath. So just some vinegar in a aluminum pan, and I just left them in there so that they would get nice and aged. So as you can see, they got a little bit rusty, which is the look that I was going for. So I didn't bother taking the glue off the back because I'm going to be gluing it back onto something. I just wanted it to look a little bit aged, which is what I got. So for the next decoration, I'm using some trash items. So I'm using this jar. I think it was a salsa jar. And I tried to take off as much as I could of the glue, but I keep on forgetting to buy glue guns. So I took off a little bit, not all of it. So you can see there's quite a bit left, but it didn't matter because I'm going to be painting it out white, and I'm going to be covering that part anyway, so you won't be able to see it. I'm all about saving time, so if I don't have to take off the gunk and it's going to take me too long, I won't do it. You don't need to because I'll be covering it up, so no, you won't be able to see it. I'm only doing one coat of the white, and I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalk linen white paint, and I'm doing a nice coat of it all around the jar. I'm even putting it under the part that'll be covered. I still wanted it to be covered. It just did need to be smooth. And I will be aging this as well, distressing it. So again, I'm not doing 2 coats because I will be distressing it, so I want all of those colors to show underneath. Once that is done, I go ahead and I attach some burlap around the jar, and I'm just using the burlap ribbon that you can get at the Dollar Tree or Dollarama, and I'm hot gluing it all around the jar. After I hot glue the burlap, then I hot glue one of those Lucky Charms that I aged in the previous decor piece, and go ahead and distress the jar. And I'm distressing it with some of this green that you can see, and that green is the forest green or leaf green from acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree, as well as some black acrylic paint. Then I just add these green floral picks from the Dollar Tree into the jar, and that's all there is to this DIY. For this next DIY, I purchased this clover from the Dollar Tree. It's not too bad at the one at the back, like at the front as well. But I didn't want to use that side. I had seen an image on Pinterest of what looked kind of like a palette clover. So that's what I'm going to be trying to recreate with this one. So I'm using this as my base, and I have these strips of cardboard that I cut that I'm going to be hot gluing onto this clover and painting out. Now what I'm doing is I'm just cutting them into different shapes so that way it looks like it's stacked palette wood. It's not all one size. One is smaller, one is bigger, so it just kind of looks like a staggered pattern. So after I attach all of the pieces, then I use an X-Acto knife and scissors just to cut off the excess so that it's the same shape as the clover. So I picked up several different colors for my spring and Easter and summer DIYs. So I'm using, as you saw before, the leaf green, forest green. Those are my darker greens, and then the lime green and neon green, as well as white acrylic paint. And I'll just be mixing them as I go until I achieve the look that I'm going for. I wanted to look a little bit aged and dull. Once I achieve the amount of green that I'm going for, I let it dry and then I just distress it further with a little bit of espresso brown paint, acrylic paint, and I just lightly, almost dry brush on some of this brown just all over the piece in spots where I think it needs to look a little bit more aged. This next piece is a trash to treasure piece, and I'm going to be using a scrap piece of cardboard as well as one of these clovers, but I'm only using this clover to trace around to trace it around so that way I can paint in a clover. So I'll just be using it as my trace. I mean, I could have probably flipped it over and glued the one side and then just painted the one side, but I wanted to stencil it in and draw it on. So I'm going to do that on this piece of cardboard, and then I'm going to put these picks around the cardboard to make it look like a picture frame. But before I do any of that, I will be painting it out in the warm white and white from acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree. So I just do a light coat of the white and I want the brown from the cardboard to stick out from underneath. And then I frame around the piece with these little wooden picks, they're garden picks from the Dollar Tree. And then I also use some cardboard left over from the other project for the top part of it. And I did this for two reasons. I didn't want to cut up 2 more sticks because the other pieces of this stick weren't long enough. So I wanted it to be over top to overlap these. So I needed a little bit longer, so I didn't want to cut them up. And then I also wanted to finish using up these strips that I had cut up. And I'm just using some hot glue to attach these, and then I go over top of the frame with the warm acrylic white paint. Once that dries, I go ahead and I trace the clover in there and I paint it out in a mixture of that forest green and leaf green that I had used for the previous project. So this next piece is another trash to treasure. I always save all the scrap pieces of wood anytime we're building something or making signs or anything like that. Even if it's a small piece like this, I save it because I figure I could always use it in tray decor. So I had this piece left over that I painted white using my chalked linen white paint. And I'm just going to be attaching one of these clovers that I antiqued onto the piece with some hot glue, and I'll be distressing this piece as well with a black acrylic paint, kind of like I did everything else. So there's a theme to this. As you can see, I'm distressing everything in black, green, and brown, sometimes black on its own, sometimes brown and black, and sometimes brown, black, and green, and then just attaching this piece to it, and that's it. Very simple but really cute. And I'm moving it up to the top a little bit more because I have 3 different trays. Some of them have like a little plate part where it goes in deeper, so this way you could see it and I don't have to raise it. So here it is. So this last DIY is a little bit of both. It's Dollar Tree and Trash to Treasure. So I'm using a soy sauce bottle, as well as this little hat from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just going to be taking off all of the pieces from the hat to leave me with just the frame or skeleton of the hat. And then I'm going to be wrapping it around with one of the scarves that I had gotten from the Dollar Tree. I wound up just taking it apart a little bit because I needed it to fit on the bottle. So I wanted that little base part to be a little bit wider so that the bottle could fit on it, so it wouldn't be too high. And this little scarf, like I said, I got from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just wrapping it around because I think it's a nicer St. Patrick's Day color and pattern than the shiny green. So I wrap both the top and part of the hat and hot glue the material to the plastic. I don't glue them together until I actually put them on the bottle, just so I can get them to fit the way I want them to. And then I add a little beard to this guy to make him a gnome. The beard is fur ribbon that I got from either the Dollar Tree or Dollarama. I'm not sure which one I got it from. And I just cut it into strips so I can make a nice brown beard for him. I just hot glue it to the bottle, and then I hot glue for the nose it's actually like a little piece of birch. It came in a pack from the Dollar Tree, these little mini birch logs. So I hot glue that as his nose, and I make little feet using a leftover cardboard, and I wrap them in this fabric as well. I don't wrap the whole foot in the fabric, I just wrap about half the foot in there, and then I glue it to the bottom of the bottle, and I snip down his beard just a touch, because it was a little bit too long, and that's all there is to it. Here's what he looks like. I think he's so cute. So I'm just using the decorative glaze from Rust-Oleum, and I'm using it as a stain. I love using these glazes and wax if you do Annie Sloan. I love the dark waxes for stains. So that's what I'm using here, and I'm using a cloth and I'm applying it with that cloth liberally all over the sign, and then if I get too much, I just kind of wipe it off. So wipe on, wipe off type of thing. And I wound up doing it on both sides in case I wanted to use it in a tray that had both sides visible, and then that way it's covered. And then if I don't wind up using it like that, I may wind up doing like a spring sign as well. I always like to do double-sided signs. Just saves on how much wood you're buying and how much supplies you're spending. So then once it dries off, I use my Cricut to make this little cute little sign. It's just a bunch of arrows with some hearts and Be Mine at the bottom. I believe I downloaded. I can link the link, put the link below. It was a free download from Pinterest that I found. And I'm just putting some white acrylic paint on it. Sometimes I like to dab, sometimes I like to use my brushes. Today I'm using a brush. And I do wind up doing 2 coats of this just because it doesn't, I find the white acrylic paint doesn't always cover the best. And I didn't use my chalk paint this time. So if you don't have a Cricut or a cutting machine, I am almost positive that you could find stencils at the Dollar Tree or something like that of arrows, and then you just add the little hearts in them. Easy peasy. I'm sure you can find them. I never looked because I have the Cricut, so I use that, but I'm sure you could find them. For the vinyl, I'm using a vinyl that I bought on Amazon. It seems to have paid for itself. It was a little bit more expensive than the shelf liner. You can use shelf liner from the Dollar Tree. I find that the clear one works the best. Any other ones, I haven't had success with them. I know other people have. I personally haven't. I find that the clear one has a little bit more stretch to it, but this one works really well. It was the cheapest option on Amazon, so I've used this until I've been buying the clear shelf liner as I see it when I see it at the Dollar Tree, but I have had this, like I said, for a little while now, and I've been using this one. So once you do your 2 coats and you let it dry all the way, then you can remove your vinyl and you get a cute little farmhouse sign that you can use in any of your decor for Valentine's Day. So here it is all finished. I think it turned out really cute. It has a very farmhousey vibe to it, very subtle Valentine's Day decor, which is nice if you don't want it to scream Valentine's Day. For the last DIY, I picked up this sign at the Dollar Tree. It wasn't in the Valentine's section, it was just in the home decor section, and I loved it because it had that galvanized metal in the back and this cute little heart. So what I'm going to do is remove this heart. I thought it was hot glued on there, so I was trying to rip it off, but it's actually screwed in. So I've got this cute little screwdriver set that I got as like a swag gift from somewhere, but it's a little bit too big, so I wound up using a different one. But you just have to unscrew it and remove that heart. Really easy to do. I'm so glad that it was screwed in and not hot glued, because I think sometimes with the glue you might break it as you're trying to take it off. This is an incredibly easy DIY because I'm just basically redoing what the Dollar Tree already made. So I've taken this heart off and I've used sandpaper to sand off the This Is Us because I wasn't particularly happy with the way it looked. And I'm using my Rust-Oleum decorative glaze just to stain this heart a little bit of a darker color. You could use acrylic paint and make your own kind of stain. I've talked about this in several videos. The best one to watch is the stocking video from in my Christmas playlist, because that's where I used paint to stain wood. But I'm using this decorative glaze to stain it, and I'm just putting it right back on there, screwing it back on, and then to make it, give it a little bit of a pop of Valentine's, I'm just going to add a little bit of ribbon. You don't even have to add the ribbon. The ribbon is very optional. I just thought it would give it a more of a Valentine's Day vibe. But again, you don't have to add it. So once I attach the heart back, the ribbon that I'm using is the burlap heart ribbon from the Dollar Tree. And again, I'm going to be hot gluing a bow together, and then I'll just hot glue this to the galvanized tray part just to add a little bit of a bow and a little bit of Valentine's flair, and that's all there is to this DIY. This was basically a makeover, and I wanted to show you guys this because you don't have to have, you know, an incredible amount of tools or anything like that to do it, to make some of the Dollar Tree decor look that much more high-end. This was from the Dollar Tree, but I'm pretty sure if you went to Marshall's, you can find something very similar to this without the This Is Us. I think that the This Is Us made it look a little bit cheaper, but by adding a darker stain, and you could still put something back, a saying back on there, but maybe using a different font if you have a Cricut. But I just wanted to show you how you can kind of make over something from the Dollar Tree with very little supplies and make it look so much better than it did originally. So here's what it is all finished. So here it is all finished. I think it's really cute, and it'll fit perfectly with my decor. So for this first DIY, I'm going to be souping up this little gnome from the Dollar Tree. If you've watched some of my Christmas DIYs, you've seen that I love gnomes. So I decided that making a Valentine's Day one would be awesome too. So I'm going to start off by gently removing this heart that he's holding. I will be putting that right back, so as I take it off, I'm being very careful not to wreck the top of it. And I really thought this guy was cute, so I am keeping him. I'm adding a little bit of stuff to him to make him look a lot cuter. So really simple DIY. It's more like an updo, I guess. I'm going to be using this faux fur that I got. It was just like a ribbon of fur that I got from the dollar store. And I'm going to be I'm going to be cutting it up so that I will use it as his beard and his mustache. And then I will be hot gluing it to his beard and his mustache. And I'm just cutting it into pieces to make the mustache show and have it be a little bit different. Then I'm cutting it from the back when I see that it's hanging off too much. And I will be putting that heart in his little hands back. So I kind of use that as my guide. And for his nose, although the nose is really cute, I wanted to do a round little bead, but I didn't have the big ones. I only had the small ones and it didn't look right. So I decided to use one of the wood sticker hearts from the Dollar Tree, and I will be hot gluing that to the nose once I put his hands in his little heart back. And the heart was already pink. It came in like a set of, you can see right there, it came in like a set of different colored and different size hearts. So I'm just gluing it on. It was already painted pink, so I didn't need to do anything with that. And then it also came with this little heart and arrow, and I broke it as I was ripping it off. So I'm just hot gluing it back together and putting it on there. But because it was red, I wanted to add a little bit of pink to it, so I painted it out in just the cotton candy pink. I just put a light layer of it on top. Unfortunately, I missed myself recording myself doing that, but here is the finished product. He is such a cute looking little gnome, and I also wound up putting the fur on the little end of the gnome. So I put a heart with a little bit of fur on it at the end of the hat, and he turned out really, really cute. I love him. He just looks so much more done up than just the gnome sign on its own. I am using this palette heart from the Dollar Tree. I've removed the tags, and I'm going to be painting each one of the lines a different color. So the first one I'm doing is this one, and I'm painting it in the linen white from Rust-Oleum chalk paint. You can use acrylic paint. I just decided, because I have lots of this white paint, to use the white paint. Once that dries, I go on to my next color, and for the next color I'm using the cotton candy pink from the Dollar Tree as well, and I'm going to be doing the top part of the heart in that color. Then the next line, after I paint this, I'm going to be doing in kind of like a brown stain, but what I'm doing is making my own stain by using this cashmere paint, just very little of it, and just gently, sorry, very lightly spreading it on the wood. And then I'm going to take a baby wipe and I'm just going to rub off the extra paint, and that'll give it kind of like a very subtle brown, almost stain looking paint. And when you're rubbing it off with a baby wipe, try to keep it like the same as the grain, and that'll help with keeping it looking like a stain. And then the last one that I'm doing is I'm mixing the cotton candy pink with a little bit of white and then lightly putting it on and then using that same baby wipe and rubbing off extra paint. And I was trying to figure out which one of these galvanized steel words I'm going to use. They were a 3-pack from the Dollar Tree, and I've decided to go with the XOXO because if you watched my previous video, I did a whole bunch of love signs, so this one I wanted to be a little bit different. So you just hot glue it on. You want to make sure that your hot glue is nice and hot. The first time I tried to put it on, it wasn't quite hot enough, so it didn't stick. But once you get it nice and hot, it'll stick. And then I wanted to put something around the heart to be able to hang it if I decided to hang it. So I'm just using some jute rope, but I had to make it a little bit thinner because it was quite thick. But if you've had these jute ropes before, they're also from the Dollar Tree, you can separate them. So I separated them and took off one layer of the rope. And then I tied it at the back and hot glued it at the back. And that's all there is to the heart. It was a very simple DIY. You needed basically 3 different colors of paints, that XOXO sign and this heart and a little bit of rope, but you could also use the rope that came with the paint. And I think it turned out really, really beautifully. So here's the finished piece. These wood letters and this wood heart from the Dollar Tree, and I want to give them the galvanized look. So they're wood, but I want them to look like steel. So to achieve this look, I'm using these 3 paints plus a white acrylic paint. So I'm using some black acrylic paint, some brown acrylic paint, and some dark blue acrylic paint. And what I do is I put all of these paints on a little small plate and then I just dab on each color on its own. You'll see what I mean by that. I've made many galvanized look things before on my video and on my channel, so feel free to check those out. Those will be more in-depth tutorials, but I thought this one would be a really neat look for this vase. And I'm also using some silver as well. So blue, silver, black, brown, and dark, and white. So depending on the project, sometimes I paint out the project first in a different color, and sometimes I just dab it on. For this one, I was just dabbing everything on because that brown was kind of a look that I thought I could blend in together with these letters to achieve what I wanted, so I did not paint the letters. Now I wanted to attach these letters to a sign, and I want it to be a vertical sign that's quite tall that I could either put on my fireplace or in a corner in my hallway. I haven't decided exactly where I'll be putting it, but I just wanted a tall vertical sign. So when I saw this sign at the Dollar Tree, this love sign, I thought it was perfect. I thought it was a cute sign. I thought maybe I could keep the barn board on the back and that the letters would cover the red fully, but unfortunately they're a little bit too thick for the letters that I'm using. So I'm just going to remove the burlap heart and paint over the sign, and I'm going to use my chalked linen white paint only because I need quite a bit of paint and I only have that small little bottle of the acrylic paint. And I'm saving this heart, that's why I'm taking it out gently, and then I just peel off the excess of this cardboard slash pressboard, whatever it is that's glued on here, just so that I can have a nice even finish. And I like that this sign has the little slits in it, so it makes it look like barn board even more, which I love. So I do 2 coats of the white, and it still shows, the red still kind of comes through, but because I'm putting those letters on top and I'm going to be distressing it, I'm okay with a little bit of that red showing, and you'll see what I mean after. It just gives it that distressed look, which I love. If you really don't like the red coming through and really want it to be covered fully, I would paint the sign black. Then I would paint white over top of it and then sand it down so you have that distressed look coming through. But what I'm doing is I painted it white and then I'm just adding this black acrylic paint. It's in this cup because I had used it for something else and then saved it this way. And I'm adding a little bit of the white just to cover in some of those spots where I did too much and to give it a more, like I wanted almost like a dirty old sign look, if that makes any sense. I'm very technical in my terms. But anyway, you'll see the finished product eventually. So I'm just dabbing it on. I'm not too worried about dry brushing because there isn't much paint left in here, so I'm not caking on a lot of paint. If you have fresh paint, I would dab off the excess so you kind of do like a dry brushing. Then I just use hot glue to attach the letters, the LOVE. And for the O, I'm not using an O, I'm using a wooden heart like I showed you at the beginning. And then I am just painting that heart out in the cotton candy pink, and I'll be attaching that as well to the sign. And that's all there is to this sign. It's really, really simple, very inexpensive. It was definitely $4 for the sign, $5 for the entire sign plus paint, but most of us have some white and black paint and blue paint on hand. But anyway, just for the materials other than the paint, it was about $5. So a cheap sign to make, and I've seen these at Marshall's and places like that. They go for 30, 40 bucks. So really cute. Love the way it turned out. Gives it that distressed look because I used that combination of the white and black. So love it. So on to my decks DIY. But if you guys haven't been to my channel before, my name is Vesna and I do all things DIY on a budget. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and leave me a comment below. So for the next sign, I'm going to be using this heart from the Dollar Tree as well. I really liked this heart. I liked the shape of it. I love the stripes in it, but I didn't love that it was a little bit shiny. I wanted it to be a little bit kind of toned down. So I'm going to tone it down myself. So this sign is even cheaper and even easier to make. So what I'm doing is I'm gently removing this love and taking care not to rip anything off because then you'll have to sand it down. And then I'm following the exact lines of this heart and I'm painting it out in some muted colors. So I'm sanding down the paint and the shininess a little bit so it has that distressed look, because like I said, it was a little bit too shiny, and sometimes when you try to paint that shiny stuff too, it just doesn't stick the best and then you just get another shiny, just a different shiny look. So this is why I'm sanding it down. But like I said, be very careful when you take that love off, because if you rip off the painted part, then you'll have to repaint the whole thing. So I wanted this to be easy. And that love sign wasn't on there very, like it just had a few dabs of hot glue. So I thought I was going to use some painter's tape, but then I decided I'm just going to freehand do this. And I'm using the Cotton Candy Pink. And I'm just following the lines along here. And as you can see, I didn't do a super heavy coat of the pink. I just did a fairly light coat, and now I'm doing kind of a dry brushing of black over top of the white parts. And I did not clean my brush, so it still has a little bit of the pink, so it's more like a dry brush blackish pink on there. And then I'll be attaching the love sign back to it with some hot glue and attaching some rope which came with the sign, like the little string. And I'm just putting it right back in and then hot gluing it at the back. So like I said, it was $1 for this project and it turned out amazing. Like I said, that it totally has that rustic farmhouse look that I really, really love. I don't know if you guys are into signs, but this is my thing probably in the last year and a half. I love making signs, and I never really used to do Valentine's Day, and I'm flooded with ideas this year, so maybe it's the lockdown. But anyway, I love how this turned out, and let me know if you guys do Valentine's decor and if you're loving signs like I am. Leave me a comment below. But anyway, here's the finished piece. So my plan is to put out all the Valentine's Day stuff today. I've already started a little bit, but anyway, here it is, and I'll show you. You can head on over to my home channel and you can see where I displayed all of these. The video will likely be up in the next week, if not before then. But I'll post it on my community. Anyway, off to the next love sign. So this next DIY was inspired by this love sign. I bought this at the Dollar Tree and I decided that it would go really good on this sign. This is my Let's Snuggle winter sign, and I thought it could be a two-sided sign. If you've ever watched my channel, you know I like to have two-sided signs. I save on the wood and I save on the space too, because it tends to be a lot of stuff. So again, another easy DIY. What I did was I'm staining the sign using my Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in Java. and I'm using it as stain. It dries really quick. It's really easy to put on. I just take a rag and I just rub it into the wood. I try to kind of go with the grain, but you'll see that in spots I just kind of go all around, try to get it into all of the grooves, and you basically apply as much as you want, depending on how dark you want the piece of wood to be. I also spray painted that love sign in a white paint. I just used it was just a white spray paint that we had, I think the Rona brand or something like that. And that's really it. Then I just attached the love sign to the wood. So what I did was I just measured out from each side so that the sign would go in the middle, and then I attached screws to it, and basically it's kind of hanging off of them. I'm just checking to make sure it doesn't come off. The screws aren't the same size as the holes. They're a little bit smaller, but I had them stick out a little bit so that the sign would hang on them and not fall off. Then I wanted to cover the screws a little bit, so I used some of my leftover faux boxwood that I had from the summer, and I literally just used 2 little springs I just cut off 2 little pieces on each side, and 2 or 3 little pieces, one I think I did 3, the other one I did 2, and I just hot glued them on just to cover the screws. They were kind of fumbly to hot glue on just because if you don't get the leaf, the little stick part, it's too hard to hot glue that on. So I played around with it a little bit, and some of it I kind of tucked in under the love sign and then hot glued it, but it worked out. And then I attached 2 wooden hearts from the Dollar Tree. They were in a pack of 10, and they had love on one side and they were just blank on the other. So what I did was I painted them out in the cotton candy pink, and I hot glued them onto the sign itself. I just thought it gave the sign that subtle Valentine's farmhouse rustic look that as I've already said, that I love. And this sign was again, $2 to make. The wood itself was free because it was a scrap piece of wood that we had. I was trying to decide whether I would do the burlap heart or if I would do 2 pink hearts, and I went with the pink hearts. And here it is, all finished. Again, another easy DIY. So on to the final DIY. So this next love sign I got this either at the Dollar Tree or Dollarama. I think it was the Dollar Tree, not last year, but the year before, and I just never did anything with it. So I'm just going to paint it out white, and I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalk linen white paint to do this. I'm only doing 1 coat of the white because I'm going to be giving this a galvanized steel look like I did with the first sign. So it doesn't need to have full coverage. I just wanted it to be covered in the white, as a base coat. So again, I'm using a combination of the silver, the blue, the black, the brown, and the white paint. And like I said, I put them on a plate and I just use them as I need it, as I'm dabbing on. I don't really have a set, you have to do this first and that second. I basically kind of put a little bit of this, and then I think, oh, it needs some blue, then I put blue, then it needs black, white, and I just keep on going until I achieve the look that I'm going for. I just wanted to show you what it looks like if you paint it and if you don't paint it before. And to me, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, but to some people it might, so you can kind of look and see which one you like better. So as you can see, I dabbed on the black first, and then I went with the blue and the silver and the other colors. I left the O blank because the O I'm going to be putting some moss on, so it's green. The moss that I'm using for the O is actually this moss ribbon that I got at the Dollar Tree. I've only ever seen it once. I haven't seen it since then, and I kind of like it. It's supposed to stick on its own, but it wasn't really sticking too much, so I just put some hot glue and I cut it to size. I don't ever waste anything, so I wound up using those little pieces that I cut off as well. And again, another really simple $2 DIY, really and easy to make, inexpensive, and I think it, again, that farmhouse, rustic look, beautiful love sign. So if you guys can let me know which love sign you guys loved, that would be great. I can't pick a favorite. If I had to, it would probably be this one and the very first one, but I love all of them equally. They all have a special place that I kind of have an idea of where I'll put in my home, and they'll look really nice with my rustic farmhouse kind of taste that I have. I did do some really pink DIY, so there'll be like pops of those in other places. Like I said, check that out on the home channel. This was the inspiration piece. I really love this piece, but $79 is a lot. This is slightly bigger than mine. This is about 12 inches, and mine is about 8 inches wide and 6 inches tall, and mine is about 4 inches tall. But did not come anywhere close to $79. Mine was about $1. So what I'm using is one of these wood square planks. It is from the Dollar Tree and they're a pack of 6 and I'm only using one. And then I'm using a few of the tumbling blocks as my frame around the piece, and some espresso brown paint and some black acrylic paint. And you will need something to cut these wooden blocks. I have a mini miter saw, which I'm sure you've seen me use in my other projects. And you will need some hot glue and some vinyl, which I also got from the Dollar Tree for $1 a roll, and you only need a little bit. So what I start doing is I start painting out these blocks with the brown, and I'm doing all of the sides. Then I will go over, once it dries, I will go over it with some black. So I start off with the brown and then I move on to the black. And then I use a baby wipe to just kind of work it in. The wood plank itself, I just paint with black acrylic paint and I just do one layer. Once it all dries, I go ahead and I just make my border all around the wood plank. And I am doing this on the outside rather than over top. Usually I like to do things over top, but this one I wanted it to look like it was in a box kind of thing. I was looking for a rectangular shape wooden picture frame or something like that, but I couldn't find anything that I really liked, so this was the best option. And I am just using hot glue. I've purchased some Gorilla hot glue and it seems to be working pretty well. And I'm just using that to glue on my wood blocks. And I have also gone ahead and created a design, and it's just simple. I use Magnolia Sky font that says P.S. I love you. I did ungroup it and then move the letters a little bit closer together and then weld it when I cut it out. And then I just use this arrow as well. And then like I said, I'm gluing everything together. Now, here's where I made a little bit of a mistake. I should have put the vinyl down first and then put the frame around, the little border around. It just made it a little bit harder to put the vinyl on, but not a big deal. But if you are recreating this, it's easier to do it beforehand. As I mentioned, in Cricut, I did weld the design together, so that way when it printed, it would print and it would print together, and I could see the size that I needed. So that way I made it 8 inches wide and 4 1/4 tall, and it just fit perfectly. I did have to cut it down just because the actual vinyl part, like I said, it's because I put the border around. But anyway, If you don't put the border around, like the little frame, then you can just apply the vinyl as is. But if you don't, then you just want to cut it out so that way you can fit everything. And here's the finished piece. I am so happy with it. I think it's such a beautiful, neutral Valentine's farmhouse DIY. What do you guys think? Did I nail it? Did I nail the dupe or is it a flop? Let me know in the comments below. The next dupe is also super easy. All you're going to need is a bamboo cutting board from the Dollar Tree, a cutout of a heart. I made a stencil with some vinyl, some white paint, and some brown paint or black paint. It's up to you, and a little bit of red paint as well. But again, you could make this however you want it, but this is what I was using. So what I've done is I've just measured to make sure that my heart does fit on there. I did measure it before I cut it out, but sometimes when I'm doing cutouts with Cricut, it I do the measurements and then when I go back, it doesn't fit. So I'm not sure if I just do them wrong. So I'm just measuring, making sure that it fits nicely on the cutting board, and I see that it does. And then I'm going to paint out a portion of it in white using the Deco Art chalk white chalk paint. And what I'm doing is I'm just freehand painting, and I'm really kind of like brushing it on so it looks like it's been scratched on there or like it's chipping off. It kind of looks aged and rustic. So really easy and very quick to paint this. And I do two coats of it because it is a white paint and I want the white to show. I didn't want the brown to show underneath. Once I apply the white paint, I go ahead and I use brown paint all around the white paint. So it kind of looks like the whites mixed in with the brown on the edges. And then I added a little bit of black into that brown espresso paint just to make it a little bit richer. If you wanted, you could paint the whole thing or stain the whole thing a dark color first and then put the white over top. I didn't want to do that. I wanted the white to kind of bleed into the paint. So I chose to do it this way. With stain, it would have been a little bit more difficult to do this, but it's still doable. So it's totally up to you. This is the way I went. And I did it all around the edge of the cutting board as well as any light brown parts that you can see. I did not do the back. You know that I like to repurpose my signs, kind of do them for the seasons. So I don't usually do the back of anything unless I know that it's going to be visible wherever I'm putting it. Usually with signs, you can only see one side of it. What I like about this one is it is totally customizable. You can choose to do whatever colors you'd like. Maybe you want to flip it around and do black and white rather than white and black. It's totally up to you. I'm just showing you what I've done. Unfortunately, I lost the footage of me painting this heart, but I used the deep red acrylic paint as well as a black acrylic paint. And what I did was I just put a droplet of the red right onto the heart, and then I put a droplet of the black, and I used that dabber to just go paint it all around and dab it on the edges so that it doesn't bleed and swoosh it all around the heart. Then I have this key that I bought when we went on our Disney cruise. That was such a long time ago. And it was a Mickey shaped heart. So I have a box of them. I think I got them on AliExpress. And I'm using this key as well as some rope. And I'm just wrapping the rope around the middle of the sign and then adding the Mickey key. So it's like a key to your heart. And that is all there is to this DIY. Really, really easy, super cute, and a lot of fun to be able to use my Mickey key. and I just love how neutral it is with like a little bit of that red, but that's why I wanted it to be kind of like a deep red, so it would give that farmhouse rustic look that you guys know I absolutely love. So here's the finished piece. Let me know what you think. I think it turned out great, and I think it's just as good as the inspiration. So our very last DIY is another super easy farmhouse Valentine's Day DIY, and it is this piece of artwork. For this, I found this on Pinterest, and it's again super easy. All you're going to need is one of the larger canvases from the Dollar Tree. If you don't have that, you could use a piece of cardboard. And one of these vinyl sheets, again, this is from the Dollar Tree, and it is kind of like a barn wood type of piece of vinyl. So you're going to need that and a box of the tumbling blocks and something to color the tumbling blocks. I used the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze. You can use whatever you'd like. And then also some hot glue. Now, it's very easy to cut these canvases, and all I did was use an X-Acto knife, and I made the canvas slightly smaller than the piece of vinyl, and that's so that I could wrap the vinyl around the piece of canvas. So just make sure you measure everything and try to make it as straight as possible. I used a square. Once you have cut your canvas, then you're going to want to apply your vinyl. Now the vinyl is just peel and stick, so you're going to stick it. It did need a little bit of hot glue just around the edges, and then you just want to make sure that everything is straight and that it's not wrinkled. Sometimes the vinyl does wrinkle, so you just have to be careful with that. But that's all there is to this. You may have to sand down the edges of your canvas if there's just bits and pieces, but you don't have to because you're covering them with the vinyl. And you can set that off to the side and then go ahead and stain your tumble blocks. Just count out how many you're going to need. It all depends on how big you make your canvas. So that's totally up to you and whether you're using the small ones or the bigger ones. And like I said, I'm just staining them using this decorative glaze. I always put gloves on because it does stain your hands quite a bit. So if you are using it, it's the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in Java. Just make sure that you wear gloves because it'll stain. And I'm just using a brush to apply it. And then after, I just kind of rub it in with a baby wipe. I like to do all of my painting and staining with finishing it off with rubbing it in with a baby wipe. Then I go ahead and I use some of my nautical rope to see how big I want to make this heart. So again, it depends on your board size. Just measure out two pieces that are the same length so that way you can make your heart. And again, it depends if you want your heart to be even or if you want, a little bit bigger on one side, smaller on the other. That is totally up to you. So that's what I'm doing here, just kind of measuring it out. And then I go ahead and I apply my border. The tumbling blocks that I'm using for my border or my frame, I put on top of the piece. So measuring it out to make sure that it's not too big, and then I glue it down so that I can go ahead and make my frame all around. And I don't have to worry about placing the heart once the border is there. Thank you so much for watching. Here's the finished piece. I also attached a little bit of nautical rope to the back so that I could hang it. And I absolutely love all of the pieces. Here they are together. I hope you love them too. I hope they inspire you to do a little bit of Valentine's Day decor. I got this picture. I really kind of thought this was cute. Let's potty, let the good times roll. I thought it was really cute, but I'm not going to be using it in this frame. What I'm actually going to be doing for this flip is I'm going to be flipping the frame. So I'm going to keep that let's potty for a different DIY, and I want to use this frame. And being Valentine's Day, I thought I'd do kind of a Valentine's Day flair to this. So in keeping with the same farmhousey look like I did with the table, I'm going to be painting this out. So the glass is pretty dirty, so I'll have to clean that out, but I'm going to clean the frame, same thing. I'm going to do the Lysol wipes just to get it nice and clean. And then I'm going to be using my two paints. So for my first paint, as you can see, I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalked charcoal paint. So it's basically just a kind of like a matte black. I love this paint. I've used it quite a bit, and I've even like tried to replicate this matte black in different projects. But I'm just painting it out, and once I get it fully covered, I let it dry. I go back and just touch it up a little bit because I didn't notice that there were spots that I didn't get, but I let it dry overnight thoroughly before I apply the white paint. For the white paint, again, I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint. Actually, Sandra is the one who got me hooked on this paint. She was using it quite a bit. Before this, I was using the Annie Sloan white paint, but I really like this paint. It's a little bit more budget friendly than the Annie Sloan one, only because you can get the big jug of it. So I always get the big jug at Home Depot, and I use it for a lot of my projects. So again, I'm just applying the paint. Now, obviously, with this one, I can't do too much of a random stroke because it's just a little frame. But I'm covering it nicely once, and then I'll do it again. This one I did not do sanding in between just because it didn't need it. I just make sure that you do a lighter coat. You don't want to cake on too much. Once it dried, all I did was I just lightly sanded it to get a little bit of the distressed look. So again, using that 150 grit sandpaper, I sanded, again, random spots just to get the distressed look, a little bit at the top, a little bit at the bottom. So you kind of, when you're doing this, do a little bit. Don't do a lot at once just in case you don't like it. But again, it's just paint. So if you don't like it, you can paint over it. It's not the end of the world. But in case you want to save yourself the work, you just do a little bit and then add more as you go. People often tell me, oh, I would love to paint my furniture, but I'm so scared. Well, I get it. If something is stained and then you paint it and you don't like it, you might not be able to get that same stain, but you can always, it's wood, so you can always strip it and get it back to the, especially if it's good quality stuff, you can get it back to its bare shape and stain it anything you want if you didn't like the paint. It's just a lot of elbow grease, but it's not like you've cut it up into pieces and now you can't have it back. So anyway, once you've got the distress look, then you want to put in whatever you want in your picture frame. I chose to do this Love Deeply sign just in the spirit of Valentine's Day, and then in the spirit of farmhouse. I thought this was a really cute little picture to put in there, and I just wrote Love Deeply on my Google Drive, like in my Google Docs folder. I use that. I always call it Amanatic, but it's Amatic SC, and then for the deeply, I just used a cursive font that I had. And that's it. So I just put it in here, and this project is done. Now the picture frame is one that should be hung, so I didn't have a back to it, but I just kind of, you can either add a back if you wanted to. I'm probably going to be either using it in the corner on my fireplace or on a tray, so I did not add a back, but here it is. Again, nicely distressed. Love the way this one turned out too. And I believe I got this frame for 50 cents at the Dollar Tree, at the thrift store. I got it a while back. Here's just a picture of what it used to look like before we moved in. So this is how the people had it previous to us. And what we had done is when we moved in, we actually had the popcorn ceiling removed. We changed the light fixtures and we ripped out the carpet. And I painted out the closets to be white. So we put in laminate floors, painted out the walls, and we just did a flat light. And my husband had built this bed, and I built the headboard. And right now, that was my son helping me. because he likes to help. And what I'm just doing is showing you the mess of things, how it looks like just before I get going on it. And what I wanted to do was to do a feature wall. So this back wall is going to be a feature wall. I'm going to be painting it black using this paint from Dulux, and it is the Black Magic Ultra Flat paint. And I am painting, like I said, the back wall black, and I'm adding some MDF boards. They're actually just baseboards that we had left over, and I'm creating a design. So I just did this mock-up for my husband so he could kind of get a visual of what I wanted him to cut, and he cut them up for me, and they're just MDF boards that I will paint out black as well to give it a feature wall. So he just did this, he cut them out for me and did basically what I wanted him to do, and I just did random shapes, geometric shapes, however I wanted them, and just to use up the MDF boards that we had left over from a previous project, and so that they would fit in with our headboard and our wall. And as you can see here, they are finished and painted out black, and I had to do several coats because they were white and they needed several coats, and that's all there was to the feature wall. And then the side walls I did in an olive green color. And that's all there was to the feature wall. And then I added just little sconces because I didn't have electrical there on both sides that I wanted. Like I didn't want to add electrical. I just did battery powered sconces that I picked up on Amazon, and they're gold and they're really, really neat. So I really like them. And I'll show you the finished product after. Then I decided that I needed to have my base of my bed match my headboard, which I really should have done years ago. So I just used some antique dark wax from Bear that I had left over and some black wax from Annie Sloan just to match the headboard. And I am just using kind of the wax on, wax off method, which is what I used on the headboard. You can check out my headboard video from many years ago. It's on this DIY channel, and that was an easy video as well that I made. And I mean, easy DIY that I made, not easy video, it's easy DIY that I made. And I'm just matching that to matching the base of the bed to that as well. So again, here's the black wax and the other wax, and again, just to have both of them match the headboard. Once the bed is waxed and the walls are painted, I move on to this cabinet, or sorry, to this dresser. I had painted this for my son's room when he was born. It doesn't fit into his room anymore, so now it is in our bedroom, and he has different furniture. They both actually have different furniture. So what I'm doing is adding cocoa to the top of the dresser, and I'm going to make it look kind of like it's wood on top. I originally thought I would sand it, but this piece is extremely heavy. So to bring it downstairs so I could sand it and stain it properly, my husband and I, both of our backs are really, really bad. So we just don't have the capacity to bring it down the stairs. And so we're not going to be doing that. So for now, we'll just do the painting, and maybe down the road we may bring it down, or I may sand it up here, but I didn't want to have the dust upstairs. So after the cocoa dries, then I apply some of the antique dark wax on top, and then I also add a little bit of the black wax from Annie Sloan, and I just wipe on, wipe off, but I do mostly the dark wax, the antiquing wax, just to give it that brown look. And I just add a little bit of the black just to get more of a deeper kind of brown look. And then I apply clear wax as a top coat, like a protective coat. So I'm just going to speed everything up, but when you are applying the wax or the paint or any of the Annie Sloan chalk paint stuff, you want to make sure that your brush strokes are kind of random, not just one way up and down. So you're kind of doing it all over the place. That'll prevent it from prevent the brush strokes from showing when you are when your piece is finished. So it just makes it look a little bit smoother. when you apply the wax, you want to apply it again in all sorts of random strokes, and then you want to buff it off with a rag. You just want to make sure that the paint and the other wax have had a lot of time to cure, like 24 hours. Then I went ahead and I applied some of this Tremclad black paint onto the handles, which I took off of the piece. I kept the original handles. I liked them. You could modernize this and put modern black handles. It would make the piece look a little bit more modern, but I'm happy with these ones and I'm happy with the way the piece turned out. But again, you can make this piece even more modern by removing some of the intricate pieces to it. So if you wanted to modernize it, because it is a very good solid piece. So like I said, I love buying good quality furniture. So the other part, the front part of the piece, I am going to paint in a black paint from Rust-Oleum. It's the charcoal black from Rust-Oleum. And again, like I said, you could totally sand all of this down and stain it if you wanted to, because it is solid wood. So very easy to do. And by using the chalk paint, it's not a harsh paint, so it is easy to take off and sand down if I wanted to do it in the future. So I'm just going to get coat down in all of the crevices. I just did one lighter coat and then I did kind of like a light coat over top, more like a touch-up coat over top. That's what you want to do with the chalk paint. You don't want to cake on too much. You're better off doing 2 light coats and kind of a sand in between if you wanted to have a really nice smooth finish. I didn't need to do a sand in between, but if you wanted to have a nice smooth finish, you can do a sand in between. I think I didn't need to do a sand in between because I have a coat of paint underneath, or actually several coats of paint underneath already. So again, when I finished painting this piece, same thing, I applied the clear wax on top. I let it cure for about 24 hours and I applied the clear wax sporadic, like in, not sporadically, applied it evenly everywhere, and I buffed it off with a rag, making sure that I got it in all of the curves, especially on top there as where the drawers open and close, so that way it protects the piece. And so here is what the finished piece looks like, all decorated, and I think it turned out really, really nicely. I purchased this on Facebook Marketplace for $10. I actually have a set of them. They were $20 for the set, but I'm just doing the one for now. And what I wanted to do originally was I wanted to just paint it and not do anything else with it. Then I found that these imperfections that it had were actually making the paint kind of look gunky. So then I decided I was going to sand it all down and stain the top. However, when I was sanding it down, I could not get all of the little corners and everything without having to take apart, and that's kind of beyond my ability. So then I decided that I was going to go ahead and just paint it with this cocoa chalk paint after I sanded it down somewhat, just so that the imperfections were gone and the paint would have somewhere to stick. Now I don't have a lot. Let me see if you guys can see. I don't have a ton in here, so I'm going to dilute it in a little bit of water to make it go a little bit further. And then I will be using the Rust-Oleum charcoal for the bottom. So what I'm actually doing is I'm painting the top part in the cocoa and just the sides of it as well. And then the bottom part, because it's kind of like a two level side table. So the bottom part I'm painting in this cocoa as well. And kind of I want it to look like the frame is one color and then the tabletops are a different color. And because I told you I wanted to go with that wood look, I decided to do the cocoa, and then I'm going to be adding some waxes on top, which will make it kind of look brown, but not wood grain. But when you see this finished product, it's going to look amazing. You're going to love it. So because I did sand it down, I only needed one coat of the cocoa paint. Now you technically don't have to sand down when you're using the chalk paint. However, I found that it sticks a little bit better if you do sand it down. So when you're applying your wax, you don't take off the paint. So if you have the time, if you have the patience, give it a nice rough sanding so the paint sticks better. You don't have to use a primer. You totally could if you wanted to have that even better durability. But once you apply all of your waxes, it'll be pretty durable. And you can always use a coat of some sort of a varnish on top that will protect the paint. Not varnish, like a protective spray. So the brush that you see me using is actually an Annie Sloan brush. And it's fabulous. It's fantastic. It works amazing. The bristles stay on. I've had this brush for many, many years, and it's kind of pricey, but it's well worth the cost. We only have one store that sells, well, we have a few, but none of them are in our town. So the one store that I prefer going to for Annie Sloan stuff is a little bit further out, and because of all of our restrictions, they've been kind of closed on and off. That is why I've gone with some paints from Rust-Oleum that are like the chalk paints. But I really do like the Annie Sloan paint. I find that the Rust-Oleum is pretty comparable. I feel like the Annie Sloan goes a little bit further, and the waxes are like completely different in texture, so it's hard to compare them. I really like the black wax and the dark wax from Annie Sloan, but I also really enjoy that Rust-Oleum glaze. It's just they're completely different. The waxes from Annie Sloan are like waxes, so that you kind of like you put them on and you rub them off, and it's a waxy texture. Whereas the Rust-Oleum, it's just a decorative glaze, so it actually tints your paint color like after you've painted it, but it doesn't give that protection like the clear wax does from Annie Sloan, if that makes sense. but it has a different purpose. The antique wax from Annie Sloan doesn't protect either. But anyway, different textures, so it just depends what you like working with better. So now I'm painting the sides of this piece in the charcoal black from Rust-Oleum, and you can see it goes on nicely as well. And the only key to all of this is before you apply any of your waxes or any kind of painter's tape, because you see that I left like a little bit of the cocoa on the bottom, I'm going to have to change that. I'll have to use some painter's tape just to have a nice even line. But anytime you're using it, make sure you give it time to dry. Chalk paint does dry fairly fast. I would say about an hour and it's dry, but if you want it to be fully dry where you don't have to go back and touch things up, because when you're applying the wax, give it a few hours for it to dry completely. I mean, if you have a day or overnight, let it. You don't need to, but give it a few hours so it's nice and dry. Make sure nothing is wet, because when you will go to apply the wax, it'll take off the paint too. And what I like about all of these paints is that you just need soap and water to wash your hands off. And same with the brushes, you just need some warm water to get rid of the paint. So that's awesome. So I did find with the charcoal paint, I did have to go back and kind of touch things up. Now, I don't know if it's just because I kind of wiped it off the piece wasn't as sanded, so when I applied the paint, it kind of slid off, or if it's the quality of the paint. I kind of thought about that. I'm not sure. I can't tell you which one it is, just because the side of the piece wasn't as sanded as the top of the piece. But it would have been interesting if I had some of the black from Annie Sloan to just kind of try it on the other table and see how it works. But anyway, so I applied the paint and I did have to go back and touch it up for the black. But again, it was just one coat. It's just that I had to touch it up in a few spots. So I guess it was like 1.5 coats. And then I let it all dry. So I did wind up using just a small brush to fix up and touch up the little spots where I couldn't get with my big brush, and in between the curves and stuff like that. So that's the only kind of downfall of the big brush, is you can't get into the little grooves, but then you just take a small brush and do what you need to do. So I was really happy with how this piece turned out. I thought it was really nice as it is, but I still wanted that extra touch of antique, and I wanted this top to be more brown than kind of the light beige. So I'm starting with the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in Java. Make sure you wear gloves when you apply this one, because it does stain your hands quite a bit. And I'm applying it just with a rag, and I'm basically applying it and rubbing it off right away and just kind of rubbing it in there. Do it gently so you're not scrubbing so hard that your wax is coming off. So I do wind up glazing the sides as well, where the black part is. I wasn't going to originally, but then I did it by accident and I liked the way it looked. So this is what it came out to once I did all of the sides and everything. Then I went and I fixed up where my wax kind of took off the paint. That's what I was telling you, to let it dry completely. And then I added this Annie Sloan black wax, and I'm using just a wax brush that I picked up at Lowe's or Home Depot or something like that. It was about 5 years ago, so I don't remember. And it was a natural Bristol brush. That's what I was looking for. And I'm applying it with the brush and then wiping it off with the wax. And I do it all over the piece again, on the tabletops and on the sides. And I don't wind up kind of reapplying the dark glaze onto the parts where I touched it up. I thought it was fine just to add the black wax. And after I finish this, then that's where you do your protective stuff. I will be going to purchase a protective spray, and I can't do that until it's nice out, so I'm not showing you that part. I can add it in the comments once I spray it which one I wind up with. I'm just going to Home Depot and seeing what they have. I was going to use the clear wax, but I wanted to give a spray a try just because I haven't tried it before. And the problem is that it's really cold outside, so I can't open windows or anything like that to air it out. And I want to kind of do this in my garage. I can't do it when it's minus 30 outside, so minus 30 Celsius for those of you in the States. So I can't do it when it's that cold outside. So I'll just wait. These are going to kind of sit for a little while anyway. I haven't decided where they're going, whether I'm going to try and sell them or I'm going to gift them to somebody. I don't know what I'm doing with them. I really love them. I had purchased them originally to put in my family room once we convert my living room, which is right now a playroom, into a living room, and then this will go in the family room. But that's not happening for a few years. But I was eager to get them painted. So I might sell them. We'll see. Or gift them to someone. I'm not sure. But anyway, that's all there is to it. It has a few steps. I still have to fix up the sides there where you see the little cocoa that's kind of going into the black, but I will just touch that up with some painter's tape and just a small brush. And that's all there is to this piece. It's not very hard to do. It did not cost a lot. I mean, the paint I had on hand, if you didn't have the paint on hand, it would cost you, a couple bucks for the paint. But you can also buy small sample paints. You don't have to buy the big paint cans. But I love the way this piece looked. And these pieces, I mean, it's a solid wood piece that was made in Canada, which is awesome. And it's very sturdy, very durable, and now it has been given new life, and it looks like a high-end, expensive piece probably that you could get at, any of the stores that sell kind of French provincial stuff for a couple $100. I was looking online, so per table, and I paid $20 for the two of these, which is awesome. Anyway, I hope you like this. Here it is, completely finished and styled. I am in love, and like I said, I don't know that I want to sell it, but let me know what you think. I did not paint the little handle on the drawer. I left it as it is. I just cleaned it up, and I love it. So let me know what you think. Let me know if you love thrifting as much as I do. All of my furniture in my house, except for my couches and my mattresses, are all thrifted or handmade, including my bed frame. So the plan originally was to sell these, but then as you can see, I wind up using them in my bedroom video. I just wanted to show you this clip of how I refinished these tables because I absolutely love how they turned out. I think I still have them for sale on Marketplace, but I won't sell them because I absolutely love them. They're probably one of my favorite pieces, and I think they just match the bedroom perfectly. So let me know what you think. Here is the completed bedroom with everything set up nicely. I just love how everything came together. The side tables look great. The lamps look awesome. Headboard looks great. I just love it. Let me know what you guys think. My husband thought that the room was going to be too dark, but we have a massive window. The light's not even on, and look how much light we have in here. It is not dark at all. I love the green and the black together. I just absolutely love it. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you think I'm crazy for painting it black or if you think that it just looks amazing. And hopefully you come and check out my video next week, and have a great day. Stay safe and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Hit that like button. Share this video with everybody because sharing is caring. And hit that notification bell so you can see when I post new videos. So this DI is super fun. It's a little creepy and perfect for adding some frightful flair to your yard. So we're starting off with a large piece of cardboard. You can use foam board, wood, or anything sturdy you have on hand. I had this big cardboard piece lying around, so that's what I'm using. The size, well, that's totally up to you. Now let's build the fire effect. So you're going to need some expanding foam like I'm using here, a Dollar Tree cauldron or any you have really on hand, some spray paint, matte black, red, and some purple, and some low lights. I use solar powered string lights and some skeleton props or bones. So the Dollar Tree has lots. So first I sprayed the expanding foam in random patterns all over the cardboard. So this will look like our fire base once it's painted. Keep in mind the foam expands a lot, so don't go overboard. One full can should be enough depending on your size. Make sure to cover the cardboard completely so it doesn't peek through, and try not to get any on your driveway like I did. While the foam is still wet, I added in my solar lights. You can use gloves or a tool to push them in so your hands don't get messy. These lights will give that glowing fire effect at night, and I prefer solar ones since the weather can mess with battery operated lights around Halloween. So next I added creepy details like skeleton parts. I used hands, feet, even skulls that I painted black. And you can add whatever spooky bits you like to make it look like someone's been roasted by the witch. Once I had everything in place, I added more spray foam around the bones and the lights just to secure them and make it look like they're being consumed by flames. So after that dried a little bit, I used spray paint. I used matte black spray paint to over the parts of the foam to give them a burnt charred look. And didn't cover everything. I left some white foam texture to create a cool contrast. And then after I got the look I was going for, I sprayed a bit of red to mimic glowing embers and heat. So you can get creative here, orange, yellow, whatever gives it that fiery feel. For me, I just used the black and the red. So what I also didn't mention here is the cauldron, which I picked up at the Dollar Tree, sorry, at Dollarama because it was a little bit bigger. I wound up just pushing it into the wet spray foam so that way it would stick and you don't need to glue it on or anything or screw it in. You could screw it in if you're doing wood, but this helped it just stick really, really well to that spray foam, and I didn't need to add any glue or anything like that. And then I'm also adding the solar lights into the potion as well because they will create that glowing effect at nighttime. And because I didn't want to waste a ton of spray foam filling the cauldron, I stuffed it first with some paper and some wood, and then I sprayed the foam on top to make it look like it was bubbling over with a nasty, nasty potion. And for the potion, you can make it any color you want. I used purple, but I actually didn't have any purple spray paint on hand. I had used it for a different project. I wound up actually making my own by mixing some rubbing alcohol, a little bit of water, and acrylic paint. And I poured it all into a little spray bottle, mixed it, shook it up, and then sprayed it on. So you don't really need anything fancy. You can make your own acrylic paint. Acrylic paint, make your own spray paint. And then I also added just a touch, like just a spray of red on top of everything to make it look like it's fiery. And then the solar lights inside also made it really pop nicely at night. And remember, the spray foam expands, so it will bubble over and look like it's bubbling over. I think it looked really cool, and you can kind of see like a little time lapse of it expanding. And obviously you can make this potion green, purple, whatever color you want. Like I said, I decided purple was a neat color for me to use. And after that, I wound up just touching everything up to complete my look. And I did anchor this to the ground using some stakes that I had. And I just poked it through the spray foam and through the cardboard, and then kind of pushed it into the ground just so it doesn't fly away because it is light. If you use wood, it'll be nice and heavy and you won't have to worry about that. And then I went on ahead and created my witch that's going to be cooking up the potion. I did forget to mention, I also added a little bit of silver spray paint in here, and that just kind of added to the depth and the charred look of this fire. So I just went on and I, added little bits of whatever I felt like I needed to get it to look like it was burning. And you can play around with this all that you would like. Most of my supplies came from the dollar store, whether it was Dollar Tree or Dollarama, except for the solar lights. Those came from Amazon and the spray paint came from a hardware store. Now, for the witch, her body came from the dollar store, but her top was from a yard sale find. You could get a witch's mask and a hat and just do everything from the Dollar Tree. But I had this cool little witch that I picked up at the Dollar Tree. I'm sorry, at a yard sale. And then I picked up the tomato cage at the Dollar Tree. I added it to a pot. Then I wrapped her up in a Dollar Tree black tablecloth. And I attached everything with zip ties. You can see that I love using zip ties on everything because they just attach everything really well. And I shoved the tomato cage into the pot just to help me create the witch. And then I didn't wind up using the pot actually for the witch. I wound up anchoring her to the ground as well with some U-shaped anchors. The witch's head does have a battery in it, so I did have to protect the battery from the elements. And when you walk past the witch, the motion, she detects motion and then she screams. So for her head and arms, I used that witch prop, which I found at the yard sale. And then it's one of those, again, animated ones, which when you walk by it, it laughs and it's super spooky. And I attached her head and arms to the top of the tomato cage. Then I wrapped everything with that tablecloth. And then to give it more of a witchy look, I also added a drop cloth over top of the whole thing to mimic kind of like a tatered dress. So this helps hide the plastic tablecloth look and it made it feel more realistic, I think. And I staked her right behind the cauldron so it looks like she's cooking something wicked and she's been cooking up people. It really, really made all of the kiddos in the neighborhood spooked and they just absolutely loved it. And so here is how it all turned out. So during the day and at night, I think it looks super cool. During the day, it looks like the fire is real. And then at night, it looks even better because the lights flicker through the foam like a real fire and the cauldron glows and the witch is cackling and the whole thing just brings spooky vibes. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell so that way you can see when I post new videos. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time. I'm using a pack of clear ornaments from the Dollar Tree that I already had on hand, but don't worry, you can still use any kind you've got, like even the pre-painted ones. We're completely transforming them, so it really doesn't matter what they look like to begin with. So first I'm gluing the two halves together so they don't pop open later. Trust me, you'll thank yourself later for doing this part before you paint. Next, I'm painting the ornaments in a soft blue color, which will give it that frosted winter vibe. So it's just an acrylic paint from Michaels actually. So don't stress about making it super perfect. Just make sure it's fully covered because the next step is where the magic happens anyway. So this next step is actually where all the magic happens. So what you're going to do is, while the paint is still a bit tacky, you're going to sprinkle some baking soda right over the top of the ornament. So this is what gives it that gorgeous textured finish that looks way more expensive than it actually is. So I like to tap off the excess instead of rolling it in, and that way you get that natural snowy look, and it's kind of imperfect coverage, but like it looks perfectly natural. So you can do this over a little tray to catch the extra baking soda so nothing goes to waste, and you keep adding until you get the coverage that you want. And so here is the final finished ornament. How incredibly cute is this? It's simple, affordable, looks like something you'd find in a boutique. This is going to look so good on the tree or even styled in a bowl for your holiday decor. All right, guys, so this next ornament is super easy again. Seriously, you're gonna love how this one turns out and how easy it is. So we're still using those plastic Dollar Tree ornaments, and this time I'm giving it a totally different look. So I'm starting by painting it brown, but I wanted it slightly darker and a richer color, so I mixed a little bit of black into my brown. My brown paint was just a little bit too light for what I was going for. And again, these are Dollar Tree or Michaels acrylic paints, nothing special. And yes, I totally didn't wash my blue paintbrush from the last DIY, but that's on purpose because the leftover blue adds a really cool undertone that gives the ornament this aged rustic look. So you don't need perfect coverage here. Just make sure it's mostly covered because we'll be layering other textures on top. And look at my hands, guys. They're completely blue from holding the ornament from the previous ornament. So once you've got it all covered, let it dry completely. I was using my heat gun just to speed things up a little bit because I'm impatient. I run out of time and I wanted to move on to the fun part. So here is where the magic will happen. Once I get it fully covered, I go ahead and I grab some gold acrylic paint. Yep, the one from the Dollar Tree. And I dab it all over the ornament in random spots. So don't overthink it, just go with what looks good. You can use a small sponge or even a piece of paper towel to dab on to the ornament. And then we're going back to that baking soda. So while that gold is still a little bit wet, you're going to sprinkle some of that leftover baking soda from before. It doesn't need to be full coverage, just enough to give it that subtle texture. Then go back over it again with a bit more gold paint. This gives it a really beautiful high-end finish that honestly looks like something you'd buy at a fancy home decor store, like Pottery Barn or something like that. And I also then layered a little bit of that brown paint back just because I added a little bit too much gold. So again, like you just kind of dab on and off until you get the look that you are really going for. There isn't like a big rhyme or reason. Like you can see I was dabbing on and then some spots I dabbed on too much, other spots not as much, but I just kept on going. And I do think that this one might be my favorite out of all of them. I love the age distress look. And you can even see the faint hints of blue peeking through, and it just gives it so much more character. And that's why I didn't wash that brush, was because I knew that it would kind of give that look. So let me know what you guys think in the comments. And would you try this out? Or is this not one of your favorites? So again, here it is. Okay, so moving on to the third ornament, and this one is again super simple, but it really looks high-end. So we're sticking with those same clear Dollar Tree ornaments, and I'm painting this one a brown and black mixture like I did the other one, and then going over top of it with some blue. You can totally stop here if you want and just have a brown look, but I think it makes it pop if you give a little bit of that blue, and it gives it like a custom designer feel, I feel. And we're also going to add more special touches. So once it all kind of dried a little bit, and not completely, just enough so it's tacky, I'm going to just dab it off, dab some of the excess paint off, add a little bit more brown, add a little bit more blue. You don't want to cover it completely. Just think of it more like a dry brushing and like a dab on, dab off, just to add a little bit of depth and that vintage patina look. And again, if you accidentally add too much, don't panic. I just dabbed mine off with a light damp paper towel, and it left behind a beautiful weathered texture that honestly just looks fabulous. You can even sprinkle a tiny bit of the baking soda again if you want more of that matte ceramic style finish. And then just like before, I went in with just a touch of gold paint to highlight a few areas, so not too much. Just enough to catch the light. It gives it a luxury holiday ornament vibe without spending more than a couple dollars. So once everything dries, you can seal it if you want, or to make it last longer, just leave it matte for that soft handcrafted look. So here's how it turned out. I love the mix of blue, brown, and gold together. It feels vintage, cozy, elegant, all at once. Honestly, it's giving little designer vibes on a Dollar Tree budget. All right, so moving on to the next ornament, and this one has such a cozy neutral vibe. It honestly looks like something straight out of Pottery Barn. So for this one, I started with the same clear Dollar Tree ornaments. I spray painted them in this gorgeous heirloom white color from Rust-Oleum. You can totally use any heirloom white, cream, or shade color you have. I just love this one because it gives that soft vintage look. And once that was dry, I grabbed some jute rope and I started wrapping it around the middle of the ornament. Not the whole thing, just the center section. So I've seen this style all over Pinterest and home decor sites like Pottery Barn, and I wanted to make my own budget-friendly version. So I'm just gluing the rope as I go, making sure it's nice and secure. You don't need to overthink it. Just wrap, glue, and adjust until you like the coverage. And yes, if you spotted a little bit of blue on mine, that's because I still had some paint on my fingers from the last DIY. Also, I'm super sorry about the camera angle on this one. I had set up my desk and moved it around, and apparently I didn't do a great job framing the shot. So, we're keeping it real over here on Vesna TV. So once the jute is all glued down, I went back over the edges with a little bit of white paint, just lightly dabbing it on with paper towel to blend everything in. Then I sprinkled some baking soda on it while the paint was still tacky to give it that textured snowy finish we've been loving. And here's how it turned out. How cute is that? It's simple, neutral, and totally looks like something you'd buy at a high-end decor store or like a vintage kind of market. So this first DIY is super easy to make and it turns out absolutely gorgeous. So I am using a black canvas because I love the modern black and white Christmas decor look. And I grabbed mine from the Dollar Tree. As usual, most of my stuff is from the Dollar Tree. And so you will, like I said, you will need the black canvas, some Christmas greenery. You can either cut from a tree, which again you can get at the Dollar Tree, or you can get these little individual branches as well in a pack. So mine were the individual branches. A small piece of burlap, some Mod Podge, baking soda, and hot glue. So you prepare the canvas by unpacking it. Then you're going to shape your tree. So you're going to take your greenery, you're going to cut the branches to a size that you can like. I did some longer and some shorter. And then you arrange them in the shape of a mini Christmas tree. So once you have your shape down, then you can start hot gluing. And you're just going to hot glue the branches onto the canvas in the shape that you created. That's why I created it before, so that way I can see what it looks like before I actually glue it down. And then you're going to add the trunk, which is just a small piece of burlap and hot glue, which are bottomed, which are glued to the bottom of the tree. So I actually wound up doing a few pieces of the burlap because I wanted it to look a little bit thicker and a little bit bigger on as the base. So again, you're going to just take all of this and you're going to hot glue it to the canvas. And once that is hot glued, then you're going to create a snow effect. So you're going to do this by brushing some Mod Podge over the branches and around the burlap, kind of at the bottom. And while it's still wet, you're going to sprinkle baking soda on top of it. Then you're going to kind of shake the canvas off so you get the excess off, and you're just left with a perfect snowy textured look. I absolutely love how this turned out. And that's it. So when it dries, you'll have a beautiful snowy Christmas tree canvas that looks high-end but costs just a few dollars. So let me know what you think of this one. So this next DIY does not require a lot of supplies. It's a little more involved and a bit more time consuming, but it's very doable. And the end result is totally worth it. So what you'll need is a balloon, and try to choose a color that matches your twine or jute rope, which I didn't do. Twine or jute rope or a thin craft string, Mod Podge, hot glue, and optional is a small birch stump or a wood slice for the topper. So to prep your balloon, you're going to blow up your balloon to the size you want your ornament to be. Now make sure it's firm. If it's too soft, the shape won't hold as well. So you're going to match, like I said, match the balloon color to your twine so any spots that peek through won't stand out if you don't get the entire balloon off. You're going to apply the Mod Podge all over the surface of the balloon, and it'll help the string stick as you wrap it. You're going to then start wrapping your twine around the balloon, going into different directions to get an even crisscross pattern. Keep the tension tight. If the string is too loose, the ornament won't hold its shape. But if the string keeps slipping, then tie your string ends together to anchor it before you continue. And then once you get all of that done, you're going to seal it with Mod Podge. So once the balloon is covered the way that you like it, you're going to brush a generous coat of Mod Podge over all the wrapped twine. And you're going to let this dry for about 24 hours so it becomes nice and firm. What I did is I clipped the top of the balloon to like one of those paper clip things, and then I put it on a hook and I just let it air dry. And then once all of that is dry, like completely dry, you're going to pop that balloon, and I just used a pair of scissors to pop it. And then if needed, you can leave a slightly larger opening at the one end when you're applying that string. I forgot to mention this before, so that you can pull the balloon pieces out more easily. So if you're using the Mod Podge under the string, it can make the balloon removal a little bit trickier, but it still works. It just takes a bit more patience. And you can see that I kind of mangled my bulb as I was taking it out, but it's still, I was able to get it back into the shape that I wanted it to be. And then you're going to add the rustic topper. Now I used a small birch stump, but you can use a wood slice or anything that you would like on top of your twine globe, and this makes it look like a cute little Christmas ornament. And that's it. Let me know what you think. Here it is completed. I think it turned out really cute, and I love how rustic and cozy it looks. So let me know if you try this and whether you run into any issues with the balloon or the Mod Podge. Okay, so for this next one, what you're going to need is a cone form. Now you can do a store-bought one or you can make one from paper, but you just want to make sure it's like a poster board. And then paper again if you're making your own, some saran wrap, jute rope or twine, some Mod Podge, and hot glue gun, and some embellishments, and baking soda. So you're going to create your own cone. If you're using paper, just cut out a rectangle, roll it into a cone shape, and then you're going to trim the bottom so that all the edges are even and the cone can stand on its own. You're going to secure the seam with hot glue or tape. I used hot glue. Then you're going to wrap the cone in saran wrap. Cover the entire cone, pushing excess wrap either into the top of the opening at the top and the bottom, and you're going to make sure the whole form is fully covered. This will help the jute rope release later. Then you're going to apply the Mod Podge over the saran wrapped cone, and then you're going to start at the top and wrap the jute rope all the way around the form until you cover the cone completely or as much as you want to cover it. And you're going to apply Mod Podge all over top of the rope when you're done. So you're going to make sure that you do a nice heavy coat, and you're going to let it dry for another 24 hours again. And so it becomes firm. And then you're going to, once it's dry, you're going to gently remove the cone and the saran wrap from the inside of your jute rope tree. You should now have a hollow cone shaped jute Christmas tree. And then you're going to decorate it. So I added a few mini Christmas bulbs at the top. I just did 3. I hot glued them together and then I hot glued them to the top. I hot glued some berries all around it. Again, whatever detail you want to put on. And then to finish it off, I do wind up dabbing some Mod Podge over the tree, and then I sprinkle baking soda over top and then kind of shake it off, and it just gives a really beautiful snowy effect. And so here it is all completed. I think it turned out really cute, and it's rustic and perfect for Christmas decor. Let me know what you think of this one. For this final DIY, you're going to need a couple of picture frames. I originally planned to use 4, which would have worked perfectly, but I could only find 2. I really need to reorganize my craft room, but 2 still worked out great though. So you'll need either 2 to 4 picture frames, a picture print. I used an old calendar page with a Christmas truck, but you could print something off or even use a gift bag, some hot glue, string lights, and scissors or a craft knife, and some embellishments. So you're going to choose your artwork. Like I said, you can print something off the internet, use scrapbook paper, or do what I did, cut out an old image from a previous year's calendar. So this little red truck was perfect. You're going to prep those frames. You're going to remove everything from the inside, bend or remove the little metal tabs if needed so the openings are clear. And then you're going to arrange and glue everything. You're going to position the frames around the artwork the way that you want them to sit, almost like a collage or a window pane. And once you like the layout, you're going to hot glue all around the edges, and you're going to make sure you hot glue the frames together as well. Maybe hot glue them first together and then on top of your image. And then you're going to use either like a craft knife or scissors to cut around the image so that way the excess paper comes off and it looks like, after you've trimmed everything and the frames are secure, it looks like the picture is perfectly framed inside each section. And then most of the picture frames have a small lip on the inside, which makes it great for spot for placing string lights. Here's where I made two mistakes. I didn't check if the lights worked first. They didn't. Oops. And I didn't glue the lights directly onto the inside of the frame, which would have made things a lot easier. So learn from me, test the lights, and glue them to the inner edges before gluing anything to your artwork. And so once I had mine situated, I hot glued the inside edges of the frame and then I hot glued the lights onto the inside edges of the frame and then glued the base battery pack to the back. Then I added some embellishments because the string lights went kind of over top of two spots on the picture frame. So sorry, over one spot on the picture frame. So I just added some embellishments to cover that up, and it actually made the artwork even a little bit more unique. And that's all there is to it. Let me know what you think of this one. I think it turned out super cute, simple, rustic, and such a fun way to upcycle old frames. Some spooky Halloween decor using these skulls from the Dollar Tree. And I am starting with 3 skulls. Actually, 6 skulls, but I'll just show you how I made one of the sets because I don't think you need to watch me make 2 of the same things. But so I bought them from the Dollar Tree, and what I need to do is melt the top a little bit and the bottom so that I can make a hole in the skull. Now, you obviously don't have to do this. I just did this because it made the cutting part easier. You could also drill a hole just to start it, but I was afraid that I would crack the skull or something like that. So this worked okay. Just don't melt it too much. The parts where I melted it too much became problematic because they became quite sharp. They wound up hardening really fast, so they made the edges sharp. So just don't melt it too much, just enough to make it a little bit softer. Now, The container that you make this in is totally up to you. I have these cast iron urns out front, so I'm just going to be popping these guys in here because I know they won't fly away and I can wedge them in here. So for this, I'm just using a packaging kind of styrofoam thing that I had left over. You can obviously use even now I'm not going to remember the word. It'll come to me, but for planting, like the foam, the floral foam for planting, whatever you want, you can kind of shove in there. If you don't have cast iron urns, you could always do a heavier pot. You could do them in the ground. In the ground, it might be actually, you could do them in the ground too. It's up to you what you do them in. Like I said, this worked for me, so I just had to measure my broomstick to see how deep it had to go before I started creating my little skeleton heads. Now, wedging the heads through, again, as long as you made the holes in the right spots and you made them okay, then it's fairly easy. I found that even if you just cut an X, even if you don't melt it all the way, but you cut an X, it works better. So like I said, if you melt it all the way, it gets really hard, so it's hard to wedge the broomstick through. So you do need a broomstick or any kind of long, round stick, but I had these broomsticks left over from the Dollar Tree, so I just popped these on. And so, like I said, what I did was the ones that I just softened it and made a little X just so I could push the broomstick through. Those worked a little bit better than the ones that I melted too much, but kind of it's trial and error. And then I just kind of put these heads on like all different facing all different directions so that they kind of looked a little bit spooky. So I'm showing you there kind of what I did with the holes. And then the last one, obviously, you don't want to do a hole at the top because you're just going to wedge him on top there. And then that's all there is to the skeletons. Now, you will want to add, well, you don't have to, but I did. I added some deer moss to, and just some regular moss to like in between kind of if you see over here you can see a little bit of the brown, so I added in between to hide that. You could also paint your stick if you wanted to black and then that kind of or the color of the skeletons and it will hide that, but I wanted to add this onto it as well. But this is your last step. Before you do that, you need a piece of cardboard or some sort of base. I've seen people use the bottom of a Dollar Tree basket, but I thought, hey, why buy something new if I can just use something old? So you could also use any kind of old planters or anything like that. But like I said, this is what I chose to use. So I just kind of cut out a piece of cardboard that was able to wedge in to the urn. And again, this size will depend on what container you use as your base. So I wanted to wedge it in there so that way it wouldn't go anywhere. And then I just kind of cut it to size how I needed it. And once it's wedged in there and ready to go and cut to size, then I went ahead and I added some Dollar Tree lights. Once those were set up the way I wanted them to be, making sure that the plug part was out away from the cardboard piece kind of hanging down, I went ahead and I added some spray foam. I just bought this spray foam on Amazon. Basically, I just bought whatever one was the cheapest. And I applied it all throughout, like all on top of this cardboard piece, just any kind of random pattern. Remember, it does grow, so as you're applying it, if you are worried about it growing, make sure you apply a little bit less. Follow the instructions on the can of how you're supposed to apply it and clean it and all that stuff. I just wanted to cover everything as much as I could so that the cardboard wouldn't be visible. And then I added my skeleton pieces. So what I did was I purchased a skeleton from the Dollar Tree, one of the smaller ones. I took it apart and then I put pieces on it. Now I want to show you what I did, but I had taken it apart for a previous project. So I just had the bits and pieces laying around. I also added some skulls from that skeleton, and I added the salad tongs that come in a pair of two because they had nice little hands, that were a little bit bigger. Now, if you have a bigger base, you can obviously use the bigger skulls, the bigger hands, and the feet from the Dollar Tree, but because my base was smaller, I just added these guys. And you just kind of push them in, not too much into the foam, but just enough so that they kind of stick. So you just kind of like gently nudge them in so they don't fall off, because again, the foam is going to expand. While that was setting, I went ahead and I applied that deer moss and regular moss in between the skulls, just using some hot glue. And again, to cover up any of the wood showing from the broomstick. And to bring this all together, I went ahead and I spray painted the foam with a red spray paint first, just to make it look like a fire is what I wanted to do. So I lightly sprayed it with red, and then I went over top with some black and with some metallic silver. And you do this kind of the way you think it'll look like. So what I was trying to do is make it look like hot charcoal, burning charcoal kind of idea. So you don't add too much of the black or too much of the gray, which kind of mix it in. And I chose the metallic gray because it kind of gives it a look like it's burnt, freshly burnt. So again, you kind of play around with it however you want. Remember, it's just paint, so if you add too much of one thing or not enough of the other, you can always go back and redo it, so don't ever be scared of that. Once everything was set and dry, I just sprayed it with a finishing spray, just like I have a varnish sealing spray, and it's clear, and I just sprayed it so that way it would kind of seal everything, because the part where this is not covered. So if there's rain or snow, because we could get snow here in October, it's somewhat protected and the paint doesn't wash off. It shouldn't, but just in case. And then I sprayed the skulls too, just to be on the safe side. I may go back and put some red hot glue on the eyes of the skeleton, but I haven't done that yet. I wanted to see how I liked it without the red. But anyway, here's what they look like during the day and during the night. I think they turned out really, really cute. Hopefully you guys like them. This was super easy and super fun to do and inexpensive. So let me know what you think. Leave me a comment below. And if you like what you see, subscribe. Hit that notification bell so you can see when I do new videos. I will have another DIY after this, but here's what it looks like at night as well, so you can see the burning charcoal at night. So I really do love how it turned out. I think it looks super spooky, and my husband had put up lights around the house that we can change the color depending on what we want. So I kind of made it a reddish orangish color so that it would match with this burning charcoal look. I think it looks so good. I absolutely love them. And I mean, if you wanted, because I wasn't sure how it would turn out, the lights that I used are from the Dollar Tree, but if you wanted maybe something more, a little bit more permanent or something like that, you could always use those solar lights or different lights depending on what you have. So on to the next one. So with this one, again, very inexpensive. I just got a palette that the neighbors were throwing out. And I started with just kind of aging it a little bit. So I just added bits of black spray paint and that gray metallic spray paint on top of it, just to make it look a little bit dirtier and a little bit more aged. And again, I just did a light spray. You don't even have to do this if you don't want to. I just wanted to. So just do a light spray. Now, this one was an easy DIY, but it wasn't an easy DIY. So now going back and knowing what I know now, what I would do in the future is a little bit different, but I'll show you what I did here, and I will kind of edit some parts out because there was a lot of trial and error. What I thought would work didn't work. So anyway, once you have this covered however you want, then you can go ahead and apply your skeletons, because I am making kind of like I wanted to look like the skeletons were breaking through this palette. So I'm adding some skulls from the Dollar Tree, some hands, and some feet. So before I do any of these, actually on the back of this, I add a tablecloth from the Dollar Tree. I didn't cut it down as much as I needed to. So that was my first mistake. My second mistake is I probably shouldn't have even done the tablecloth because it wasn't necessary, but live and learn. So I was adding the tablecloth because the idea was that I could somehow make the skeletons look like they were peeking out from between the boards, but the boards just weren't wide enough for me to do that. So anyway, you'll see I added this black so it looked like the ground was underneath, and that way you wouldn't see the grass or wherever you put it on. But again, now having it all done, I don't know that I would do this step, but I did add it with a stapler, and I wanted to leave it for you so you could kind of see what it looks like, and maybe you'll want to do it this way too, or you'll have a better idea, or you live in a climate where my first idea that I was thinking would work because the elements aren't as bad as they are here, or maybe you're going to have it in a spot where it's covered. So as I mentioned before, I'm using some items from the Dollar Tree. So I start with the skulls, and I also use these chains as well. And I do use some lights from the Dollar Tree. So the same idea, I use the lights like I did in the previous one. And again, I had a hard time adding these. So what I did with this, I zip tied this hand to a portion of this palette, and then I staple gunned it, the um, zip tie, so that it would stay. I tried to hot glue it. It didn't quite work. I tried to double tape it. It didn't quite work. I tried to wedge it in. It kept on falling out. So this worked the best. The skulls were what I had a really hard time with, so I thought I would put them underneath. It didn't work. So I wound up taking them out, but I did use double-sided tape for the lights underneath, and I added, to cover the zip ties and the tape, I added some green moss. And then I left the skulls in there thinking, okay, it would work, but as soon as I stood it up, they fell out. So then what I did was I used double-sided tape and I added the skulls this way. They kept on falling off, but I wound up securing them again with the double-sided tape. And I added a foot in there, again with double-sided tape. I'm going to put it out laying down, not standing up. I thought I would put it standing up, but because they keep on falling off, it didn't work. But what you could do, which is what I would do next time, set it up somewhere in your yard or wherever you want to, and just put underneath the skulls, put something to raise them, and underneath the palette, and have them be kind of peeking through, but they'll be raised, so they'll kind of look like their heads are peeking through. That's what I would do next time, but this is the way I made it work. I love the way it looks. It turned out really good, you know, with the lights in there, and at night looks really cool. But again, there are some things that I would do a little bit differently if I was doing it now. It was one of those things that was supposed to be easy, but then it turned out taking me way too long and made me really frustrated. I would have loved to have used hot glue, but I know, like with the elements, it won't work. Maybe E6000 would have worked, but after trying so many different things, I got frustrated and I just left it. So here it is set up out front in my lawn. I did add a little piece of wood to angle it a bit just at the top there, so it looks like it's a little bit lifted and like bursting out from the ground. Let me know what you think. I will have a full tour of my inside and outside of my house for Halloween in a little bit, as soon as my husband finishes one thing outside, which unfortunately I can't do by myself. I need his help, but we kind of keep on being on different schedules with kids' activities and stuff, so it's always too dark when we have some time to do stuff. So hopefully, I hope to have the video out in the next week or so. On to the next one. So last but certainly not least, I am making one of these skeletons having a bath in a bathtub of candy, I guess. I think this was on a Pottery Barn or somewhere you could buy, so it's kind of like a dupe. But what I did was I got one of these bathtubs from the Dollar Tree. I spray painted it black, and I got one of these 4-pack of skeletons, again from the Dollar Tree, and I hot glued it onto the outside of the bathtub, so it looks like he's kind of holding the bathtub with his hands and his feet. And then I added some candy, and that's all there is to it. I did see the ones that I saw were bigger and they had the big bowl of candy, but I just wanted the small one for this. I did want to make it a candle, so it looks like he's having a bath in like a candle bath, but I wanted to be able to use the candle, and I was too afraid with the plastic like that wouldn't work to light plastic, like a plastic tub, so I didn't find a ceramic tub. But again, inexpensive from the Dollar Tree, and it turned out really cute. So it was inexpensive to make. I did use spray paint and I didn't buff up the plastic, so it kind of, some of it came off, some of the paint came off. So I just went over with some black acrylic paint and I just touched it up. You could just, rough it up a little bit so the paint sticks better. But again, easy, super cute, and here's the finished piece. So let me know what you think of him. He was a huge hit at my son's birthday party because I had a bunch of snacks out, and this was one of the snacks, and the kids devoured the candies, which was great, and it was a little bit spooky for them. To start, I am making a tray cover, or like a plate cover, out of this bowl from the Dollar Tree. It's just a black bowl. It has some spiders and some other Halloween themed engravings on it, and just one of these skulls, and I'm just hot gluing the skull to the top of the bowl, and I'm also using a creepy cloth, and that's pretty much all there is to this DIY. It's super easy, but I'll show you how I made it just in case you're wondering, well, how exactly did you make it? I also used some of the creepy hands as well, all from the Dollar Tree, so very inexpensive and very easy to make. So here it is all finished. You can use any kind of tray or plate that you want. I used a gold charger from the Dollar Tree, and I put my clementines in there. But you can obviously use anything that you'd like. You can even use a pizza pan. That works as well. So just some food for thought for you. You can use anything, or even if you have an existing plate, you could use it. I just happen to like the combination of these colors. I am just using a candle that I made into a super easy bloody drip candle. All you need is one of those Dollar Tree battery operated pillar candles and a red crayon and a lighter. So you're just going to melt the crayon around the top of the candle so that it drips down like blood. That's it. Super simple, but really effective, and it just gives that creep factor. Now this candle did look like it had kind of like melting wax, but you could do it with the other candles too. I just happened to see this one and I thought it would be perfect. And again, so simple, so effective, looks awesome, both unlit and lit up, and I actually ended up using it in the wall hanging, which you're going to see later on in this video. But here it is, all lit up and ready to spook everybody that sees it. So for this next DIY, I started with a round glass vase from the Dollar Tree, and I poured in some purple paint to coat the inside. So you can do several coats or pour extra to avoid streaks, just really up to you. So while it dried, once it got it fully covered and while it was drying, I wound up painting these Dollar Tree hands. These are the ones that you poke into the ground and they glow in the dark. But I wound up painting them green with just some spray paint that I had on hand. It was green Rust-Oleum spray paint, but you can use any color that you would like. Then I went ahead and I used two of these candle holders from the Dollar Tree again, and I wound up attaching them one to the other and using two types of glue. So the trick is not to layer them directly on top of each other, I mean the glues. Instead, I use one as an outer layer and then the other as an inner layer. I'm using hot glue and tacky glue. And you don't want to mix the glues together in case fumes or anything gets um, get stuck or anything, I mean, get stuck, emits. And then once they attached them and they set, I spray painted them black. The hot glue helps them set right away, and then the tacky glue gives it a more permanent hold. You can use E6000, Gorilla, whatever you have on hand. This is the one that I had that was open and on hand. And like I said, again, I spray painted it with just a black Rust-Oleum spray paint that I had on hand. And once everything was dry, the hands, the vase, and the candle holder, I went ahead and I attached the hands. So to make them look a little more witchy, I also cut up an old pair of tights. Actually, they're not an old pair of tights. They're tights from the Dollar Tree that I purchased specifically for this, but if you have an old pair, you could do that. And I just slipped them over the hands like gloves, and I cut the leg parts of them, and I just did little jagged pieces and ripped patterns, so it looks like they're really old and worn. Then I went to secure them to the candle holder. Now, I first tried zip ties, but the hands kept shifting and moving around. So what worked best was combining hot glue with a zip tie for extra hold. And then I also used the waistband of the tights to wrap around the base and really lock everything in place. So again, you have to fidget around with this to see what works best. I also cut some slits into the hands to give them a little bit of gives in case I needed them for around the candle holder. So next, I hot glued a purple vase onto the candle holder. I filled it with purple twinkle lights from the dollar store. And I left the battery pack out for easy access. And then to finish everything off, I wound up adding a little cat pumpkin, again from the Dollar Tree, on the top and just hot gluing it a little bit so it stays in place. And that's all there is to it. Totally spooky, totally fun, and a really, really, really super cute DIY that you can just add anywhere. And obviously you don't have to do the cat pumpkin. You can do anything on top, whatever you'd like. But I thought this was kind of like a nice little, because well, it's not a cat. It's an owl, but a little owl um, pumpkin on the top. Anyway, let me know what you think of this one. I think it's super cute. And especially that it's like a little witch too. I just think it turned out really cute. Let me know what you think. Now this DIY is super quick and super easy. I started with a glass candle holder from the Dollar Tree. I gave it a coat of black spray paint and then I hot glued one of these spider bowls right on top. And that's literally it. You've got a really fun Halloween candy bowl that feels a little more elevated and elegant than the store-bought ones, but it's still super affordable and super easy to assemble. Let me know what you think of this one. I think it's super duper cute. So for this project, you're going to need 2 of these skeleton feet, 2 of these skeleton hands, and 1 of these skulls, and a bowl. I went with a Halloween spider themed bowl, but you can use any kind of bowl that you'd like. So I started with cutting a small slit into the skull so it would sit better on the bowl later. And before attaching that, I hot glued the feet to the bottom of the bowl. Now you want to have them facing kind of outward, each foot facing the opposite way. And then once that's set and was secure, I glued the hands to the sides so it looked like they were grabbing the bowl. Now, I glued the palms, but if I were to do it again, I might trim the base or glue them lower, like at the base, for a cleaner look. But either way, just use plenty of hot glue and hold them in place while they set because they're a little bit heavier and you don't want them falling off. So just make sure you're holding them in place while they're drying and adding lots and lots of hot glue and just giving yourself a little bit of time, maybe like 30-second hold, so that way it does not come off. So as you can see here, I've got it secured, but I was holding it a little bit longer. And after that, I glued the skull to the bowl using that slit to help it sit more securely. But again, if you didn't want to do the slit, you don't have to, but I found that it helped it kind of sit a little bit better. And then there you have it. This is another really, really fun Halloween bowl that again is just not, if I just went with the spider bowl, it was very cute on its own, but I think this just made it again another elevated and cute look. What do you guys use for your bowls for Halloween? Do you just kind of use the box? I mean, I've seen lots of people use all sorts of things. I like to have these candy bowls out for Halloween, and sometimes I even use them for fruit, just as decorations. So I really like making all sorts of different bowls, but let me know what you guys do and whether this is something that you would try. But anyway, here it is all completed. Again, let me know what you think, whether you would try this, and what kind of stuff you guys use. for the next project, this one uses a few extra pieces, but it's still very easy to put together. So you're going to need one of the spider bowls. I used a purple one, so the same as the black one, but a purple one. A paper towel holder, a skull, some faux flowers, a basket or a base, and either floral foam or a styrofoam block. So I ended up using a styrofoam block from some old packaging, and I hot glued it to the bottom of a Dollar Tree planter. Then I cut a slit into the top and bottom of the skull. I used my hot glue gun just to soften it up a little bit. And then I flipped the paper towel holder upside down and I pushed pushed it through the skull so it sat straight underneath the base of the paper towel holder. And then that got inserted straight into the styrofoam block that I added to the bottom of this planter. So from there, I filled the planter with floral picks. Most of mine were fall stems, so I just spray painted them black for a spookier look. Purple spray paint would have looked amazing too, but I worked with what I had. You could even use wet floral foam and fresh flowers if you wanted to. I just kept adding stems until I was happy with how full it looked. And then I wound up attaching the spider bowl to the top of this whole decor piece, so to the base of the paper towel holder with some hot glue. And then I just added a little candle in there just for decor. And again, you could add treats in there or you could just leave it as is. Let me know what you think of this one. Another easy but striking Halloween piece. Now, for my final project, I left this at the end because I had a really hard time with it. So, what I'm doing here is I am using a black canvas and a creepy hand, both from the Dollar Tree. Now, again, full disclosure, the angle here isn't the best, so thanks for bearing with me. The hand wasn't completely flat, so I trimmed it down a bit to make it sit better. Originally, I thought I would attach it with a zip tie, but that didn't work out. What I ended up doing was screwing a small piece of wood to the back of the canvas, then angling a screw so I could hook the hand onto it. It gave me a much more secure hold. So if you want an easier option, you can just hot glue it down since it's pretty lightweight. But once the hand was attached, I covered the base with some creepy cloth to hide the glue and the screw and the attempt of zip ties. And then I added that creepy spooky candle that I made at the beginning of this video onto the hand. And again, simple-ish, but spooky. I think if I used maybe, I don't know. I just couldn't, my brain was like I had a big brain for it and I could not make this work for the life of me. But anyway, it is what it is. Here's what it looks like all finished. Like I said, if you use tons of hot glue and if you want to use like a little screw to angle it so that way it sits there, you can do that, but to each his own. I've seen other people make this and they seem to make it work. I had a harder time with mine. Anyway, let me know what you think of this. I think it looks really cool, but anyway, it just could have been better. Again, let me know what you think, and here it is all. And I'm super excited to show you how I took this basic Dollarama skeleton and totally zombified it into something way, way spookier. So I picked up this skeleton for around $4, which was such a great deal for the size. And today we're giving him a seriously creepy makeover. So you can think charred flesh, rotting skin, and full-on undead vibes. So to start, I'm using some saran wrap, just the kind that you find at your grocery store, dollar store, wherever. And I'm wrapping a thin layer all around his head, body, arms, and legs. So you don't need to do it too thick, just enough to cover his form. Then, once I complete that, I am taking my heat gun and gently melting the not cellophane, I keep on calling it cellophane, but saran wrap, onto the skeleton. You could potentially use a hair dryer, but I find that the heat gun gives a much better melted burnt effect because it's a little bit stronger. And the heat basically fuses the wrap to the skeleton and then even gives it this brownish scorched look that's perfect for that decayed flesh vibe that I'm going for. And it does take a little bit of time, but it is completely and totally worth it once you see everything come together. So like I said, just take your time, make sure you open up some windows and get some ventilation in because this does smell in the off gases from the saran wrap. I don't know if they're super healthy to breathe in, so make sure you have a well ventilated area that you're doing this in, and don't push the heat gun too close so you don't cause a fire or anything like that. And once you've done all that and he is fully melted and creepy, I then moved on to adding texture to him. So for the texture, I mixed some Mod Podge with water and I soaked up a piece of paper towel in it. Then I tore up the pieces of the paper towel into little bits and I applied them in random spots on his body. So his chest, arms, his head, and wherever I wanted to give that peeled skin or muscly look. There isn't a real pattern here. You just play around with it until you like what you see. And then you let that fully dry in before you move on. Now come the finishing touches, which is the paint. And I start by lightly spraying parts of him, actually all of him, with a brown outdoor spray paint. But again, I don't do like a full-on caked coverage so he looks like he is all brown. I do it just so it kind of looks like there's a little bit more color to him, as you can see. And some of the darker spots are because of the saran wrap getting scorched. And remember to not neglect the back of him because his back also needs to have this as well. If you don't have brown spray paint, you could also do a light layer of black spray paint and then do a little bit of brown over top. But again, do a really light layer, like almost not full coverage, so that way it gives you this effect. Then I go in with some red acrylic paint and I'm just using a dry brushing technique. So I use a paper towel, which I kind of squish together so that way I get some of the paint off, and I just dab it on in random places like the chest, his eyes, and his face. And this will give it a fleshy, kind of bloody effect without looking too painted on. So you can totally add other colors too, like greens or blacks, to make it more undead. Now, once you get the color that you're looking for and the everything is all said and done, you can seal him with a clear varnish spray for extra protection if you want to keep him outside. I didn't bother with varnish and he still held up pretty well outside through some bits, although some bits can fall off over time. So just reattach them with some hot glue or melt them back on with your heat gun. So not a big deal. But again, if you want to have like a full effect, you can do a spray glue on top and then a varnish on top. And that's basically all there is to it. It's a super easy, budget-friendly zombie skeleton makeover that's perfect for your front porch, or if you have a graveyard display or a haunted house setup. I love how he turned out. He's spooky, he's gory, and a little gross in the best Halloween kind of way. Project. So this is perfect for adding spooky vibes to your either home indoor decor or your outdoor decor. So for this project, you're going to need 3 plastic skulls. So I picked mine up from the Dollar Tree, and you'll want to remove the backs of them. So to do that safely, I used a heat gun to soften up the plastic, then poked a hole and carefully cut around the back. Just be very careful, the plastic and your knife can be sharp. Now you also want to add a little bit of a hole to the top of your skull, so maybe do that before you cut the back off, because that's where you're going to need those zip ties. So next, after you've done the cutting, you're going to take a tiki torch. So this one we hadn't used in years, so I decided to upcycle it. So where you made the holes in the tops of the skulls, thread through zip ties and attach the skulls around the basket area of the torch. So depending on the size of your skulls and the torch, you may need to use 4 instead of 3. Keep adding the skulls until the torch is mostly covered. So I didn't use the actual flame part of the tiki torch, so no fire for this one. Instead, I recommend popping in a battery-operated LED candle, or even better, a Dollar Tree solar light. It'll glow nicely at night and keep things safe. You'll just have to remove the base part of the solar light. So once your skulls are attached, you might notice some gaps or areas that look a little bit unfinished. So that's where deer moss comes in. I used a hot glue gun to fill in the empty spaces and hide the edges of the skulls and brown parts of the tiki torch. And to finish it off, I also glued down some of the skulls at the bottom where they were sticking out a bit too much. You can use a hot glue gun or even another zip tie if you prefer. And once you've attached your deer moss, then you're going to go ahead and use one of those creepy cloths from the Dollar Tree or any kind of black meshy cloth that you have and just wrap it around the skull a little bit too, and it'll just give it that extra look. And that is it. Super simple, super spooky, and perfect for Halloween. Turning this $5 Facebook Marketplace find into a custom printer cabinet. It's perfect for hiding away that big, not so cute laser printer. So here's what we're working with. It's multicolored, a little beat up, and even has this mystery piece on the side. I think it's maybe for napkins or towels. Either way, it's got to go. I tried to unscrew it, but nope, it wouldn't budge. So I gave it a few taps with a hammer and popped it right off. So to patch the holes, I raised the dowel that was already in there and filled around it with my wood putty. That made the repair a lot easier. However, the doors now, those hinges were holding on for dear life. I tried everything, screwdriver, drill, nothing worked. Eventually, I called in my husband to help, and even he had to break off one of the rusty hinges. So once we were finally able to get those doors off, I needed to give the cabinet a little bit of a cleaning. So I just used my trusty leaf blower to clear out all of the dust and dirt because I have a feeling this cabinet was sitting outside or in like a garage or an attic or something for a little while. So I just used the leaf blower to blow everything out in case there's spiders or anything left behind. I then followed up with a mix of rubbing alcohol and water just to clean the surfaces before I paint and stain the cabinet. So once the cleaning was done, I gave the inside a fresh coat of Rust-Oleum's Country Gray, just paint I had left over from another project. It instantly looked so much cleaner and more refreshed than it had previously. And before I got too deep into the project, I did measure everything again. I just wanted to make sure that the printer would actually fit. I had measured it previously, like before buying, but I just wanted to be safe, better safe than sorry. So I measured it again and I had these leftover pieces of lumber and to make sure that it was deep enough because I knew that it wouldn't be deep enough on its own, but then once I added these extra pieces of lumber, I wanted to remeasure and make sure that it was actually the right size. So I cut them to the size and height that I needed, and they're just framing lumber from that I had left over. And I attached them with flat brackets and also stained them with my favorite stain, the Minwax gel stain in walnut. I really like that stuff. I actually redid my staircase as well, which I'll show you guys. And I just wanted that to match the stain that I was going with on the entire cabinet. Now that the construction part of the project is done, I needed to give the whole cabinet a light sanding, just enough to smooth it out and help the gel stains stick better. Then again, I used that trusty leaf blower and my mix of rubbing alcohol and water to clean everything up just before I started to stain the whole project. So finally it is staining time. Everything has been prepped and cleaned off, and I'm ready to stain. And again, I'm using this Minwax gel stain in walnut, and I'm using a cloth to apply the gel stain, going with the grain, so no swirls. I did 2 coats total. You'll just see the first one here, and it really brought the wood to life. It was still kind of a few dimensions of color, but it just really gave it a nice, fresh, beautiful look. So at this point, you're probably thinking, okay, great, but how are you making this a functional printer cabinet? Well, here it is. It's time for the pull-out shelf. So what I'm using is 2 pieces of plywood, and I'm using 2 of them just for extra sturdiness. And I am attaching drawer slides that I grabbed from Amazon to the bottom, where I will then, to the bottom of the cabinet, and then I will attach to the plywood to the drawer slides. Now, the instructions were okay from Amazon, but I figured out with a little trial and error and some help again from my husband, and we wound up having to trim the shelf down just a little bit after realizing it was just a tad too long because I didn't account for the space that I needed for closing the cabinet. So again, the instructions I used for installing the slides were from Amazon. They had a little video. And there's always a blooper with me. I originally installed one of the slides backwards, so I had to just flip it over like I did the front to the back and the back to the front. So I had to redo that part, which is what I'm doing here. And then I did again. I have a really bad back, so my position that I'm doing all this stuff is very awkward because I've been in a lot of pain. So I'm trying my best to do it with without my back spasming. So attaching the hinges was another adventure. As you can see here, my husband wound up breaking off a part of the cabinet there, so we had to fix that after. And what we did was we tried mounting them on the inside first, but then switched to the outside. But because of a bump out on the printer, we had to also cut a small hole in the back of the cabinet for it to fit. So, classic DIY curveball. And it's all just because of how we had to close the cabinet and place the hinges. We also had a little filler piece at the top to hide the gap that was left from extending the depth. Um, and then we attached that with the flat brackets, and then we stained the everything else. We stained whatever needed to be stained again with that gel stain and painted the hardware black. And so the finishing touches, I also added a little vinyl shelf liner on the bottom of the shelf, and I again touched up the stain because of the way I put the doors. The black was showing because it was the leftover lumber, so I had to stain that as well. So, a little bit of touching up, but in just a second I'm going to show you the reveal, and I think the the work and the fumbles that we had all kind of were worth it because I love, love, love the way it turned out. And here it is, the final result. The printer now has a stylish home that hides it away, and it looks so much better in our space than it did before. It was just kind of sitting on a desk. I'm no carpenter, but I try, and honestly, I'm thrilled with how it turned out. So as you can see, the cabinet is finished. Looks like, it's just a regular hall cabinet. And then when you open it up, the printer is in here. You can pull out the shelf so that way you can access the printer easier and you can access the paper. And then you put it back in, hide it like it was never out to begin with. Again, love it. Thanks so much for watching. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what you'd use as a cabinet like this for. So here you can see I'm making a lit up planter using $2 tree pots. I started with a white one, so ideally you want both to be white or light colors so the lights can shine through better. Unfortunately, my store didn't have another white small pot, so I worked with what I had, which was a light gray one. I also picked up these battery operated toy lights from, not toy, sorry, twinkle lights from the garden section. They're always in stock around summertime. And then also different seasons because they're useful for all the seasons. So originally I was going to glue the string lights on into the large pot and nest the smaller one inside, but it didn't sit right. So instead, I glued the lights around the outside of the smaller pot and attached the battery pack to the outside of the big pot for easy access. So if you're using this as a table centerpiece, you can glue the pack inside. Just be cautious if you're using water or real plants. So to finish off, I just popped a faux topiary I made a while back, but you could easily use a fresh or faux flowers. So here is the final look, and I just love how it turned out. It's super affordable and really, really pretty at night. So for this next DIY, it's an easy candle makeover basically. I grabbed 3 of these citronella candles from the Dollar Tree and I melted them in the oven. If you want a full tutorial on how to safely melt candles, I'll link it up here. With those melted, I added some glass gems to the bottom of a Dollar Tree round vase. Then I poured a bit of cold water, just enough to cover the gems by about an inch, into the vase. And then I carefully poured the melted wax in next. So depending on your candle's wick, you can either reuse the whole wick or drop in the wax cores like I did. Once it cools and hardens, that's it. I haven't lit them yet, But here's what they look like all finished. And again, super cute, super easy, and affordable. So the next DIY, I used pool noodles, just cut into different size rings. I found the thinner ones float better than the thick ones, so keep that in mind when you're creating this. I also used battery operated votives from the Dollar Tree, so make sure the noodle that you pick has a hole in the middle or you'll have to carve one out yourself. I used a kitchen knife I no longer use for food, and I carved the holes a little bigger so the votives fit nice and snug in there. And that's all. That's all there is. These look amazing and they float amazing floating in the pool and at night. It's perfect for parties or a relaxing summer evening. So this next one is super quick and easy. I picked up one of these green glass lanterns, which was such a pretty spring color, and one of the solar lights that they usually have all year long. And I just removed the stake from the solar light and I glued the solar top inside the lantern, but making sure that I because it fits very nicely right on top of the lantern. And of course, I used hot glue. And you can also hang these using Dollar Tree hooks. Imagine a whole row lining your pathway or hanging in your garden. It would be so beautiful, but I did not do that. I just wound up putting it in one of these little rock garden things that I have here, and it looks really, really nice. Let me know what you think. So for this next one, I grabbed two blue bowls, plastic bowls from the Dollar Tree, and two smaller plastic bowls from the Dollar Tree, which were purple. And I wound up hot gluing them together, but before I did that, I used this little lantern from the Dollar Tree and I hot glued it to the bottom of the one bowl. Make sure you pull that tab off because I forgot to. So learn from my mistake. I had to unglue everything and then put it back together. So don't do that. And make sure that the lantern works as well. And then I hot glued them together, one like closing them so that they were kind of like a circle, floating circle. And I also played around with different lantern types, and I wound up using another solar lantern from the Dollar Tree for this next one. So they have all sorts, so you can play around with the lantern types, the solar light types and the bowls. So you can play around with all of that, and it'll, even if you have a whole bunch of colors and a whole bunch of different solar lights, it'll give you a different look in your pool. So after hot gluing everything, this is what it looks like at night. I think it's fabulous. It floats, you don't have to worry about it, and it looks great and adds a nice feel to the pool. Again, great for parties. Okay, so this DIY was made using a stick from a Dollar Tree plunger. Yep, you heard that right. I had already painted it black for a past project, so I just cleaned it up and gave it a fresh coat of black spray paint. Then I took a metal pencil holder and hot glued it to the stick using hot glue and E6000 for extra strength. And after that, I placed a citronella candle inside, like the one that I had used for the other project, and pushed the stick into a planter outside. It's great for ambiance and for keeping those mosquitoes away. And you can make multiples of these because they're so inexpensive. Let me know what you think of this one. Okay, so for the last but not least, if you're entertaining outdoors, this one is for sure for you. So I grabbed a clear glass, a Dollar Tree plate, and some colorful spring napkins. So here's the trick with the napkins, you want to make sure you separate them. I did not show this on the video, but that's what wound up happening. You separate them so only the top printed layer is left. So once separated, I applied the matte Mod Podge to the back of the plate, carefully placed the napkin print side down, and sealed it with another layer of Mod Podge. I let it dry for about 24 hours, and then you're done. Ish, because once it dries, you'll have bits and pieces of the napkin around, depending on if you've cut it before it dried, so it's minimal, but either way you're going to have to sand down the edges so that way there is no bits and pieces of the napkin kind of hanging off the edges. So that's what I did. Just use a really light sandpaper, a gentle one, so that way you don't wind up ripping the whole napkin, and be very, very gentle when you're doing it. So these look gorgeous, as you could use bigger ones as chargers, and you could even use them as trays, but these little ones are great little plates for your table setting. Let me know what you think of these. And that is it for today's video. I hope you found something fun and easy to try this summer. Let me know in the comments which one was your favorite or which one you're going to make first. And don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, subscribe to Vesna TV, and turn on the bell so you never miss a new DIY. I've already started, but before I move on, I actually got really lucky this summer because at a garage sale I found a Freddy mask for just $5. I had planned to make one myself, so I was thrilled to grab one for such a bargain. So for his outfit, I used an old striped sweater I had tucked away. It's perfect for Freddy, and since I rarely wore it, I didn't feel too guilty cutting it up. And for the pants, I used a worn pair of dress pants from my nephew. So to get that classic burned boiler room look, I carefully used a torch to singe the sweater and the pants. So I made holes in the sweater. I just made it a little bit brown in spots, but I really took my time and I did the whole sweater, back, front and back, really focusing on getting that torn look on his hands and around his neck. If you are doing this, be extra cautious. So have water nearby or anything that you can put flames out with. Have it nearby just in case. So I even singed his hat. I couldn't find my old brown one, so I spray painted a red Dollar Tree hat black and I gave it a distressed finish. It did catch on fire. So again, safety first. I just used a shoe to get the fire out, but it did catch on fire, so be careful. So for Freddy's iconic glove, I found a free 3D file on Makerworld and I printed my own version. I spray painted it brown and black to give it that worn metal look. And I also increased the size from the file that I had. And here's a picture of the hat before I spray painted it and set it on fire. And to build his body, I used a birch log and leftover pipe to form a Y-shaped frame, then dressed and stuffed him with old clothes and bags. Pool noodles became his arms, and for the oversized mask, I filled it with a bag stuffed with more bags to give it shape. And then I zip tied everything into place and duct taped. I kind of took stuff out and put it back in and duct taped it and finished him off with a 3D printed glove by just the pool noodle fit really nicely into it, so I didn't have to do anything to secure it. And I'll let you watch how I did it and then show you the finished look. Let me know if you love him as much as I do and if you find him super spooky and creepy like I do. And I think he's gonna fit just right into my decor. Next up is Jason. So for his mask, I 3D printed one from a free file on Makerworld. And instead of leaving it plain white, I brushed on dark antique wax to give it an aged look. And I painted on his signature red stripes. And for the head, I used a foam pumpkin from Dollar Tree. I spray painted it brown with a touch of heirloom white for depth. Then I added hair made from a mop head, trimmed scraggly, spray painted with that brown and heirloom. And I wanted to give it that messy Jason vibe. And I attached the mask and his head was done. But the way I attached the mop to the pumpkin was I kept the little part that attaches to the broomstick. I kept it on and then I just pushed it into the foam. And I also put a little stick from the solar lamps that I had from a different project, and I put that into the bottom so I could easily attach it. Then for the body, as you can see here, I am again keeping things budget friendly by using scrap wood and a broomstick and a piece of composite as well as some pool noodles. So I built a simple frame with a broomstick and a wood piece. Then I bulked up the torso and legs by wrapping them with old clothes and securing them with duct tape. I also made the pool noodle. I also used the pool noodle for the arms, and I stuffed the gloves with some just plastic bags. I even 3D printed a knife for him to hold. So it's pretty cool. Now to bulk up the whole frame, like I said, I used some old clothes, and now this time I did it a little bit differently. I wrapped the clothes around each of the sticks and around the composite board and everything, and I duct taped them. And I kept on doing that until I got him as bulky as I needed him to be, because I didn't want to risk, like I did with Freddie, the clothes falling off or out of his pants. So everything was duct taped securely with my assistant over there, my little assistant. So after doing all that, I put him in some black pants and a t-shirt, and then I put a sleeveless blue shirt on top, and I gave him this jacket, but I flipped it inside out, and I think this came out perfectly. So I'll let you watch how I did all of this, and I will put some music on and speed it up for you. So as I mentioned, to attach the head, I had to use that lantern base. And what I did was I used that and I kind of like wedged it onto the back of the composite board, and then I duct taped it, except I ran out of duct tape, so I was just using clear tape. And then I just beefed up his shoulders and everything just to make him a little bit fuller. And that's all there is to him. Let me know what you think. I think he turned out really, really cute. So here he is. So for my last character, I wanted to make a headless horseman. So at the Dollar Tree, I found a unicorn figure and a small action figure, which I repurposed for this DIY. I also got some Barbie clothes for his outfit. So I painted the horse completely black with acrylic paint, making sure to cover the hair, the feet, like everything completely. I had to do several coats. So the little action figure, I painted his boots black and I removed his head. And then I dressed him with this little outfit, like I said, from the Dollar Tree. But all I did was I just used the jacket. But because the arms were a little bit longer, I had to stuff the sleeves a bit, just with some plastic and some of this foam. And I also wrapped the foam around his body just to bulk him up a little bit to make that jacket fit nicer. And once everything dried, I hot glued the rider on and I gave him a cape made out of black burlap. I just cut it out and I hot glued it. And for his jack-o'-lantern head, I used a tiny pumpkin from a fall floral pick and I painted on a face and I glued it on to his hand. So he was a very simple, very small project, but very cute nonetheless. here he is all finished. I think he turned out really cute. Perfect little headless horseman. If you've made a full-size version, let me know what yours looked like because I didn't know how I could make like a life-size one without it costing a lot of money. So here he is. I think he is perfect. Let me know what you think. And there you have it. You've got all of them, Freddy, Jason, and the Headless Horseman, all made with budget supplies, old clothes, and a little bit of creativity. I'm using just leftover scrap pieces of wood. So I was going to use this for different projects. I had a whole bunch of hot glue on here, so I'm just scraping it off with my X-Acto knife, and I'm going to be painting these little sticks as well as that little piece of wood in black. The little sticks I'm going to glue together with hot glue and permanent glue to make a post, and I'm going to glue that post to the bottom base, and that'll be the base and post for my sign. For the parts that show which way to go and the directions, I'm going to be using these garden sticks from the Dollar Tree. They're a whole bunch in a pack, so I only need 4. And I'm going to be painting them out. Now I was using just a mixture of colors. I used blue and green and black together, orange and black together, and green and black together. And then for that last piece, I added some white as well. Once they dried and I adjusted the colors to the way I wanted them, I just put the names of a bunch of different horror movies, so like names from a bunch of different horror movies on here, using some white chalk paint as well as like a chalk marker. My goodness, I can't talk. As well as a red marker, red Sharpie. Just to get different effects. And then from 2 of the sticks I cut off the pointy parts to have just a little bit of a different sign. So I have written Elm Street, Camp Crystal Lake. So Elm Street from Nightmare on Elm Street, Camp Crystal Lake from Friday the 13th, Sleepy Hollow, and Salem. And I think these are super cute. I love Halloween and I love scary movies, so this will be super cute. And once my kids are older, they'll know where these are from. And Once everything is glued and dried, I'll show you what it looks like. So I love, 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 love how it turned out. I hope you do too. I think it's awesome and spooky and really fantastic and super easy to make. We are recreating Michael Myers. This is a part of my Halloween series. So let's get started. So what I've done here is I have a kind of like a mechanic jumper suit that I had purchased off of Facebook Marketplace, and I am just stuffing it with pool noodles for now to make it look like a person. I have a broomstick in there as well, and then I'm attaching the pool noodles to the broomstick and to create my Michael Myers. So I'm going to show you kind of here a little better view. This was very awkward to record, but hopefully you can see what I've done here. And again, I am just kind of hooking everything up together. Sorry, not hooking it up. I am attaching everything together so that way I can create my Michael Myers. Now, with the pool noodles, he does wind up having just a flat body, so I want to fill up his body with, I'm using old clothes that I was supposed to donate, and I'm just attaching them, not attaching them, stuffing them into the suit. And I'm also, you can see like I used 2 sticks and then attached the pool noodles to those for his arms and sorry, just for his arms, and then his legs I just put an elastic at the bottom and then I shoved clothes into there so that way he would look fuller. Then I continue on. So again, I'm just trying to find a spot where I can fit him, and I continue on stuffing him until he is done. I did buy a Michael Myers mask on, I think it was Amazon. I can't remember where I bought it now. Or no, it wasn't. It was on AliExpress. But I bought a Michael Myers mask. I'm sure you can find used ones on Facebook Marketplace as well, or like I said, the costume store. And that's going to be his head. Sorry, adding more pool noodles to, I also wind up adding more pool noodles for his legs. And I just kind of bend one to give his body a little bit of depth and a little bit of, something before I finish stuffing him. And so he's quite tall because I can't remember from the movies, but I imagine Michael Myers is quite tall. So again, I'm continuing on with stuffing him and trying to figure out a spot where I can actually put him. once I get him in my spot, I wind up just adding more pool noodles because I feel like, again, he's not as solid as I want him to be. He's very light, but he's still not as solid. So I just kind of fart around with the pool noodles, seeing where I can add them, how I can make it look better, and, take the clothes out, put the clothes back in until I get the look that I am going for. So once I have his body the way I like it, I wind up attaching his head. I also have to stuff his head a little bit and attach it to the back of that stick. And again, I'm using zip ties, I'm using all sorts of things, and I've lost my zip ties now and I'm looking for them. And I just attach, I poke a little hole through his ear so I can attach it to the post. But you'll have to kind of fart around with this because it just depends on what you're using. But again, 2 broomsticks, a few pool noodles, some old clothes, and a mask, and you've got your Michael Myers basically. And I also added a dollar store knife to him so that way he could complete the look. And I added some kind of working gloves to his hands as well, like gardening gloves, working gloves, whichever one you want to say that, whatever you want to call them or whatever you want to use. So that way it looks like he has fingers. And I put the knife in his hand. I also stuffed those gloves as well with just little bits of material so that way they would look like his fingers were full. And then my husband just helped him attach to the tree. You could also kind of like poke him into the ground if you wanted to, or if you had, like however you want to, you could put him in a like a pot or something like that, but just make sure you hide the pot with his feet somehow. I didn't have to put shoes on him because he is in the garden and his feet are hidden. I wanted him looking like he's peeking around the corner of the house, like right on my porch. So I'm putting him there. So here he is all completed, just kind of hanging out in the garden, and I'll show you with all of the other decorations what he looks like. I think he is very spooky and very cute. I also put a garbage bag around his neck because you could see the little stick, so I didn't want it visible. But there he is, just peeking around with his knife. And I think he looks extra spooky, and I really love him, and he was very inexpensive to make. So let me know what you think. I am super happy with it. So again, leave me a comment, like and subscribe, and we'll see you next week. Some decor using these recycled glass blocks. These blocks came from a person in on Marketplace that was giving them away for free, and they were from a wall that he took apart. So I had to remove all of the little gunk, so it's like the grout and whatever glue they used to glue them together. So I'm using just a little scraper, some hot water. I used some vinegar. I kind of did a whole bunch of stuff, but the stuff that worked best was the scraper and some hot water. And I also sprayed vinegar for a little bit on it and then let that kind of loosen up, and then I cleaned it up this way. Once I scraped everything off, I used Windex to further clean it. Then I drilled a hole. You saw that little hole. Now, when I drilled the hole, I made sure that I used a diamond drill bit and water, and I just drilled it and cut it through. And then I am making like little lights with them and little decor pieces. So for this one, I put Let It Snow, and I stuffed a snowman in there. So I cut it a little bit bigger, the hole, and then I cut another little one so I could put lights in it, and they're battery operated. So the battery pack can stay out and then the lights are in. And I just put the little piece of glass back, and I used hot glue to tape it in, to glue it in. That way you could still take it out if you needed to, but if not, then you just left it in there. And like I said, for this one, I used a little snowman from the Dollar Tree that I shoved in there, and I did it custom for someone. She loves snowmen, so I made one just for her. I also added a little part of a mop in there too. I bought one of those white kind of fluffy mop heads from the Dollar Tree, and I added that in there as well, so it gives it a little look of snow inside the little container. I did spray the outside with some window cling kind of spray, so it looks like a frosted window, and I did the sides, the back, and then a portion of where it says Let It Snow, so that I could put my Let It Snow on there, and it would, one side would be clear and the other side would be kind of frosted. And then I just fiddled around until I put him in the way I wanted him to look. It is a little tricky because you're trying to put him in there and have him stay straight. So just fiddle around with it. You can put like a dab of hot glue to have whatever you're putting in there stay, and that way it doesn't move around too much. Once I finished that, I put some Mod Podge around the edges of the square and I just poured some glitter, like the snow glitter, over top, and I added this bow, and here he is all finished with the lights in there. He is super duper cute and I'm very happy with how he turned out, and so was my client. So for the next one, I wanted to do an elf and a Grinch one. So the Grinch, I just created a design on Design Space and I transferred it onto the glass block. For both of them, I cut out holes. For the elf one, I cut out a larger hole and a smaller hole so that I could fit this little guy in. The elf I got from the Dollar Tree. And this is the big hole here that I cut out, and then the little hole for the lights. Like I said, I closed both holes like I did in the other one. Then I blocked off the parts that I didn't want to paint with this frosted paint. When you are applying, you want to make sure that it's very clean, your block, that you're closing the hole so that you don't get the paint on the inside, and that you are adding one layer, like one coat at a time, because if you do too much, like if you cake it on too much, then it'll kind of, I don't know, it'll drip and it won't look nice. So you want to make sure you do one light coat, let it dry, and then another light coat, let it dry, and just do as many coats as you want depending on how much coverage you want. And then also you want to protect it. So I just sprayed a sealer over top. I have like a wax spray seal that I paint over top. You could also use Mod Podge. And then I put, this house is under elf surveillance. I just created this on Design Space. And then I put Mod Podge over dot 2. And then I did a bow on top. And I put the lights in there. And this is what he looks like with the lights. It's really, really cute. I love it. For the Grinch one, I unfortunately didn't take a picture of the completed piece, but I did put some of this green mesh ribbon inside, and then I put the ribbon on the outside, made a little bow, and put the light in there, and he is really simple but super duper cute. For the next few, again, I created a bunch of designs on Cricut Design Space. I frosted most of them. I think there's one or two that I didn't. And again, adding on layers as you see fit. Some of them I did around, some of them I didn't. And I added things like this, Happy Holidays, in case somebody doesn't celebrate Christmas. And I did some trees and some other ones. And again, I did the spray Mod Podge so that way it would hold everything together. And then here are all of them completed, so you can see the different styles that you can choose from. Loved all of these. I think they're super cute and they're a fun, nice little decoration. Not super expensive to make, but very labor intensive. Meaning like you just need a lot of elbow grease. So anyway, I hope you enjoyed this. It gives you some ideas if you have any glass blocks at your house that you're not sure what to do with, or if you just want to. You can even purchase the glass blocks at Michael's that already have the hole cut in. So if you don't want to do the work of doing that, but you've always wanted to make one, this hopefully gives you some ideas. I'm making a tray using this skirt, this hula skirt from the Dollar Tree. So it's like a little grass skirt and a charger plate. So I'm taking apart the skirt. You just have to remove the knots in the waist, and then they all come apart into individual strings, and I'm going to be braiding them by using, I started off using 6 individual strings, like 6 strings. You're going to see when I take them off, but 6 of those packs of strings. And then some of them I did a little bit less, some of them I did a little bit more. So they're all kind of different sizes. I was going to make it all one size, and then I thought some of them could be bigger and some of them could be smaller, might kind of look a little bit better once I'm finished. So when you take off these strings, they're actually tied together, and there are about 3 strings in each strand. So I used 6 of these strands to start with my first braid. And I just used a little bit of tape, and I taped it to the top of my table, made a knot at the top to put them all together. Then I taped the knot at the top to my desk so I could easier braid them. I'll show you now so you can see what I did. So I just want to show you here that when you finish braiding your strings, then you want to tie a knot at the end. So you'll have a knot at each end, and then you want to put them together and just cut off any of the excess pieces so that just you're left with a knot. So just be careful not to cut the knot. Now, before I move on, I do want to mention that I used 1.5 skirts. So if you buy 2 skirts, it'll be more than enough if you're using these treasure plates from the Dollar Tree. If you're using something smaller, you could probably get away with just 1. Now you do want to leave several strings. So I left like 18 altogether so that I could make the handles because I wanted those to be a little bit thicker. And when you're putting these together and doing the knot at the top, what I did was I actually got rid of the little knots that they came with so that they would be loose because it just made it a little bit easier to tie. and then I started my braid. So I did want to show you over here, I made a little bit of a tighter braid and smaller and tighter braid. So you can make them as tight or as loose as you want. I didn't make them super, super tight. The smaller ones are a little bit tighter because they are smaller, but you don't want to make them super tight or super loose because either way then they won't look right when you put them on. And when you do start gluing them, you want to start in the middle and then you just kind of do circles until you use up all of them. But you want to make sure you're putting them down flat, not standing up, so they glue on flat. So I just did little bits at a time. It did take me some time to do it, but they turned out looking really, really nice. So I'm super happy with the way they turned out. And I'll speed it up here a little bit so you can see me doing it, but you don't have to watch it in slow-mo. So here, what I did was I made sure I finished off kind of in the middle for both of them, and then I also added a few more strands just to lift up the sides, just a touch, not too much, but just a little bit. And because I had them left over as well, but you don't have to do this. And then I added the handles, and what I did was I attached the handles to the sides where the two connected so like the messier sides. And then I glued the flap of the handles up so it looks like the handles are standing up. I also took the strand and I bent it in half, and then I bent it in half again to make it a handle, so it looked like a double strand, but it wasn't a double strand. So I just thought that made it look really nice. And that's all there is to it. A little bit time consuming, but I think it was well worth it. So here it is all finished. First I wanted to show you how it looks, just the tray on its own, and then I wanted to show you what it looks like with little things on it, so styled. So here it is. I absolutely love the way it turned out. It looks great. And then here it is all styled. Well, let me know what you think of this one. Leave me a comment below and let me know if you liked it. So for this next DIY, all I do is basically add a little bit of decor to this tray and make it look a little bit nicer. So I picked it up at the Dollar Tree. It's just a mini raised wooden tray, and I added some dark antiquing wax to the sides to make it a little bit darker, to give it like a stained effect. And then I also added some of this peel and stick vinyl, which I picked up at the dollar store too. I measured it out and I just glued it to the tray itself, and that's all there is to it, and I think it turned out really, really cute. And that's all there is to it. Super duper easy, inexpensive, and I still have paper left over if I wanted to use it for something else. And I just think it elevated this tray to look a little bit more elegant, a little bit more expensive, and just super duper cute for, you know, you could put your jewelry in there. You could just put little decorative pieces, maybe in a bathroom or something like that for some soap. But I think it turned out really cute. Let me know what you think of this one. So if you thought that DIY was easy, well, this one's even easier. I'm even ashamed to call it a DIY. All I did was add legs to this little wooden pallet here that I picked up at, I think this one I picked up at Dollarama, but they have it at the Dollar Tree too. And then I had these little pegs from the Dollar Tree as well that I added as my base, but before I added them, I did go ahead and stain them a little bit with that same brown paint so that they looked a little bit darker and matched the palette a little bit more. So once I finished that, I just used some hot glue and I glued them to the bottom, making sure that I glued them in the same spot. You could use a ruler, but if you didn't want to, you can just eyeball it like I did. And again, that's all there is to it. Okay, and here it is all finished. Again, a great little addition to any tray so it can raise some of your decor items. I just wanted to show you with a little candle, and I think it turned out really cute, but again, it's like a super duper easy thing, but it just makes this more like a table rather than just a piece of wood. And then for the final DIY, another easy one. So I have this little metal sign from the Dollar Tree, and what I'm doing is removing the rope so that it's not a hanging sign anymore. And I'm going to use some vinegar and a paper towel to age this metal, because although I like the shininess, I did want it to look a little bit more rustic and a little bit more aged. So what I did was I just soaked a paper towel in vinegar and I put it on top and I left it for several hours, and this is what it turned out like. Now I did have these holes that I was contemplating how I would cover, and then I figured once I added the legs, it would cover the holes no problem. Because of the hot glue, and all I had to do was just add a little bit of paint so that it would match the color of the metal. And so same thing as with the other ones, I added some legs to it. Now I did find these, I think they're snowmen at the Dollar Tree. At some point I bought them. So I'm going to use them. I'm just going to paint them a silver color, just using some silver acrylic paint. And I will be kind of dry brushing it on, so not like caking on the paint, but very lightly brushing them with the paint. So as I said, just very lightly brushing them. And what I did was I put a little bit of paint on just a piece of cardboard, and then I dabbed it off, and then I added it to these snowmen. And I let them to dry, and then when they dried, I used a little bit of that paint also on the metal piece, but when they dried, I attached them to the metal piece, and then I painted over top of the little holes just so that they would kind of match the rest of the metal. I did have to sand down a little bit of the glue as well, but this was really easy to do, and it looked really, really nice. It looks really, really nice. I did add a little bit of that brown antiquing wax from Bear as well, just to give it a little bit of a rustier look. But again, that's all there was to it. So once they were all covered and dried and everything, I added a little bit of hot glue and I attached them to the tray. Now again, I didn't measure, I eyeballed it, but you do however you feel most comfortable. I just wanted to make sure those holes were covered with the legs, and then as I said, I painted over top and I covered it. So I think I did a pretty good job so that you don't see too much of a difference, but let me know what you guys think. So here it is, all finished. I think he turned out great. And I love that it looks kind of aged, like it's been around for a super long time, even though it was brand new. Here's what the legs look like. I think they match pretty well. So again, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think of all of these. I hope you like them. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so that you can see more of my videos. I'm using a mix of paints. You can use whatever colors you like. There's no right or wrong. I picked a combination that leans towards a bluish purple theme, and I'll show you the specific paints I used, but again, feel free to get creative with your own choices. I also added some black and white acrylic paint to balance it out. So before painting, make sure to clean your vase or a glass item really well. I wipe mine down with some rubbing alcohol to remove any oils or dust. The vase that I am using is fairly plain. I picked it up at the Dollar Tree, and I'm pouring a bit of each paint into a plastic cup and then adding some pouring medium on top, which I also found at the Dollar Tree. I don't fully mix the paints in the cup, I just swirl them lightly with the pouring medium. So the goal is to keep the colors layered instead of blending them into one color. Now the first batch I made wasn't quite enough, so I mixed a second batch. This time I altered a few paints, then some pouring medium, then a few more paints, and then more pouring medium. You can experiment with this depending on the size of your vase and the colors. So for mine, I ended up using about half a bottle of the pouring medium. And so to prep for the pouring, once I layered my paints, I placed the vase upside down on a plastic cup with a box underneath to catch extra paint. If you have a silicone mat or any kind of silicone container, that would work even better because then you could use the excess paint. I didn't have one, so some paint was wasted, but that's okay. My son wound up using some of it for his pouring project that he did, so it was great. So once all of your paints are layered, you start pouring really slowly over the vase. So this is important, especially if your vase has a narrow neck like mine, because if you pour too fast, it'll all go drip down to the bottom and it won't follow the shape of the vase. So you go slow so it flows naturally and flows to the shape of the vase. So, and like I said, rushing will mess up the effect and it'll all drip down, and then you're going to have to use even more paint. So slow is key. And that's basically it. So I'll show you how mine turns out in the next step as I pour it. So once you've poured all of your paint, you can then now let this dry. It'll take probably a couple days to dry fully, or maybe a day, depending on where you're holding it. I had mine in the basement. It's kind of cold downstairs, so it does take a little while for it to dry. But like I said, once you pour everything, let it dry fully. And then if you really wanted to make sure this was protected, you could apply resin to it. I've seen resin now at the Dollar Tree, so that's really easy to do. You just, mix your resin according to the instructions and then apply it gently to the vase, and that'll keep it protected so that it doesn't, any nicks or anything like that won't affect the design. I did not apply resin because this will just be used for decorative purposes. I'm not going to be pouring water or anything like that, so hopefully it'll stay protected. But if I see that it's getting a little damaged, I will apply resin to it, but I didn't for the purposes of this video. But here it is all completed. I think it turned out very, very beautifully. I love the colors. I love the pattern. I love all of the different colors in there. So I'm just showing you all the angles here. Let me know what you think. I think it turned out really nice and beautiful. Hopefully you guys try it out because this was a lot of fun. I really like this. For this next piece, I'm using another Dollar Tree item. This time it's a hurricane vase. So to give it some texture and a bit of a fancy design, I'm applying hot glue around the vase. I'm adding the glue near the top, around the bottom, and also in the middle section. The idea is to create raised patterns that will show through once it's painted. So for this design, I'm doing swirls using the hot glue gun. This adds a nice bit of depth and visual interest, but feel free to get creative. You can do dots, straight lines, zigzags, horizontal or vertical patterns. It's totally up to you and your style. So on this vase, I'm placing the swirls vertically, about an inch below the rim at the top, again near the bottom. And again, I also decided to add a few swirls in the middle of the vase to break up the space and give it a bit more flair. Originally, I thought I would just do the top and bottom, but once I did it, I decided that the middle needed a little bit of pizzazz as well. So partway through, I had to switch out my hot glue gun because one of the tips was leaking too much. So I swapped to a smaller one that gave me a bit more control. And then I alternated between them just based on how they were performing. Once the glue is fully set and hardened, it's time to move on to the painting stage. So this one, I wanted to give it a bit of a cement look. So I'll show you how I did this in the next part. For this one, I wanted a cement-like finish. So first, I sprayed the entire vase in an antique white color. It's Heirloom White by Rust-Oleum. So that base coat helps the next layer of paint stick better and gives it some depth. Once it dried, I mixed up my paint blend using metallic silver, regular silver, black, dark blue, and then at the end I added a little bit of white just because it was a touch too dark. I also added about 2 tablespoons of baking soda to the mix. The baking soda gives it a chalky matte texture that mimics the look of concrete. I probably made more than I needed. I did make more than I needed, but I'd rather have the extra than not enough because this one I wanted it to be more uniform. I didn't want it to be different colors. I used only acrylic paints. Most of these, actually all of these were from the Dollar Tree, but I also tend to pick up extras when I see them on sale at Michael's. So over time I've built up quite the collection. So I try to use what I have on hand. Once I had the color I wanted, a dark bluish gray kind of cementy tone, I stirred it all up and I painted it onto the vase. I did end up doing 2 coats to get full coverage. I didn't want to apply it too thick and risk drips or a messy look. So I let the first coat dry completely before applying the second. I also painted just inside the top of the vase to cover up any visible white and give it a clean, finished look. So here is the finished look, all painted with 2 coats. I did not record myself doing the second coat, but here it is all finished with the double coats. and some flowers, some full flowers in here, and I think it just looks fabulous. Let me know what you guys think. So for this next project, I'm creating another fancy vase. It's one that has a bit more of a unique shape. I think it's another hurricane style vase, but it's smaller and has a nice contour to it. As usual, I picked it up at the Dollar Tree. So for this design, I'm using gem-like stickers and embellishments. The pearl-like strip stickers are from Dollar Tree, and the rest of the gem pack I'm using is actually from Dollarama, but you can find similar ones at the Dollar Tree as well. I start by placing a strip of the pearl stickers around the base of the vase and then another around the top. There's no exact pattern I'm following, just whatever looks good to me. I'll show you most of the process in this video, though I'll speed it up a little bit and trim some parts so it's not too long. It actually took me just over 30 minutes to complete this one, so that gives you a good idea of the time commitment if you were going to go this route. Once the pearl borders are in place, I begin filling in the rest of the vase with a mix of different sized gems. So my approach is to lay down one base layer using the larger or more dominant gems, and then I fill in the gaps with smaller pieces, different shapes and colors. You can totally customize this part. If you want a structured pattern like alternating shapes, go for it. I chose more of a randomized organic look. I wanted it to feel like I had discovered these unique stones and arranged them freely on the vase, kind of like a one-of-a-kind treasure. So that's what I did here. I'm going to add some music so you can enjoy watching the process, and I'll show you the final result after all the gems are applied. So for this part, I actually ended up reusing some of the paint from the previous project. There was a bit left over and my son has used some as well. So I combined all of it and add a little bit of white to lighten the color. It gave me just enough to work with for this next step. I used the same paint pouring technique as before, but this time instead of pouring the paint over on the outside of the vase, I poured it inside. That's important because if you paint the outside, it can interfere with the gem placement. The glue or adhesive won't hold as well on painted surfaces, especially textured ones. A little tip I learned the hard way, I should have done the painting first before applying the gems. Because I painted after, some of the gems started to come off when the vase was handled. I had to go back and reattach them. To secure everything in the end, I used a tacky spray over top of to hold everything in place. If you want to be extra sure your gems stay on, you could also apply tacky spray before placing the gems, sticking them on one by one as you go. Either works, but definitely let everything dry and set properly before moving on to the next step. If I were doing this project again, I'd paint the inside of the vase first to create that rich background and then decorate the outside with gems after everything's dry. In the end, I think it turned out beautiful, very unique, very one of a kind, and totally worth the time and effort it took to put together. Let me know what you guys think. Next project, I'm using two candle holders from those praying candles from the Dollar Tree. I had melted down the wax before and I saved the holders. So I originally planned on using both, but one didn't quite turn out how I wanted. So I'm just showing you one of them in the video. You can see I have two, but you'll see that I only show you doing one. First, I made sure to clean off any of the leftover wax that had dripped down onto the outside. And once it was nice and clean, I sprayed it using a metallic paint by Rust-Oleum. It's in turquoise. And after it dried, I wanted to give the candles a subtle crackle effect. So I mixed up a custom paint color using some blue and white acrylic paints to match the turquoise base. Now, if you try this yourself, make sure your top coat is similar to the one on your base coat. You can go with contrasting colors, like a light base and a dark top, but I personally didn't love how that looked when I tested it with the green on the other candle holder. So once I had my paint mixed, I used some hairspray from the Dollar Tree as my crackling agent. I sprayed it onto the candle in sections, then used a heat gun to dry each section before applying the paint. It's important to let the hairspray dry, otherwise the paint gets drippy and messy. This technique gives you a soft, subtle crackle effect. If you're looking for a more dramatic crackle, I recommend using school glue, just the regular white glue, instead. That method gives you a bigger and more noticeable crackling effect. I wanted to try the hairspray technique this time since the candle holder was a repurposed piece and not something I had bought specifically for this look. After the paint dried, I finished off the top by wrapping and hot gluing a few rows of jute rope around the rim. It adds a nice rustic touch and really finishes the look. So here is how it turned out. I popped a few faux flowers in to complete the vibe. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. If you like this one as much as I did, if you enjoyed this project, oh, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, and tap the bell so you don't miss the next one. Thanks so much for watching this video, and I hope you enjoyed all of these vase inspirations.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. You made it to the end. Have a great new year and happy new year. See you next year.